I think you just about got every one.
Yeah, but there was one that slipped me up. And it's amazing that you picked up on this for starters, can I say, because that is a comparison I don't think the public would have expected.
And you know how you said Billy Slater, future PM? I think if New South Wales lose on Wednesday night, get Albo in New South Wales camp next year.
Yeah.
Fitler, you're out.
Yep.
Albo's in.
Yeah.
He's a rugby league staunch.
He's a big
supporter.
South supporter.
Yeah.
If we get Latrell back in there next year, Albo will be there.
Yeah, he'd just have the whole Souths team, which you love. It's nearly time for us to go. What are we looking forward to over the next week or so?
Well, as Ash was mentioning, you know, we are in the thick of NAIDOC week. We've got a couple of days left. I would first of all just say, you know, make sure you're keeping an eye out for whatever is happening. I know this is not particularly sport related, but, you know, whatever's happening in your local community, and something I'm really looking forward to that's coming out tonight. It's a new documentary by Larissa Brent called Warriors on the Field. Features Michael O'Loughlin, former AFL star, and it talks about the impact of you know, icons from the past like Nicky Winmar, and just the impact that sports had on the progress of Aboriginal people in this country. I think it's really cool. And if you even just go and watch the trailer now, what you'll see is a really interesting statistic that, you know, Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people only make up 3% of the Australian population, but 15% of our pro athlete population.
Wow.
We punch well above our weight.
Huge.
Which is really, really cool. And I think it's going to be super special.
And that is called We Are Warriors?
Warriors on the Field.
Warriors on the Field. Sorry, We Are Warriors is Nookie's initiative, another good one to get involved in.
There you go.
Get some more inspirational stories. I'm looking forward to, I had to end with it, Kyrgios v. most likely Djokovic.
Yeah.
I looked up 2-0 to Kyrgios in previous matches between Kyrgios and Djokovic. And like you said, they had a bit of beef early in COVID.
Yeah.
Could be a spicy one.
Super spicy.
Yeah, so that's happening Sunday night around 11 p.m. wherever you're listening.
9 p.m. in Bali.
Okay. Enjoy Bali. See you next week.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Kerry Worthington. Japan's former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has reportedly died after he was shot at close range while giving a speech. Police have arrested a man in his 40s who's confessed to trying to kill the former Prime Minister. He was reportedly carrying a homemade gun. It comes only days out from Japan's upper house elections, which Mr Abe was campaigning for. Speaking through an interpreter, Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says there are going to be serious consequences.
I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act. It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated.
Mr Abe holds the title of being the longest-serving Japanese Prime Minister, leading his coalition party to 6 election victories. The 67-year-old is survived by his wife, Akie. Earlier, world leaders said they were shocked at Mr Abe's shooting and paid tribute to his political achievements. Harry Sekulich reports.
China is among the latest countries to express its shock at the attack on Mr Abe, extending condolences and sincere hopes for his survival to his family and the Japanese people. The messages of deep concern are flooding into Nara, where Mr Abe is being treated for critical injuries. Leaders from Asian countries such as Malaysia, the Philippines and India have acknowledged Mr Abe as a friend, who's achieved much in his career, crowned as the longest-serving Japanese Prime Minister. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has captured the mood of most leaders waiting for an update on his condition, saying he's deeply saddened and deeply concerned.
In other news, Russia's foreign ministers criticised his Western counterparts attending the G20 meeting in Indonesia, accusing them of derailing economic talks and reprimanding Moscow instead. Western allies have reportedly referred to Russia as invaders and occupiers of Ukraine during the closed-door meetings on the island of Bali. US officials say Secretary of State Antony Blinken has told his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov, Ukraine is not your country. Mr Lavrov says the West is pursuing frenzied criticism rather than solving big economic problems.
There is only rabid Russophobia, which they turn to instead of finding much-needed common ground on key issues on the global economy and finances, for which the G20 was created.
The contest to replace Boris Johnson as Conservative Party leader and UK Prime Minister has begun, with candidates starting to put their names forward. Europe correspondent Steve Kinane reports.
There is no obvious candidate to replace Boris Johnson, who announced he was quitting as leader after over 50 Tory MPs resigned from the ministry and party roles. Already Attorney General Suella Braverman, prominent Brexiteer Steve Baker and Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee Tom Tugendhat have announced their candidacy. It's expected that former Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak, Defence Secretary Ben Wallace and Foreign Secretary Liz Truss will also run. Boris Johnson plans to stay on as Prime Minister until the leadership ballot is resolved, a process that could take months. Steve Kinane, ABC News, London.
Travellers in and out of Melbourne Airport are facing delays and cancellations as the last weekend of Victoria's school holidays gets underway. 15 arrivals and 11 departures have been cancelled this evening since 6 p.m, along with numerous other flights earlier today. Most other states are in the middle or beginning of their school holidays. Airport tracking website flightstats.com has listed Melbourne Airport as experiencing excessive delays. Australia's brand new icebreaker, the RSV Nunya, is out of action for the foreseeable future after checks revealed key mechanical parts need replacing. Alexandra Humphreys reports.
The $500 million research vessel was in Singapore for scheduled maintenance when hydraulic leaks related to large couplings connected to the propulsion shafts were discovered. The couplings need replacing, ruling the Nunya out for use during the upcoming summer Antarctic season. Supply chain issues will add months of delays. 2 other vessels will be used in the interim, and core science projects are expected to proceed. The Nunya experienced motor issues last year when first arriving in Hobart and later had issues with the alarm and monitoring system.
Repeating our top story, Japan's former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has reportedly died. He was shot at close range while delivering a speech in the western Japanese city of Nara earlier today. A look at the weather. There's a gale warning for East Gippsland Coast and a strong wind warning for Central Coast and Central Gippsland Coast. Tomorrow, showers clearing by tomorrow night. We're expecting a top of 13. Currently 9 degrees. ABC News.
Ever heard of Helper's High?
The satisfaction, literally, I cannot define in words.
By volunteering our time, we feed our own positive mood and boost our overall physical and mental health. To celebrate the ABC's 90th year of connecting communities, we're asking you to take the 90 for 90 pledge. Just 90 minutes of your time to help a cause that you care about.
One person can make a difference.
For more information, go to our website, ABC Gives.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, steps on the right foot, scores the level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45. Starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right foot. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the Immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big time.
He can be a game breaker, this kid. And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
We're gonna be kids.
Throws up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Shuts it down. The big man sorts it out midair. This would be absolutely extraordinary. He is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to kick a miraculous goal.
He can't believe it. Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Goes to Vanderbilt. Sweeping hand pass to the board. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Friday night footy is back in the Harbour City on a moment too soon. The weather has cleared, the fans are filing in, and most importantly for the Sydney Swans and the Western Bulldogs, a place in the top 8 beckons. Well, the Swans are already there, despite their defeat at the hands of Essendon last week at the MCG. But depending on percentage, the Bulldogs, keen to atone for their biggest loss of the season to the Brisbane Lions last week, can find their way back in. If they don't, it's purely mathematical, and with half a dozen games remaining beyond that, it could be another failed campaign for Luke Beveridge's team off the back of a grand final appearance last week. It is a pleasure, as always, to have your company on Grandstand AFL. My name is Brett Sprigg, and alongside me to call the action here at the Sydney Cricket Ground is Daniel Garb. Hello, Garby.
High stakes Friday night footy, Spriggy. The way we love it. Good evening to you, my friend. Can't wait for this. And just like that ripping intro song, how much do you want it? How much do you want a final spot? Because it feels like one's up for grabs, not in a straightforward way tonight, but it could have a huge bearing on the finals, whoever wins this one.
Team news here. One late change for the Swans. Braden Campbell is out. Ryan Clark, who was last week's unused sub, comes in for him. Meanwhile, for the Bulldogs, a total of 4 omissions from last week. Hayden Crozier, Jordan Sweet, Robbie McComb and Tim O'Brien. In comes Tim English and Ed Richards, both having gone through concussion protocols. Mitch Hannon back from a longer-term concussion, first game since round 3. And last week's unused medical sub, Riley Garcia, comes into the 22. This week, their sub is Robbie McComb. And at the Swans, Peter Laddams and Joel Amati come back in. They lose Tom Hickey through illness, and Logan McDonald's been omitted. The sub tonight is Harry Cunningham. The opening bounce is about 40 minutes away. Our pre-game guest will join us very, very shortly, Sydney Swans CEO Tom Harley. There's no shortage of things to discuss with him. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. And our experts are here. Firstly, Michael Moldhouse, welcome to you.
Brett, thank you very much. Daniel and Nathan and our listeners. What a game. Last night, a bit scrappy, but change of positions in the ladder, and the Dogs will be looking to do that tonight. But I just suspect that Sydney here on the ground look a little bit more settled, and their avenue to goal looks a lot brighter than the Dogs, who dominate generally the stoppages, get a lot inside front 50, but just can't score. So it'll be a game of intrigue, because I'm two contrasting sides. Love seeing that. Yep. Love seeing which one. Because when you've got two contrasting sides, a lot's got to do with the coaches to see what they can come up with, to see if they can dislodge the game structure from the opposition.
And your fellow Hall of Famer, Nathan Burke. Nice to see you, Burkie.
Hello, gentlemen. Yeah, lovely to be up here in Sydney. This is do or die for the Western Bulldogs. You look who they've got coming up in the next 4 weeks. It's a really, really tough run. So, season on the line for the Dogs.
Yeah, so Saints, Melbourne, Geelong, Fremantle the next month beyond tonight. So it is, you need probably 13 wins to be safe. They're 8-7, so 5 of their last 7 on the run home. So we'll discuss all that shortly. Sydney Swans CEO Tom Harley has been good enough to join us in the box here at the SCG. Tom, welcome to you.
No, thank you all for having me.
This is what it's all about, isn't it? Friday night, thankfully the weather has cleared, and it's a hugely important game for your club.
Oh, massive game, and a great privilege to play on Friday night back here at the SCG, and it's been quite a remarkable season, hasn't it, with how tight the games have been, how tight the ladder is. Good luck trying to tip and predict where everyone might finish, but for us, we can only control what we can, and that is that's the start of this game, to be honest, and really looking forward to seeing how we respond from last week.
Yeah, just to touch on last week, and that loss to the Bombers in what was also a special day, Luke Parker's 250th. This is a club that has an image or a brand of toughness and no compromise. And yet certainly some of the losses this year would be characterised as, I guess, soft ones. The latest of them was last week. Is that a concerning thing for you, Tom, or is that simply to be expected from a relatively young list that still might be finding its base level of consistency?
Oh, I think there are a couple of things to that. I think the first thing, it's an unbelievably tight and even competition. And, you know, we've all been around long enough now that if you don't take that mindset into any game, doesn't matter who you play, the reality is your opposition are AFL standard. And so if you drop your guard, you'll get beaten. And to say all of that, you know, when you're a younger developing side, and, you know, we've been up and around the sort of top 6 now for the best part of 18 months, so I don't think we can play that card, but there's no substitute for time on the block, and the thing I think that if we could wave a magic wand and address it would be the significant shifts in momentum during games, and again, You just need to experience those. You need to identify when that's coming at you. You need to know what to do to stem it and then wrestle it back. So, that's been a challenge for us this year at times.
So this year is by no means a write-off. You are still contending for a finals position, potentially top 4 or top 6. But is now the sort of time where you get a fair idea of what's missing for next year, and yourself and Charlie and Kinnear Beatson start to figure out what you need to bring in?
Oh, look, I don't think it's as binary as a point in time in the season as to that. You're constantly looking at your list, and as we all know, there's multiple avenues to address your list needs, and we've certainly gone through a phase over the past couple of years, probably subsequent to top 4 grand final appearances, to hit the draft and then develop the players that we've drafted. And if you look at our list, we don't have too many players that have come from other clubs. In our starting 22, most have been brought to the club through the draft, and we've had to draft specific needs, and they're coming through together. And you've got to look at all different avenues to build your list, but we're certainly in a draft, develop, and then a retention phase at the minute.
One established player whose name keeps coming up for not just your club, but a level of interest in Dustin Martin for you. Where does that sit at the moment?
The level of interest is absolutely generated through the media, and I can unequivocally say that there have been no conversations with Dustin, and at the same time appreciate the speculation. But from our point of view, we certainly don't deal in hypotheticals, but I can say there have been no conversations.
Tommy, changing the subject, I'm going to go this way. For the two McCartney boys, it is a great time story. It is something that football people around Australia look at it and go, how fantastic is that? What has Sydney got that is so special to be able to bring that about? Now, I know sometimes you can fluke and this sort of stuff, but you have got a great history of bringing players to your football club and making them feel very, one, comfortable, and two, play their best footy. But those two young lads playing together, I don't think there's a football person that doesn't go, how great is that?
Yeah, no, I'm in your camp, Mick, with that. I'm a defender too, so I love the fact that they're both playing key defensive roles, but they're a beautiful family, the McCartneys. Matt and Joe and Charlie, the other McCartney brother, obviously down Geelong way. And, we drafted Tommy as the youngest player in the draft that particular year, and he's come in and playing a senior role. And, Paddy had his challenges, and we were interested in his services through the VFL. And also, we do look at the holistic player, and for Tommy to have his brother there to help him support him as a young 21-year-old in Sydney. Look, did we hand on heart think that Paddy would start delivering at AFL footy the way he has as quickly as he had? Probably not, but we love the family. We love the fact that they are loving playing with each other, and from a pure footy point of view, they're really important roles, aren't they? When you got fullbacks and a half back.
And as far as a 50th game celebration goes, that's probably one of the bigger ones we've ever seen in this competition.
Yeah,
and I've just come from dinner with Amit Baines, who's the CEO of the Bulldogs, who was the list manager at St Kilda at the time, and still close with the family. So that they are a heartwarming story, the McCartneys, and if anyone's deserved their name on the banner for 50 games, it's probably Paddy. So he's settled in extraordinarily well.
Now we've just had a good time story, and someone moving from Melbourne come up here. Now, what are your movements back next year? Are you looking to move to Melbourne under circumstances? Of course, you're going to deny everything, but is your hat in the ring?
No. Well, I mean, I was asked about this last week around whether there'd been some contact around the AFL role, and I said, yeah, there had been. I also said that I absolutely just play with what's in front of me, and I've never been one to certainly publicly talk about my own aspirations, and it would be totally inappropriate to talk about those, the process for that role. Right now I'm thinking about, how do we get over the Western Bulldogs in the next 3 hours?
Yeah. I know your focus is purely on tonight, but you have a plethora of young talent on this list. So Warner and Goulden and Heaney's still young, McDonald's, Tom McCartney. Have you put moves in place to ensure you can keep all of them moving forward as their value starts to rise and it potentially starts to affect your salary cap situation?
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit to the point about you look at list management 12 months of the year, and there are always market forces at play, whether a player's got a pool to go home, or whether a player wants to buy a house, or whether there's a clear pathway to have a long-term career. So all those things come in. I am buoyed about where we currently sit with all of our younger players. As I said, we've got a significant weight of numbers. Probably if you look at Isaac Heaney is into his free agency year, signing a long-term contract, and then the players his age and under. And when we talk about list management, we don't talk specifically about individual contracts. But what I can say is our focus is retaining the talent we've got first and foremost, because we have invested significantly in list needs through the draft.
Have you lost any? I can't remember you losing anyone.
Oh, I mean, last year we had Jordan Dawson go to Adelaide.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So they're the market forces that you look at. So, one thing that we do, and Mick, I think you alluded to this, as a non-Victorian club with 75% of our list not from Sydney, we do have all limited non-player expenditure. We weight expenditure towards player welfare and well-being because it's really important that we retain the talent that we do bring to our club, particularly from interstate.
Now, Tom, whilst you hope the men go through to the end of September, there will be some Swans running around right through till November with your AFLW team coming in. That'll be very exciting for the club.
Yeah, I can't speak highly enough, Berkey, of AFLW. I've been actively involved in the build of our program and subsequent build of our list, and the hours are different. It's not a full-time program at the minute, but and you know this, obviously, coaching the Bulldogs, the energy, the enthusiasm, the gratitude of just being in an elite environment is infectious. And we're looking forward to the women having a run on the SCG next week for the first time training. We've got the Guernsey presentation July 26, bringing the families up as well. So it's just fantastic. And August 27 can't come quick enough. I don't know how we're going to go, but really looking forward to it.
And just add on to that again, just with the numbers again, how many bona fide New South Welsh girls are part of the team?
So our squad currently is 31, and we'd be no more than 6 from New South Wales.
That's a big cost, isn't it, to the club?
It's really
financial cost.
Yeah, it is, and we've got a fantastic partner through the W program, University of New South Wales, just 2 light rail stops down the road here from the SCG, who have been able to accommodate the girls both in terms of study commitments but also residentially. And it's different, and we've been around footy for a long time. We know men's footy, but women's footy is different, and I'm not afraid to put my hand up and say I've got a lot to learn, but really keen to learn more about it.
Tom Harley, the Swans CEO, with us on Grandstand AFL. The new facility next to Horton Pavilion there, the Royal Hall of Industries, you're sharing that with the punters tonight?
Yeah, look, it's the most significant off-field development in the club's history in Sydney, which is now 40 years. So the Royal Hall of Industries is a state-significant building 200 metres down the road here from the SCG, and tonight is we're really looking forward to celebrating that with our members, and we do have a gap in funding still, so there's a little bit of tin rattling, but the most important thing for our members in particular to appreciate is we haven't had a home where we can bring members to pre-game, post-game functions for the entirety of our 40 years here, and so this is our home, and by our I mean players, staff and members for our future, and it's an extraordinary development for our footy club.
Just a couple back on the footy, and John Longmire has spoken about how he rates Callum Mills as one of the best leaders he has seen. You're a pretty good leader yourself and quite successful. It's a big endorsement from someone like Horse that's seen plenty of leaders around his playing and coaching days coming through, that Callum Mills would be regarded so well so early. What have you seen from Callum early on?
Yeah, look, I mean, his on-field output from as soon as he walked into the footy club was really evident. He won the Rising Star in his first year, played in the grand final in his first year, so that's the first part you notice. But I think with the really great leaders, it's that distinction between being a team leader and a club leader, and Callum is a Sydney boy, came through the academy and has not only an interest but a genuine interest and willingness to understand whole of club. We often talk about sort of almost the economic engine of a footy club is understanding that, because everything feeds back to fully investing in your footy program. So he's unique in that sense.
It's Buddy's 150th as a Swan tonight. Can we expect a fresh deal for him next year?
That's the other question I get asked a lot at the moment. So what I can say about Lance is we don't talk specifically about contracts, but there's a lot of goodwill in that relationship.
Just a quick one as well, just on Sydney and where you sit. And I know you're coy about the whole Dustin Martin thing, and fair enough. But do you feel that this club needs a marquee player like a Buddy, like a Plugger going back, like a potential Dustin Martin to get some mainstream cut through it in a very competitive sports market?
Look, possibly was the case back certainly with Plugger, maybe Barry Hall, but we're a football club. We make football decisions about our list. And I know I wasn't here when Lance was recruited to the footy club. He was brought to the footy club to help us win games, and that's the lens we view it through. So we'd like to think that the market and our membership base is mature enough now to withstand some ebbs and flows. But no, we make football decisions first and foremost.
Tom, thanks for your time.
No problem.
Nervous,
thanks, guys.
Tom?
Good luck.
Nervous?
Always nervous.
Tom Harley with us on Grandstand AFL pre-game. He's a busy man and he's off to, we really appreciate his time. And I just realised something, Mick, actually. You go back a fair way. We go back a long way. You were part of the original Saturday afternoon Channel 7 team of Brett Kirk monologue fame.
Yes, we do go back. And I'm looking now and thinking, what a young man, two great leaders, did a fantastic job at Geelong, but also just knowing what he was like on TV, this was probably his destiny, is to the next extension, whether it be coaching or whether it be administration, and it was administration.
The AFLW team.
North Sydney Oval. I can't wait for this. North Sydney Oval, that's their first game. So they take on St Kilda at North Sydney. That'll be something special. I know that there's been a bit of an issue around sort of venues, and they'll probably share some games at Henson Park with the Giants and whatever else, but that is going to be another significant milestone in this club's history.
Yeah, it just adds a whole new dimension to a club. That now you've got the two teams. I'm sure we had one player from the Bulldogs come up to the Swans, and she's loving the whole experience, just building a whole new culture. And the good thing is that they've got the men's culture, which is, quite outstanding to actually piggyback on. So they've got a head start there in building a whole new team.
He was very strong, wasn't he, in being unequivocal that they had not spoken to Dustin Martin at all. That was strong news lines come out of that chat.
I'm a believer in what he says. He's got great integrity. He's not so. If there had been, I'm sure he would have said yes, but we've got to focus on next year, whatever the case may be. So, would it be Great Western Sydney that he's coming to?
Clarko and Dusty, perhaps, as a combo.
Well, is that a fait accompli?
Clarko and the Giants?
No, Clarko...
Not to that extent, but it seems like it's nudging that way.
Is that... Okay. So is that because there's only two left, or...
Part of the reason, I would say, yeah. And they've reportedly spoken to him last week, and so it's moving in that direction.
Yeah.
Other footy news around the place. Collingwood have named Josh Carmichael to debut tomorrow against North Melbourne. It's a great story. He was playing country footy this time last year. He had just half a year in the SANFL and then in through the mid-season draft. He'll debut at the MCG tomorrow in place of Jordan De Goey, who is out with a quad injury. Other injury news, scans have confirmed Brownlow medal favourite, I shouldn't say he's not quite there yet, speaking of fait accompli, Clayton Oliver, he's fractured his thumb, likely to miss one game, but he's adamant he'll push to play off the 9-day break, so that's significant from Melbourne's point of view.
That's from the kick?
Last night, yeah. And St Kilda have announced today that Brett Ratten has a contract extension. 2 more years for him to go through until the end of 2024. Of course, this in the same week that the Gold Coast Suns offered a similar extension to Stuart Dew. It's a curious thing. I want to ask both of you, and Mick and Berkey, both as coaches, but I mean, Brett Ratten's only 50. His coaching career is nearly 20 years long when you factor in assistant roles and all the rest of it. When do you hit your peak as a coach? When do you feel your prime years are as a leader of teams?
Well, I started at 30, and I just reckon that every job you take, I thought I was a better coach at West Coast and Footscray because I was still learning the trade. And you learn. And one thing you got to do is you got to be so open with people around you and be a sponge, take everything in. I had Wayne Walsh as chairman of selectors at Footscray, then Ray Walker, learned a lot from them. Your old man Spriggy was Trevor Sprigg was the chairman of selectors, and Ian Miller. You learn from them. You get better because you get older and you understand the game more, and you probably learn. And as long as you're open in your mind, you learn a lot from your mistakes. I thought Collingwood I was probably a better coach, and Carlton I thought I was better as well. But it depends on the teams you've got in front of you as well. So I don't see you going backwards until such time, and there's going to be a lot. If you look through the American system, the American college system, you look at the EPL or European soccer, there's a lot of 30s, a lot of 40s, a lot of 50s, there's some 60s going into the 70s. So is there an age limit? I don't know if there is. It's unfortunate in AFL football. I say this because there is an age barrier. People, as soon as you get too old, you get labelled too old, and we see it in coaching. And funny enough, today I was talking about Brett Harvey. I reckon that he had at least another year in him. They looked at his birth certificate and said, hang on, you're 36, 37, you've got to go. I reckon Craig Bradley had a year in him. Kevin Bartlett certainly had another year or two in him. But we look at age and we go, bang.
Yeah, I think it's virtually impossible to go backwards as a coach if your enthusiasm for coaching stays the same. If it starts to wane and you don't put in the effort that you previously did, well, then things will drop off. But it's like any job that you do. Every year you learn something and then you add to it the next year, then you add to it the next year. And so as you go on, it just makes sense. The more years you do it, the more that you actually have to learn. I'm coming into my fourth season now. The difference is I've only coached 25 games in 3 years because that's just the way our game is. But I fully intend to be a far better coach than I was last year.
Berkey, what have you learnt last year compared to the first year? What's one thing that stands out in your mind?
Trying to think of something.
Would it be player relationships? No, I don't know. Would it be player tactics? Would it be?
It's more about the what it takes to win strategically in a game. So I came in thinking, okay, I've got to get the culture right. We had a really young group. I've got to teach them the standards. Now my focus has been, you know what, we've got that pretty good now. And I'm turning my attention more to, okay, the specifics of how do we want to play the game and how do we want to play against this team and which game plan is going to actually win us the game. So I've got all the off-field cultural stuff right. Now it's the game style stuff.
Nathan Burke, Mick Malthouse with us on Grandstand AFL. Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb to call the action. Sophie Clappin on the boundary. Some breaking news away from sport that the former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has died after being shot at a rally. That's just been confirmed in the last few seconds. Away from sport, but the opening bounce here is 20 minutes away. The Swans and the Bulldogs coming up next here on Grandstand AFL.
Got a minute? Dip into StoryStream for quick, easy, real stories from across the country.
I was only 11. Apparently I was qualified to be the translator.
When you're part of a team, you do it because you love it.
Even now, I just get a little bit giggly thinking about it. Oh, it's just so exciting.
Continuous, skippable Australian stories. Exclusive to the ABC Listen app.
I was going to say something else then, but anyway.
Blip. Look for StoryStream on the home screen of the ABC Listen app.
Everything I've overcome, I'm feeling really, really proud of myself and the team and the level I'm playing, and feel like I'm probably playing some of my best tennis.
Tune in Sunday night as Nick Kyrgios plays off in the Wimbledon men's final. Can Kyrgios prove all the doubters wrong and claim his first Grand Slam title? Live coverage of every moment from 11 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season. We're gonna be kids. Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
In life, we're always striving for meaning, exploring our daily purpose and trying to find significance in every moment. And sometimes we try and find meaning in games of football in July. Not all of them have meaning, but tonight on Friday night in Sydney, this encounter between the Swans and the Western Bulldogs means something. It means plenty. The Swans had their colours lowered at the MCG last week by a usually lacklustre Essendon, while the Bulldogs' season hangs in the balance, coming off their biggest loss this year at the hands of Brisbane. And the equation starts to become tight for Luke Beveridge and the Dogs, in danger of going from grand finalists last year to missing the 8 altogether. There is a lot to learn across these next 3 hours on Grandstand AFL. Welcome welcome if you have just joined us in WA, South Australia and the Northern Territory, as well as news radio across the country. My name is Brett Sprigg. I'll call the action alongside Daniel Garb. Our experts are Mick Moldhouse and Nathan Burke. And we have Sophie Clappen on the boundary. It's a very cool evening as well, so down to Sophie shortly. And the team news here is there is one late change with Braden Campbell out for the Sydney Swans. Ryan Clark, who was the unused medical sub last week, he comes in. This week's sub for the Swans is Harry Cunningham, and Robbie McComb is the medical sub for the visitors. Your texts welcome, 0437 774 774. And Berkey, for both of these two sides, it's really about the response. They were both beaten last week. The Swans are a bit of a surprise in Luke Parker's 250th. They've lacked consistency. The opportunity is there tonight to reaffirm their place in the 8, or in fact the Dogs can replace them, percentage permitting, if they can get the W here tonight.
This is do or die for the Western Bulldogs. We spoke about it a little bit earlier. If they lose this one, and with the run that they've got coming up with Saints, Melbourne, Geelong and Freo the next 4 weeks, it's pretty much season over. And I think that is the way that they are actually looking at this game as well. Whereas the Swans, this keeps them in touch. And every single week it's a super important game. But to stay in touch at this point with 5 rounds to go, it's just a vital thing. And I think both teams are coming off really uncharacteristic performances. So what we think for the Swans, we don't think of them as a bit soft. They were a bit last week. The Bulldogs, we don't think of them as a sloppy team. And last week they were really sloppy the way they played the game. So both coming off really uncharacteristic performances. And who can get their act together tonight, we'll wait and see.
You say it about the Swans, and we had Tom Harley, the CEO, in talking about the fact that the Swans' image is about being tough and uncompromising and the Bloods culture and all that sort of thing. But they have at times this year been beaten up by teams in the contest. Guys like Lachie Neale, for example, the game against Brisbane. They lost to the Gold Coast Suns here, Tuke Miller, those sort of guys. That's what the Swans seem to be lacking at times, or perhaps not getting enough from certain people, that they have been beaten around the contest, and they want to contend for finals, Mick. They'll have to improve that tonight.
Brett, there's one thing is absolutely certain. The contested ball has to be high for the Western Bulldogs. That is their modus operandi, that is their total DNA. Without that, they're nothing. I can categorically say that they hunt the football, but when they get the ball inside 50, they are atrocious. They don't have the system is broken down because Norton will fly at everything, but he hasn't got a partner in crime down there that can take a mark. So as much as I've been a bit of a critic of Josh Bruce in the past, he at least adds height. And he has had the occasional day where he kicks goals, but he also draws another defender away. If you look at Sydney, generally speaking, their DNA is the midfield. Quite often they have lowered their colours there. They just don't seem to get the right mix through there. I have no doubt tonight the only way the Western Bulldogs can stay in the game is through a dominance of stoppages or the hard ball gets in the middle. And the only way that Sydney can win is if they can drag that back a bit and get the ball inside their front 50, because, again, the deficiency of the Bulldogs' height in their back line is also monstrous in terms of why at the moment they're still a game outside the 8. And that's why I think it's going to be very, very difficult, regardless of tonight's results, to see them sew up the forward line and have a decent back line that can get them over the line. Their midfield is always going to get the football, or generally. But Swans have got more hope of going through to September, in my view, than the Western Bulldogs.
The pressure on the Swans as the Bulldogs make their way out on the SCG and about to run through their banner. They've got to play 4 quarters of high-quality footy. That's let them down throughout the whole season. First half of the season, they couldn't win a first quarter. And in the last 2 away losses to Port and Essendon, they've had horrible lapses in the third quarter. Dane Rampey said, because there's a theory that because they have so many young players in key positions, maybe there are these lapses due to inexperience. Dane Rampey said this week, it actually falls on the senior players even more. We're the ones to blame. Yeah. You could tell his frustration when he spoke to the press, I think on Wednesday. So that was an interesting line to come out of the Swans this week from the co-captain in Dane Rampey. Yeah,
I don't think you can forget the burst of things. I don't care when you start, when you finish, or how old you play. There's just as many good leaders at 18. And some players lead better at 18, 19 than others. And look at premiership sides. There's many sides that have had teenagers play in those sides. To me, the leadership is all over. You've been grafted into the system to say, my role as a key forward, or my role as a hard-hitting forward to keep the ball in the forward line, or my as a back one, doesn't go on age. It goes on your want. So, we can all say, oh, Sydney are a young side. Well, get over yourselves, because there's a couple of other young sides in there. I'll go back to I know it's a long time now, but I know my 2010 side, number one, had 8 rookies in it, and it was the younger side for 40 years or something to win a premiership. We didn't go in there going, oh, we're going to be okay because we're young. No, we went in there and said, you've got a role to play. You play your role. Forget it. It's not a matter of age. So let's get rid of that nonsense. It's got to be the players that have been charged with the responsibility of that role perform the best you possibly can. And as you run down a race, the one thing I always say to my player group, how can I make a teammate better? How can I make a teammate better? So you take the position off yourself, and it's you to help a teammate. And that's what you've got to look forward to, regardless of age.
The lights have been dimmed here as the Swans prepare to make their entrance onto their home deck, the Sydney Cricket Ground. Berkey, we touched on the milestone for Paddy Mccartney. It's his 50th game. It's a great story. His brother Tom obviously plays at the Swans. Paddy came back through their VFL system, was drafted. Of course, he was number 1 draft pick years back, 2014, to your old club, St Kilda. He's had injuries or mostly concussion issues in that time. A story of great persistence, and 50 games is not a huge number compared to some milestones, but I'm sure it means plenty to him.
Absolutely. I was part of the Saints board when we drafted Paddy at number 1, and there was a little bit of conjecture about that as well, because he was a diabetic at the time. So to actually draft a diabetic and a questionable sort of health at the time was a risk. We didn't sort of expect that the concussion issues would follow, but for him to overcome the diabetes first, to overcome the concussion issues, overcome sort of just being overlooked by a lot of teams, and really, that's what Tommy said. He was really brought up here as to look after his younger brother and make sure that he coped in Sydney pretty well. The fact that he's actually starring out there on the field is just, as we said before, one of the all-time great stories in football. So let's hope he can stay fit, and that 50 can become 100 and 150 and further on after that.
It's also Buddy Franklin's 150th as a Swan. He's the oldest player to reach that milestone at this club. So he's technically spent the same amount of time by way of years at both Hawthorn and here, but still played more games for the Hawks, given he had a couple of years out with injury at the Swans. So there is that. But to that point, Mick, I want to ask about Logan McDonald, who's been omitted. He did have 3 goalless games. When you've got a young key forward who's sharing a forward line with Lance Franklin, is it beneficial to have him be there alongside someone like that, or can they flourish more without a guy like Buddy? Is Buddy too centric to their gameplay? How would you describe the best way to use that younger key forward in concert with an experienced player like
the way you've just described it, it's exactly the way the Dogs have played. Everything goes through Norton, and Norton doesn't kick 8 to 10 goals. He kicks 3, 4. Sometimes he doesn't kick that many. So this is another case of I'm certainly not here to criticise John Longmire because of he knows his players inside out. Now, perhaps there's a point here where McDonald's not doing something that is required, whether it be the tackling, whether it be leading up, whether it be getting in behind Franklin, whatever the case may be. I haven't seen a club yet with a coach pick a side to lose. So John Longmire has picked the side to win, and it hasn't got McDonald in there. And he hasn't got him in there for one reason, because he's not part of the best 22 that he can pick. So if you're a young side coming through and you're currently in 9th, 10th, let's say 10th, 11th or 12th and can't make the 8, you might say, look, I'm going to give him a few more games up his sleeve because he is the future. But when you're fighting tooth and nail to stay in the 8, you pick your best side, and a player getting dropped like this could be just the needle he needs. So let's cut to the chase. Sydney have got to win, and you pick the best side. He's match, and let me say also, Brett, your father was part of my match committee. Yeah. We didn't get it right all the time. You're going to make mistakes, and you're going to go a week later, go, you know what, we should have left him in the side. But they're the things that you grow with and the player grows with.
I guess the adage is, Berkey, that you have that number 2, that younger key forward to they can develop their game more so when the pressure or the focus is on that Buddy Franklin type. They get the number one defender, and you can sort of run a bit more. You look at clubs like North Melbourne with, say, Nick Larkey, and he's getting shut down, probably not developing quite the same extent when all the key focus is on you. So that's probably the best role he could play in this side, but he's not there tonight.
You look at the other team, Jamara Ugle-Hagan. If without Norton in there, we'd all be saying, oh, it's too much for the young fella. It's no good. He's got to play alongside a Norton who's going to take most of the attention, and then that will allow him to develop as a player. So it seems like the Bulldogs are doing that, and he's been inconsistent, and they're persevering with him. So it's just interesting the Swans have chosen a different path.
Also, Berkey, I remember one of my former coaches who probably didn't coach you at the time was Alan Jeans, but he said they wanted to drop I remember just talking to him, and he said they want me to drop Barry Breen. He said there's no one better. Barry Breen is not playing good football, but there's no one in the seconds is playing better football. So I'm going to stick with someone I know than someone who I'm going to guess with.
Yep.
And it was quite an interesting thing, because again, they're the sort of little things you pick up as a player, thinking I'm going to coach one day, and whether I'm going to coach in the bush or whatever the case may be, as it turned out to coach a VFL, but I still remember that. And so you can't cut your nose or despite your face. You've got to want to win the game of football. And if you think that this side's better placed to... See, I see so many deficiencies in the Footscray or the Western Bulldogs back line, height-wise. And that's where you can get them in the air, because they are not good and they're not strong there. So does McDonald really, will Reed's come in and start to take some big catches? And he does take Franklin's not a big high mark under any circumstance. No. He's lucky to save himself there. So, whereas Reed will take a big mark. So there's on a ground like this too, centre half forward at this ground is near useless. You just can't play at all in the key position, because he keeps on falling back on top of the full forward.
To me, the most important player out there is Tim English tonight.
Yeah,
he's coming into this team. We all know it's a short ground, so you've got to win the centre clearance. The Dogs are so much better at winning the centre clearances when Tim English is in there. And I also think he needs, rather than running off the ground, he needs to go and stand behind Norton, attract a McCartney, at least one of them, to him, so allows Norton to go one out. So if he can go forward and kick one or two without Tom Hickey, that's going to be a big win.
So Tom Hickey out through illness. McDonald's been omitted for the Swans. Ryan Clark is now in. He was the unused sub last week. Laddams and Amati are the ins, both talls for the Sydney Swans tonight. You mentioned Tim English. He's back in from concussion protocols, as is Ed Richards. Mitch Hannon, who had a longer-term concussion. It's his first game since round 3. And Riley Garcia, who was the unused sub for the Dogs last week, he is into the 22 this week. Crozier, Sweet, McComb, O'Brien omitted, but McComb is this medical sub tonight.
Callum Mills, only 13 disposals last week, quiet by his standards against Essendon. What were you like, Nathan, if you had a quiet game, you just couldn't get your hands on it for whatever reason? The next week, did you come out almost frothing, ready to get into it and have a massive impact?
Not really, because if I think I know Callum Mills, I've never spoken to him, I think he's fired up every single time he goes out there. So it wasn't big. Last week wasn't because he wasn't quite fired up. Of course. But no, look, I think he's captain of this club. He's seems like a very proud person. Naturally, he'll be fired up because he wants his team to win. And that's what will fire him up the most, that he realises that the Swans, they're on that precipice of do they go up or do they go down, and that's what will fire him up the most.
Keep you across the cricket as well. So the second test in Gaul, Australia batting first there, winning the toss. The Australians 3 for 220 midway through day one there, with Smith on 62 and Travis Head on 4. Most recently dismissed Marnus Labuschagne for 104. Khawaja 37, Warner 5. The batters in the sheds for Australia, 3 for 220, batting first against Sri Lanka in the second test. The opening bounce here is just moments away. Last time these sides met, that was round 3 of this year back at Docklands. The Dogs won that by 11 points. Cody Waitman kicked 3. And by the way, his last visit to Sydney was a night out. He kicked 5 against the Giants only 3 or 4 weeks ago. And Will Hayward and Buddy Franklin each had 2 goals for the Sydney Swans. The last time they met here was round 4 of 2020. The Dogs won that by 28 points. Tom Patley kicked 4 goals too. And interestingly, 4 out of the past 5 encounters between these two sides, the game, or the margin has not gone beyond 19 points. Nick Moldhouse, Nathan Burke, break it down for us. Your key focus areas as the opening bounce draws closer here on Friday night.
I think I've already gone through mine. If the Dogs are to win this game, they've got to dominate their stoppages and the contested football. That's their DNA. If anything falls short of that, then Sydney will gobble them up. And Sydney, they're no slouches in and around that area anyway, but Sydney has certainly got a better forward line. You need strikers, whether you're playing soccer, whether you're two or 3 point shooters for basketball. In football's the same. You've got to be able to score, and at the moment, unless the Dogs absolutely dominate the front 50, I can't see them beating Sydney.
The last 5 games between these two teams, Western Bulldogs' average score is 71 and Sydney 65. So it's not going to be a shootout. It's going to be a bit of a dour affair, I think. So to me, it's going to come down who can control that midfield and get the better looks going inside 50. If one team's going to bomb it in there, well, then that won't work. Who can get some free ball through the middle, hits up targets, leading at them, that will be the team that actually wins this game.
Yeah, well, you're spot on. I think that goes... Last night was a classical case. Geelong used their key forwards who only kicked 1 out of the 31 shots for goal, but were able then to have players in and around the ball, just players that were able to capitalise on that loose football, whereas when you analyse what happened with Melbourne, they just couldn't get their hands on the football in their forward line. And that'll be the same here. There's no doubt. You're spot on, Burke. If that ball's in aerial at all, outside of Norton trying to jump over the moon, then the two McCartney lads are just so good at reading the play. It'll be interesting to see who takes Franklin. It'll be interesting to see where Franklin actually starts and whether he drags one of the Dogs defenders out. Because Daniel's not back, which is a real loss to them. But the midfield really should be, it should be a 60-40, 55-45 to the Dogs. It should be, with the numbers that they can put through there and the quality they've got through. And that's taking nothing away from Sydney. And that's where you say about Mills, it'll be an intriguing match through the middle, and that will determine it. No doubt at all.
Callum Mills, the AFL's youngest captain, the co-skipper of the Sydney Swans. He's won the toss and they'll kick to the Randwick or southern end of the SCG to start. Both teams wearing their home jumpers. So the Western Bulldogs in their blue with the red and white horizontal stripes, and also the accentuated red collar or neck on their jumpers tonight. And the Swans circle up in a huddle at the Randwick end of the SCG. The 5th member of our team tonight is Sophie Clappin, who is boundary side. It may not be raining, but the temperature is low, very low. How low, Sophie? Good evening to you.
Good evening, guys. Yeah, look, it's not warm down here on the boundary. 11 degrees, but I can safely say it feels like about 6 or 7. However, it's clear, crisp, it's a lovely winter's evening, and it's a nice reprieve from the constant rain we've had over the past 4 or 5 days here in New South Wales. Set to be a cracking game. Just to recap, as you mentioned, Spriggy, at the top, Braden Campbell was a late out. Harry Cunningham is the Swans' medical sub, and the Western Bulldogs have nominated Robbie McComb.
Thank you, Soph. You can keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774. Nathan Burke, Mick Moldhouse, final word. Who's your tip?
Oh, I'm going for Sydney because I just think that they're probably better forward of centre.
Berkey, you're employed by the Western Bulldogs.
I'm employed by the Western Bulldogs. I'm going to go the Bulldogs. This is do or die. They're going to get up for this one.
It's all about the response. Last week, as I say, the Dogs had their lowest or their biggest loss of the year against the Brisbane Lions. The Swans went to the MCG, were beaten by Essendon. Who wants it? How much do you want it? On Friday night, on Grandstand AFL, here is Daniel Garb.
High stakes footy at the SCG under the Friday night lights. The Swans and the Dogs, Laddams and English do battle. Laddams takes it cleanly out of the middle. Falls the way of McRae though, slams it on the boot inside 50, punched away though by the Swans. Ricochets out to the wing, McInerney gets hands on it. Handballs back to Lloyd at left half back, just stops, props, assesses his options, goes up to Heaney on the wing, goes over his head, and will be out for a boundary throw in on the outer side as the crowd just gathers their senses and a bit of energy goes around this famous arena, and it's actually a free kick to the Swans.
Came off the back of the heel of the Western Bulldogs player.
So Clark, late inclusion, sets it high inside forward 50 for the Swans. Franklin from the back, and now wrapped up here. It's going to be balled up 25 out from the Sydney Swans goal. Hayward it was who was underneath all of that. 25 out here in the left forward pocket. Umpire wastes no time. Laddams and English tussle again. Trying to find his way through Hayward. Dispossessed. Franklin out to meet the footy again this time. Parker quick hands. Reid has room to snap from 35 out. Goes all the way to the line. It's getting through for a minor score. Back with the flight was Heaney, but it had too much on the kick from Reid. It's the first score of the night. The Swans one behind. The Bulldogs yet to score in the opening 70 seconds.
Sam Reid, whose father and grandfather both played for Footscray. Bruce Reid and Bruce Reid Jr. Not the cricketing connection, of course, but...
Missed out by a few games, father-son. Yeah, well, it wasn't much.
Well, there you go. Strong connection for Sam Reid to the Dogs as Bailey Dale brings it out and finds Adam Treloar in the pocket. Swans set up well behind the football, so Treloar goes up the outer side wing. Anthony Scott is the target. Strong contest from McInerney going back with the flight. We'll have a boundary throw in now on the outer side. About 70 out from the Swans goal. They have one behind to their name. Dogs yet to score.
Sydney are keeping an extra behind the ball, so the Dogs have got someone more at the stoppage. They have just getting him up there.
Comes Parker, collared by Liberatore. Hand pass comes loose though. Bontempelli now English fires it back to Dunkley. Turns his kick up the line from right half back, but it's intercepted by Luke Parker. Dumped on the outer logo again by Liberatore. No free kick forthcoming. The mark was paid though. Short chip kick here to find Blakey in open space just forward of the wing on the O'Reilly side of the ground. Goes inside forward 50. Hayward leaps up here. They're coming from Papley. Kick was a little untidy. Keith underground hand pass. Now it's been picked off. McRae, it was untidy. Now Reid gets it back for the Swans. Quick snap from Rowottom, who scored the first goal of the game. So the Swans with more attacking thrust early on. They're 1-1-7. The Bulldogs yet to score. 3 going first quarter here on Grandstand AFL.
Well, one of the things that the Western Bulldogs are susceptible to is immense pressure because they do at times over-handball the ball. And when you're 30 metres out early in the game, that's not the place to be over-handballing and giving underground handballs and not giving the first one off, and they pay dearly for that overuse of handball. So I'm sure the Sydney Swans throughout the week have been saying we need to pressure the receiver. Not just all go at the guy with the footy, but all get to the guys that he's going to handball the ball to, and a bad turnover, 25 metres out from goal, and well done by Rowbottom. Quick snap from the handball and good start from the Sydney Swans.
James Rowbottom, just his 3rd goal of the season, the first of the night. Swans 1-1-7. Dogs yet to score. Here's Bontempelli though, off the centre bounce. Wins it cleanly. Drives the Dogs inside 50. It bounces in front of Shaki, and they've won a free kick inside 50, the Dogs. It'll go the way of a man who wins a lot of them. Cody Waitman in the long sleeves on a cold night at the SCG. He'll kick from about 45.
Free kick all the way. He worried his opponent to the point where totally unnecessary, because we know he does jump for the football. He's a jumping jack, so he deserved the free kick. It was well played.
The free kick against Robbie Fox. Kicked 5 on his last trip to Sydney against GWS. Cody Waitman, 22 goals for the season. This one is fading across the face. It's off hands through for a behind. But the Dogs are on the board. The Swans 1-1-7. Western Bulldogs are 1 behind. We've gone 4 and a bit in the first quarter.
Poor kick for goal. Really, just he had no run-up, no platform whatsoever. And generally kicks very, very well.
Blakey, short kick out to find Lloyd. Lays off a hand pass. Back to Blakey. It's beyond defensive 50. Finds the chest of Laddams. On the flank at right half back. Swan starts streaming forward. Laddams, untidy kick just off the instep. It's gone down to the wing. Picked off by Keith. His hand pass can release Mitch Hannon. Tumbles it back inboard now, and as far as Robbie Fox with the Sydney Swans. Tackle dispossessed. Dunkley out to meet the football now. Mills will see it over the boundary line alongside him. I'll throw it back in front of the Old Ladies Pavilion here at the SCG. And it's the Swans 1-1. The Dogs just the 1 behind. 5.5 gone in the first term here on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
So a big battle tonight between Laddams and English. Last time Tim English came to Sydney, he was concussed and spent a couple of weeks out. Works his way to the front of this ruck contest from the boundary throw-in, then tries to chase up his own tap. He's tackled, though, a couple of metres out from the boundary line. We'll have a ball up. Laddams palms this one down to Rowbottom. He's kicked the first goal of the game, but McRae tackles him over. So we'll have a boundary throw-in about 10 metres away from the Dogs' interchange gates.
been a very good pick-up, Laddams. Very surprised that Port Adelaide let him go.
They haven't played him and Hickey together much, only twice this season, so that's something they're still dealing with as Warner gives quick hands to Callum Mills, and now the Swans go inside 50 over the head of Papley, just parries it to himself, has support now in Hayward. 50 out from goal, goes backwards to McInerney. That bounced in front of him, allowed the Dogs to intervene. They're still scrapping for it though. 52 out from the Swans goal, and perhaps Sydney have given up a big opportunity there. Umpire lets play go on though. Here is McInerney once more. Handballs are backwards and he's given away a free kick. Ed Richards with the tackle has won it back for the Dogs inside their own defensive 50.
They missed him last week, Richards. He's got speed. He can take the players like Charlie Cameron.
They come beyond defensive 50. Marked by Johannesson. Norm Smith medal against the Sydney Swans 6 seasons ago now. Up the eastern wing here at the SCG. Players converge. In from the side, Blakey attempts to spoil at the back. Norton can soccer it to advantage, or so it seemed. Only his father was Rampy. He just locks the ball in for a moment. Umpire lets them play. Hand pass comes loose for Blakey. Fox, he can release McInerney. Comes back inboard, back to Lloyd. And now Lloyd comes across the centre circles for Papley. He marks just forward of halfway. Wheels and goes now, Tom Papley. Inside forward 50, sort of pulls the kick short. Heaney, second bite, can't pull it in. He's got the push. And a free kick for the Sydney Swans, and Isaac Heaney, 35 out, slightly right of centre.
Well, I don't know what he's arguing about, Richards. He's faced his man and taken his arms and everything else. All you have to do is turn and see if he can outmark him. So, quick movement by the Swans, really precise. Franklin's made 2 or 3 really good leads, but it's been ignored. So, mind you, they're all wide.
Isaac Heaney's 145th game tonight, so a milestone approaching. I know what an important player he is for the Sydney Swans. He connects from 40, straight and true. And the Swans have the first couple. 2-1-13 plays the Bulldogs, just the one behind. 8 gone first term grandstand AFL Nathan Burke.
Well, as much as we are concerned about the tools of the Sydney forward line, the Bulldogs really struggle against small forwards as well. So you look at Charlie Cameron, kicked 5 last week. I know Ed Richards is back in the team. He can take one this week. But, you know, Papley's already been dangerous. We've seen Rowbottom get a goal. Heaney's come out, taken a mark, kicked a goal. So these small players of the Sydney Swans, I think they're in for a big night tonight if they keep winning those contests around the middle of the ground and getting the ball in there quickly with plenty of space. That's when the small defenders of the Western Bulldogs are really under the pump.
I'm intrigued with Treloar coming off the back line. He's not recognised at all as a backline player. I know that you can have those ball winners, but it's the man-on-man stuff that's going to find him out.
Yeah, you've got to stop your player first.
The voice of Nathan Burke and Mick Malthouse on ABC Grandstand. The Swans 2-1-13. The Bulldogs 1 behind. A must-win Friday night game for both sides, and the Swans have started the better. English and Laddams wrestle. Garcia's in there for the Bulldogs, trying to fish it out. Now McRae does that. Liberatore, the quick snap into the centre circles. Palm down by Waitman looking for Garcia. Now the Dogs work it inside 50. Paddy McCartney dive for a mark, missed it. The handball from West to Shackey. His kick on his right is a grubber effort. Tom McCartney slips over this time. Strong tackle inside 50 though by Riley Weston. The Dogs have locked it up about 15 out from their own from the Swans goal in fact. So chance here to kick another one.
12 points is the Sydney Swans lead. Up it goes. Real scrap at ground level now, and Shackey lays the tackle, locks it in, will ball up at the Paddington end. 30 out from the Bulldogs goal.
Well, this is where Shackey's got to really stand up, give Norton a hand.
Ball in the air, Laddams tried to just hack it out of the ruck. Now Waitman's kick's funded by Laddams. Cleared by Stevens. Beyond offensive 50, only as far as Treloar. He marks it right half forward here for the Bulldogs. Wheels and goes inside forward 50. Laddams comes up, couldn't finish off the mark. Roving it here, Fox in defence can mop up. Now Rampy spun the tackle. It was nice work down there from Garcia. And the footy still alive, comes back in field now, and Garcia takes someone's head off. It'll be a free kick to the Sydney Swans, and getting up to take his kick down there is Errol Goulden.
I've never seen so many smothers in such a short period of time. There's been 3 or 4 smothers, incidental smothers.
Goulden infield now for Florence. Inside defensive 50 for the Sydney Swans, who keep a 12-point lead, 11 going here first term.
Swans just work it up the outer side wing. Find Luke Parker. Game 251 for him. He goes short to his fellow co-captain in Mills. Now they try get some run. A couple of quick handballs and they find Blakey. He goes to centre half forward. Over the head. Falls away of Franklin. Snaps on goal on his left. Will it bounce kindly? It won't. Through for a behind. Buddy, who has actually kicked more behinds against the Dogs. That's his 55th for his career than he does against any other club.
Treloar plays on from the kick out. The on-defensive 50. English coming late to make the contest was Mills. Swans with it back through Warner. Tipped on by Laddams to McCartney. He goes back inside. Forward 50. It was fast, slick ball use. That wasn't so slick though. Clark's hand pass picked off. Mills under pressure. It comes back to Laddams. Puts the Swans back inside forward 50. And leading up Amati. Did he get there first? He's paid the mark. Joel Amati had a contest down there with the much smaller Treloar. And Amati's set shot will be on a 45-degree angle, 20 out in the right forward pocket.
Well, the Dogs have coughed up so many opportunities for Sydney that I don't know if you'd call it overuse, because they do generally overuse the football, and it's to break away from the pack situation.
Joel Amati, one of their two inclusions tonight. We're right behind him as he kicks, and it is absolutely perfect. Good set shot, Joel Amati, his first goal. So the Swans have their third, 3-2-20. The Bulldogs one behind, 12.5 played first term here on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
Just nothing clean, Berkey. There's really the Dogs have not had any clean ball where they can run the football. Now, this ground, we know it's short, but it's not narrow, so it does give you space. But if you're going to keep giving the ball back, and that's what we've seen already, it's been I would say a slight overuse of the football, and because Sydney are swarming the receiver, there's no breakaway, and that's what's caused. In fact, I would almost say the 3 goals have come from turnovers further afield.
Well, the Bulldogs have only had 25 possessions and they're going at 48% efficiency. So 12 effective possessions virtually in 12.5 minutes a game.
Swans 3-2-20. Bulldogs one behind, and the Dogs under pressure again inside. A defensive 50 because Buddy's marked it. Quick kick into attack. Buddy read it best, juggled it a couple of times, and he'll kick from 40 metres out directly in front in search of his first of the night.
Ryan Gardner's really worrying me there on Lance Franklin. He's just giving him far too much room. As you called it early, Buddy could have had a couple of leads kicked to him, but they chose different options. But Gardner's just not putting any body work on. And the one way to stop Lance Franklin is to put body on him, not let him get a run and jump. And he's done that a couple of times.
The 8-time All-Australian, 4-time Coleman medalist, 1,027 goals to his name. Can he add to the tally in the first quarter here at the SCG? You bet he can. Swans have stolen the march in the first quarter. They are 4-2-26. The Bulldogs one behind and Buddy's on the board.
We've been playing 14 minutes and the Bulldogs have had 8 handballs and 17 kicks. That is just a total domination by the Sydney Swans in terms of general play, and most importantly, they're putting that on the scoreboard, Mick.
Well, you know, four goals to none, and it doesn't look like it at this stage. You'd like to think that if the Dogs can break from the centre, let's see what's in front of them. At the moment, it's laborious. It's without conviction, and quite frankly, they've been beaten at their own game, which is the contested football. I must have to look at those numbers.
25-point break to the Swans, and that's an area they've been criticised in this year, and slow starts, inconsistent across the 4 quarters. Patches, glimpses, but not a fast start tonight. Certainly they had that. Reid in the ruck follows up now and wins the clearance. Goes inside forward 50. Swatted away down there by Gardner. At the drop here, dumping the tackle of Mills was Bradley Williams. Footy comes loose here for Heaney, who snaps from 35 out. And the Swans have 5. Isaac Heaney's second. And the early carve-up continues here at the SCG. The Swans 5-2-32. The Bulldogs just the one behind. Margin 31-15 gone first term.
Well, I mentioned before the match that the Dogs had to dominate the contested possessions. At the moment, I think it's something like 24-11. And when your DNA is built around the stoppages and the contested football, and you're trailing by over half, you're either not switched on or the opposition to come out and just want to dominate your strength. And they've just smashed the Dogs' strength.
Only 5 of the Western Bulldogs players have had 2 or more possessions. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 who haven't touched the ball yet.
And the leaders for the Swans doing some dirty work early. Mills with 4 tackles in the first quarter. Parker has 3. 32 points the Swans. The Dogs with 1. Rowbottom wins it out now. Handballs it wide. Lockie Hunter just soccers it, trying to get it clear for the Dogs, but the Swans retrieve it. Quick kick by Lloyd finds Warner free on the wing. And the Swans can set up an attack once more. Warner just guides it over the top, but that was a little bit too cute. Allowed Richards to intervene. Hunter tries to get hands on it, slaps it back to Richards. Now Dunkley, Dogs at half-back. Trelaw goes forward and finds Jamari Ugle-Hagan in the middle of the SCG. He goes wider and has a man up there in Scott. Handballs it wide to Riley West. Over the top to McRae. 52 out for the Dogs. Can guide one now into attack, looking for an option there in Johannesson, but the Swans can retrieve it. Here's Rampy with a clearing effort, looking for a Marty. 2-on-1 though in favour of the Bulldogs. So Alex Keith picks it up, goes wide and finds Bailey Williams.
Williams just forward of the wing, slows things down for a moment. Swans by 31 here early stages. Williams the Dogs loads up inside forward 50. Up in front, down there Warner. Sharked by Bedendo. He kicks across the goal mouth. Carrier here for Waitman. Waitman can snap under pressure, gets it high enough and straight enough. Cody Waitman. And a nice little goal assist from Riley West. But Waitman at last has a goal for the Bulldogs. They're 1-1-7, trailing Sydney, who are 5-2-32. We've about to hit time on here in the 18 gone in the first term here at the SCG on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Berkey, there's been a hint over the journey that young West is a little bit about himself. But he seems to have established himself now as a bona fide forward, and that bit of play there towards Waitman was outstanding. That was just all about his teammate, getting him in a better position to kick the goal. Now, it was a difficult goal to kick, but nonetheless, Waitman, along with West, it was 2 small forwards, combining well, doing the right thing.
Cody Waitman with the first of the night for the Dogs. Swans by 25 points though. Nearing time on in the first quarter. Shacky's wrapped up by Sam Reid. And Callum Mills, strong tackle on him by a couple of Swans in the middle of the SCG. So the Rucks will go at it again. Reid and Shacky, the pinch hitters. And shark by Rowbottom, who snaps it deep into the pocket for the Swans. Tracking it back though is Ryan Gardner. Watches it well and marks it a couple of metres out from the boundary line, and the left back pocket for the Dogs. Plays on now to Ryan Gardner up to the wing. Jamari Ugle-Hagan is the target, but cutting in front is Paddy Mccartney in game number 50 for him. Takes his 51st intercept mark of the season. He leads the competition in that stat.
Paddy Mccartney sends it deep into attack here for the Sydney Swans. Up they go. Amati in the hole as he claimed the mark. He's paid it. Somehow plucked it out of nowhere. Joel Amati with a big pack grab, 30 out, 45-degree angle on the right forward pocket here at the round weekend.
Well, we did say the key backs of the Dogs, really, they just are not good enough. They don't body the player, they haven't got enough height, probably just haven't got enough real first-class talent either, and that's not their fault.
Yeah, a little bit of grunt wouldn't have hurt either there, Vic. That was soft.
Joel Amati has 1 goal tonight. It's his first goal for the season. Here is goal number 2. And the Swans respond. They push that margin back to 31 points. 6-2-38. The Bulldogs are 1-1-7. They've just hit time on the first term here on Grandstand AFL via ABC Sport.
Well, that was just the old-fashioned Jack in the Pack used to play at high school. Kick the ball up and have about 10 blokes jump up at it. The Bulldogs had Gardner down there, they had Keith down there, they had Shacky down there, they had all their tools down there, and none of them got within 3 foot of the ball.
Yeah, but Bergie, Shacky is the next time he touches a player to be shaking hands at the end of it because he just doesn't go near him. You've got Gardner who refuses to body players, Yep. And Keith's not bad, but he couldn't get near it. So you've got no one down there who like last night, the Geelong defence in the air didn't allow Gawn to take one mark for one reason. They kept on jumping in and over the top.
Trouble for the Dogs early. The Swans up by 31 points and they've won it in the middle again. Here's Chad Warner, sends the Swans along into attack. The in-form man Amati leapt for it once more. Now Papley's circling it, 10 metres out from the Dogs' goal, and Bailey Dale under pressure just taps it for a rush behind. It is all Sydney at the moment, and the Swans fans are up and about for good reason in the early stages at the SCG.
Yeah, if it was a free kick, I don't know the rules.
Bailey Dale kicks out, uses the corridor now. It's spilled at half back here for the Bulldogs. Swans win it back. Clark wrapped up here, hand pass away only as far as Lockie Hunter. Another underground handball here for Richards, and again he can release Dale coming beyond defensive 50 for the Bulldogs. It skids out on the flank, a little too hot for Rampy, and Ugle-Hagan can't trap it either, so it's out of bounds for a throw-in. That's right half forward for the Swans, left half back for the Dogs. Sydney 6-3, plays 1-1. 22 gone here in the opening term. Daniel Garb on Grandstand AFL.
Hill Adams has front position on Shaki. Well done by Rowbottom to win it in the clinches. Gets it out to Warner, who snaps the Swans into attack off hands. Here's Papley. An effort on goal with his left. Will it bounce kindly? It doesn't. Just wide. Through for another behind. But it's all Sydney at the moment. 6-4-40 they are. The Western Bulldogs 1-1-7. Late moments in the first quarter.
It's so disappointing with the Dogs. They really are.
Oh, that kick out just kept alive by Richards. Slips the tackle of Heaney. Hand pass releases Liberatore. Goes beyond defensive 50. Out to the logo commentary side. Norton goes up. So too Tom McCartney. They win it away here, the Bulldogs. McRae nurses the kick up the line here for Ugle-Hagan. Drives them long inside forward 50. Waitman is down there with Fox. Fox with the spoil does great work in defence. Waitman, though, gets loose in the pocket. Tries to trap the footy. Keeps it alive down in front of everyone. Fox can put him down. And the umpire says, no free kick forthcoming. The Swans go beyond defensive 50, back out to the wing.
Bailey Williams tracks the back, wins it. Alex Keith is wrapped up though. Under pressure, he gets the handball away. Richards is there in support. Ball in dispute on the wing. Well done by Hannon to keep his feet. Get the handball to Liberatore. Goes looking for Ugle-Hagan in attack. Papley's back there for the Swans. Wins it. Laddams can't get hands on it. Kick forward now by Garcia, deep into attack, but the Swans have numbers back. Tom McCartney's dropped it though. A chance for Anthony Scott to have a shot on goal. Rowbottom meets him solidly with a tackle. Well done by the Swans under pressure to win that back in defence.
Jordan brings it away here, finds Hayward on the wing. So nice rebounding here for the home side. Now it's 50 as well for player encroaching.
Yep. Well, he got there late. That was his problem. He sort of come from nowhere and got late.
It's an outstanding effort by Rowbottom to smother that shot for goal. It looks like he's given himself a bit of a corky in doing so. Saves the goal, but just coming up a little bit properly. We'll get Sophie to keep an eye on that one.
Will Hayward's got the best hoof of any of the Sydney Swans players. He'll play on 55 out here. Lays into it. And it's away to the left-hand side for a minor score. Swans 6-5-41. The Bulldogs are 1-1-7. 24 gone here in the opening term at the SCG.
The clearance is 9-4 in favour of the Swans, and on this small ground, you win a clearance around the middle. It's inside forward 50. It's just so important, and the Swans are dominating.
Dogs trying to get some run through. Bailey Dale and McRae out of their own defensive 50. They go up to the wing. And Nick Blakey does very well to get across and spoil young Dominic Bedendo. In just his second game of AFL footy, will have a boundary throw in on the wing on the outer side.
The O'Reilly stand about half full here on this brisk Friday night. And back in it comes McRae, chased down by Mills, got the footy away though, still in dispute. The umpire circling will ball it up. And by the way, our officials tonight, Andrew Stevens, Hayden Gavine and Brendan Hosking. 12, 14, 16 our umpires' numbers tonight. Up they go. Liberatore wins it away. Spoil from Waitman down there on Florent. At the back though, Fox with the Swans shares it with Parker, and now Rampy on that preferred left boot comes back up the line, 2-on-2. Spoil from behind there from Bailey Dale. Comes back out near the boundary line, kept alive though by Garcia. Hand pass back to release Hunter's kick up the line now. Norton takes a big strong grab overhead. 65 from goal here, plays on quickly, goes deep towards the hot spot here. Johannessen's down there in the contest with Stevens. Johannessen was being held. Bulldogs free kick from the top of the square. They played on quickly, but we'll come back here for Johannesson's free at the Paddington end, and an opportunity here for the Bulldogs.
It's an interesting free kick, this one, because Johannesson was behind his opponent and sort of pushing him forward. It looks like the opponent has actually reached back. It's reached back with the left hand and grabbed a fistful of the front of Johannesson's jumper.
Yeah, and yet Johannesson had the arm of his Sydney opponent. It goes to the forward all the time.
Free kick against Dylan Stevens. Jason Johannesson from point blank range gives the Dogs their second. They cut the margin back to 28. The Swans are 6-5-41. Bulldogs 2-1-13. We've played now 26 minutes in the first term here on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it's a long way back, Berkey, but this next centre bounce to see whether... And one thing's absolutely certain here, who's going into the ruck. I'm just trying to watch it. English is not the player he was before coming back. He's not putting himself in line with the ball here. He's up against Laddams, who does jump, but English is also a very good jumper. So at the moment, he isn't jumping at the football like I would have thought he did at his best. So he's got to get his hands to it. Otherwise, Sydney will, again, clean this centre bounce up.
Just the one handball for Tim English in the first quarter. I'm not sure what the tackle record is in an AFL game. Callum Mills has 7 tackles in the first quarter. So I dare say he's on track to break it if he keeps that average up. Luke Parker sockets it off the ground inside 50 for the Swans. Looking forward is Tapley, gets clean hands on it. Handball to Warner from directly in front. Snaps towards goal. Swans have another one. And Warner signals to the red and blue, red and white fans in the outer here at the SCG. Sydney 7-5-47. The Dogs 2-1-13, and that was pretty easy for Chad Warner.
Well, it was easy because the centre bounce again. Tim English is not competitive. Now, I hate saying that because he's one of my favourite players who generally has a crack. At the moment, Laddams is jumping all over him. And if you have a look at we haven't shown it again, but I will guarantee that Laddams has jumped straight at the football. English has gone sideways.
One of my issues with the Western Bulldogs in the centre bounces is that it's all about them. It's all about their attack, and they set up where they want to set up, and they don't really change it if they're losing those centre bounces. The typical thing is to go, right, let's go man up and at least make it a contest, but they don't. It's all about them.
Down to safety shortly as we restart back in the middle was Mills. First pair of hands to it. Hand pass out to McInerney. Now he tries to work it away in space. Back to Callum Mills, the co-captain. High inside, forward 50 it goes. And Marty had a spoil from behind on him. Tipped away by Sam Reid. Goulden tracks it towards the pocket. Shoved out there by Treloar. Hand pass off here for the Dogs and Bedendo. He can clear now for the Bulldogs as it rolls end over end and goes out for a throw-in on the eastern wing. And he's going to say deliberate.
That is just poor, very poor umpiring.
He had to kick the ball underneath the person who was attempting to smother the ball, and that's the only place he could have kicked it.
Swans by 34 points. Rampy sends them into attack. Well sharked by Heaney at the top of the pack. Goes to the top of the square now. Bounces free in the pocket. Picked up by Franklin. Backwards to Papley. Now Warner. Right forward pocket for the Swans. The Dogs dive on the ball and manage to edge it over. 4-8 boundary throw in. Let's go down that way to Sophie Clappin.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Just an update on James Rowbottom. You're right, Berkey came off looking a bit ginger. Could have been a corky, but doesn't seem too serious. He was in the hands of the physio and testing it along the boundary, and he seems good to go.
Boundary throw in inside 50 for the Swans. A chance for Jake Lloyd to have a shot on goal. It's getting close. Sam Reid works his way to the front. It's Buddy, in fact. Off hands. Bailey Williams collects it at the front of the pack, but he's wrapped up before he can rush it over Frey behind. So we'll have a ball up, a metre out from the Dogs' goal.
Those clearance numbers are getting ridiculous. 13-4 in favour of the Swans.
Up it goes in the goal square here for the Swans. Cleared by Liberatore, though, the Bulldogs. Goes high towards the punter defensive 50. Crashing the pack west. Left it behind, though. Papley sharks it now. Fires on goal from 35. It's off to the left-hand side. They're just peppering away here. 13 scoring shots to 3. 7-6-48 Sydney. The Bulldogs are 2-1-13. About to hit the half-hour mark here in the first term.
Sydney have only had 18 inside 50s for 13 scoring shots. That's an amazing record.
Bailey Dale up to the wing. Tom McCartney comes out strongly and fists it over to just trap the ball in Sydney's half once more. Mick, are you saying that perhaps Tim English is still cautious about the concussion, having come back from it?
I don't know why he's cautious, but whatever it is, he needs to get a bit angry. It's okay to do it in a boundary throwing like that, but centre bounces when they have to meet the other ruckman. He has been really... He's exposed the lack of getting his hand to it first.
Just won his second possession of the game, which is low for Tim English. He did win that hit out, but it's picked up by the Swans. Here's Warner, slams it on the boot, just goes inside 50 for Sydney. Ryan Clark's there, the late inclusion. The Dogs have won a free kick, though. Will go against Tom Papley and the way of Mitch Hannon.
Hannon brings it beyond defensive 50. English again. Adams makes the contest late. McRae around the football, wrapped up by Adams. Footy comes loose. Warner bursts through here for the Swans. 55 out. No one's home in the goal sphere. He skids it through on the run and hits the right-hand goalpost. Minor score for the Swans. 7-7-49. The Bulldogs 2-1-13. 31 gone now in the first term.
We're just looking at each other. The Dogs are wondering why Sydney were able to break through, because none of them are going to the football.
Sydney by 36 points in the first. Dogs on the outer side wing. Sam Reed's there, so Shaki trying to win it back. Treloar does. His handball misses the target though, so the Swans get it back once more. Warner, the quick kick, looking for Buddies. He marks it on the chest. Yes, he has. For a moment there, you worried if the ball hit the ground, but Buddy controlled it. One goal already to his name tonight. He'll kick from the left forward pocket, 20 metres out. Not the best angle for a left footer, but Buddy can make it 2 for the evening.
We've spoken a lot about young footballers really having an impact, but we don't speak about Chad Warner enough. The guy's only played 29 games of football. He is going to be an absolute ripper for a long time for the Sydney Swans.
Buddy Franklin can put an exclamation point on a brilliant first quarter for the Swans. Unfortunately, he won't in the best possible way. It's another behind. This is near side. So 7-8-50 Sydney. The Western Bulldogs 2-1-13. Less than a minute to go in the first.
Breathe a sigh of relief. The Dogs, I'll need to...
Ballydale's kick out. Goes in the half volley here for Bally Williams. Slips the tackle of Franklin. Under pressure there in defensive 50. Hand pass will come to McRae. Back in field now, back to Ballydale. Works it forward, back to Williams. Evades Goulden, and now his kick is neat for English up the eastern wing. Lays off the hand pass now. Bedendo, hand pass back inboard. Shaki, it was tipped off. Great intensity that time by the Swans and Lloyd. Parker spun here in the tackle, gets the handball away. Back to Lloyd. Now Robbie Fox off a couple of steps. Can share it with Goulden. And he comes up the outer side of the SCG. Reid rises above. Second, third bite, won't reel it in. Dale here slips the tackle. Bulldogs get it back. Now it's on the bounce here for Anthony Scott. He's collected, dispossessed. Warner on the loose football. Floats it back infield now for Amati. Bends down, picks it up, beats Bontempelli. And the quarter-time siren beats them all. That will be it for the Swans fans. Plenty pleased with an opening half an hour. 7-8-50 to Sydney Swans. The Bulldogs 2-1-13. Goal kickers for the home side. 2 each for Isaac Heaney and for Joel Amati. Singles for Chad Warner. James Weber to kick the first goal of the game. And Lance Franklin. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, Cody Waitman and Jason Johannesson, their goal kickers so far. It's Friday Night Footy here at the SCG on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
When I'm 90...
Teenager's going to be riding hoverboards, probably.
When I am going to try and break a world record, I would get people to do all my work.
You know, I want to be in a movie, the next Chris Hemsworth.
I would love to have at least 78 grandchildren.
At least 5 grandchildren.
What's the world going to look like? I don't know. I don't know if I want to know.
I reckon we'll still be best friends when we're 90.
Happy birthday, ABC.
Yours for 90 years.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Patley, he marks the sport of halfway. Wheels and goes now, Tom Patley. Inside forward to 50, sort of pulls the kick short. Heaney, second bite, can't pull it in. He's got the push. And a free kick. He connects from 40. Straight and true. Clark's hand pass picked off. Mills under pressure. It comes back to Latham, puts the Swans back inside forward 50 and leading up on Marty. Did he get there first? He's paid the mark. We're right behind him as he kicks. And it is absolutely perfect. Reed in the ruck follows up now and wins the clearance. Goes inside forward 50. Swatted away down there by Gardner. At the drop here, dumping the tackle of Mills was Paddy Williams. Footy comes loose here for Heaney, who snaps from 35 out. And the Swans have 5.
The Dogs under pressure again inside. A defensive 50 because Buddy's marked it. Quick kick into attack. Buddy read it best, juggled it a couple of times. 1,027 goals to his name. Can he add to the tally in the first quarter here at the SCG? You bet he can.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Dominant first quarter here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Swans 7-8-50 lead the Western Bulldogs 2-1-13. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb, Sophie Clappin on the boundary. Before we get to our experts, the record you were talking about, Garby, for tackles in a game. So Callum Mills has 7 to quarter time. Eddie Marinoff, the Adelaide midfielder in the AFLW, has the all-time open record, 21 tackles in a game. But beneath that, you've got 19, which is Tom Liberatore, Jack Siebel and Jude Bolton for equal first in AFL men's games. So that is what is in play for Callum Mills with 7 tackles in the first term so far tonight. Our experts, Mick Moldhouse and Nathan Burke on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Berkey, I'd like to say that it's been a competitive game, but right now it's second to the football. It's the whole thing about taking a photograph of the ball from 30 metres away and see many players around it. And if you did that all over the ground on numerous occasions, you would see Sydney outnumber the Dogs practically every time. And the worst of it is they're doing it inside their front 50. They can't even get enough numbers there. And I challenge you about Treloar playing as a half-back. I know he's neat with the kicking and that sort of stuff, but you've got to be dominating the ball to be able to have a running player dominate the ball back the other way into your forward line. And at the moment, it's coming in at such a rate of knots. He's getting found out. All the key tall are getting found out. The midfield. Some of the figures are quite amazing. The contested football is 34 to 54. Now, that is an amazing figure because the Dogs, as I say, that's their DNA. The clearances are 14 to 6. Inside 50s, 22 to 10. So all the indicators, and let's, stats sometimes can be very misleading, but all the indicators show that the scoreboard is not lying to us. It's a remarkable figure. 15 shots. I'd love to see the last time that any side had 15 scoring shots against the Dogs. 15 to 3. And the Dogs are getting exactly... There's no flukes in this. It is exactly the way they're playing. They're playing without passion. They're playing without grunt. And on the contrast, Sydney are doing it all.
Good news for Western Bulldog supporters, if you're actually out there listening still, it's quarter time. You've got 3 quarters to get back into this game. So there is still plenty of time, but they need to fix up a lot of things. Dunkley just the 2 possessions, Bontempelli 2 possessions, Libba just the 4 possessions. They're getting absolutely smashed through the middle of the ground with Warner with 12. Papley's come up with 11 and Parker with 10. And you're dead right around the actual contest. Normally, some teams, if you get the balance wrong, it means you're all in getting the footy or you're all on the outside waiting for it to come out. The Western Bulldogs are neither. They're in no man's land. So the Sydney Swans are the ones in there winning it. And when they win it, they've got players on the outside to actually get the ball inside 50. 22 inside 50s for 15 scoring shots. That's a complete and utter domination. So I'm tipping Luke Beveridge down there. The first port of call is he's saying to his midfielders, you've got to at least make this competitive. At the moment, it's not competitive. It can't be all just, hey, Tim English, you put the ball where we want and we'll all just swoop onto it and everything will be lovely. You've got to get your hands dirty, Western Bulldogs midfielders, because Laddams is doing a great job. He's nullifying Tim English. The Sydney Swans players are reading that, but none of the Western Bulldogs are. They're expecting Tim English to put it down their throat, and when he's not doing that, they're completely out of the play. So big changes here from the Western Bulldogs, and a lot of it to do with their grunt, and their season is on the line. You've got 3 quarters to show what they're made of. 37 points, the Sydney Swans lead. A great call tonight. I'm still absolutely gobsmacked, says Ben from Traralgon, that Horn Francis is playing a VFL this weekend. Shocking decision, makes 0 sense. Yeah, he's playing
VFL, not playing against the Pies for North tomorrow. Top call team. Great memories of Berkey playing game after game with the ball on a string, says Kim in Sale. One text just says disgraceful. Might be a Dogs fan. Second term underway here. Swans by 37. In the middle, Mills. Hand pass picked off by Dunkley. Bulldogs will win the clearance towards half forward. Trapped by McCartney. Ever runs the football, in fact. Damara Ugle-Hagan. Hand pass back to Dunkley now. Pressure from Chad Warner. High in the air it goes. Norton puts himself under it now. Almost beaten by Lloyd. Bontempelli keeps it alive up against the boundary line. Hand pass back to Lockie Hunter. All the way back here for Johannesson. Spins it back into the corridor, but it's marked by Hayward. And the Swans can start again from half back.
All the hard work just goes to ground. Bad kick.
It was better by the Western Bulldogs.
Exactly.
English actually let that first bounce, and then there was a tackle by Dunkley, and Bontempelli ran onto it. So that was stuff that we didn't see in that first quarter.
And Johannesson kicked it over the head of his tallest teammate in Tim English. Straight to a Swan. Here's Callum Mills in defensive 50. Just guides it up the wing. Looking for Laddams, bounces through a couple of players. That allows Buddy to tap it to himself and then put a strong tackle on, followed up by Rowbottom, who's back on the ground. He's been doing that for the entirety of this first half so far. Dogsmen are back on the wing though. Here's Johannesson, handball to Treloar. Dogs under pressure, but work it out of half back. That handball's a stray though from Williams. Treloar can't pick it up on the outer wing. Another tackle from Callum Mills. That's 8 for the game for him. Now McRae. Finally the Dogs get some free ball. Up to Lockie Hunter. They're 70 out from their own goal.
So Hannisson's still down in back play as Bontempelli goes inside forward 50. Stevens goes up. Pressure from Norton going attack. They mop it up here in defence. Oh no, it's been overrun by Papley. Now Fox gathers. Hand pass off to Paddy Mccartney. He can clear. Higher ball in the air. Dogs with numbers around the football. But Rampy takes the mark under pressure from Lockie Hunter. But Rampy will take it from right half back. And Jason Johannesson is still in serious discomfort in the hands of a couple of trainers. Sydney have the footy through Jake Lloyd. They lead by 37 points. No change to our quarter-time score.
Well, the intent's better. There's no question the Dogs have been spoken harshly to and have responded without, unfortunately, not able to score.
Warner with another kick inside attack. Off the chest it bounces of Hayward. Buddy's there doing the follow-up work. Hayward on the mark of the 50. Handball back to Heaney. Now Buddy wheels around on his left. Falls over as he kicks. Papley controls it to himself. Handball to Stevens from right in front. The Swans have another. Great team goal, Sydney. 8-8-56 they are. Bulldogs 2-1-13. Margin out to 43 points. Start of the second term.
Yeah, well, all the hard work by the Dogs just come unstuck by one poor kick, but the intent was there, and the Swans found two players forward of the ball, which was quite remarkable. You can be aggressive as a backline player, but you can't be aggressive enough not to understand that if the ball goes over your head and Sydney have got a player there, he's going to kick a goal. And that's exactly what took place.
Johannesson looks like it's just a winded rib injury. He had his hands in the air. We'll check with Soph.
Yeah, down to you, Soph.
Yeah, guys, he's just gone down to the room to the doctors. You're right, Berkey. Looks like he's just been hit quite badly in his ribs, but I'll have an update when I can.
Swans by 43 points. The first goal of the second term. English was uncontested and the rocket was a wayward bounce, so the umpire has recalled it. Dylan Stevens joins the list of goal kickers. His third game back. He's one of those fringe players. It's a big game for him. Big game for both of these sides as well, as we saw Dunkley fell down there by Warner, and it will be a free kick going the way of the Dogs midfielder. Number 45, squeeze the kick for Lockie Hunter. Had the arms chopped. Going to come back
here. Down the goal square.
The law wanted to play on, and it's been relayed down here to Aaron Norton. Didn't quite see what it was for. I had the glasses up, but Norton will have it from directly in front.
You can only suspect that he was grabbed on the lead. That's the only thing that I can think of, or blocked. I'd like to see the shot from behind the goals. We can cover that.
Yeah, Tom McCartney's just standing on the mark at the top of the goal square. Soft goal, this one for the Bulldogs after the free kick downfield. Aaron Norton opens his account this evening. And the Bulldogs have their third goal. 3-1-19. The Swans 8-8-56. Early stages, second quarter on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
Well, Berkey, if the intent stays the same, we won't have the blowout this quarter. There's no question that things have structurally changed in the middle and there's more intent to win the hard football. Now what they've got to do is capitalise on entrances inside 50.
And it's not necessarily about getting in front by half time.
No, not
That's
at all.
not going to be a thing. So if they can get themselves
3 or 4 down.
Yeah, 3 or 4 down. Oh, if one of those little tugs was a free kick to Aaron Norton, I'm going to walk back to Melbourne because that's a disgraceful decision. He was dancing around getting a lead. There was 2 Swans players just trying to stop him. No one really grabbed him.
Swans lead cut back to 37 points despite that. Bit of a mystifying free kick. Maybe the umpire saw something else. Here's Tim English getting to work now. Wins the clearance. Up to left half forward. Picked up by Ollie Florent though. Just snaps a high ball up the wing. Well done by Lockie Hunter to get in front of McInerney and punch it over the boundary line. And there's a bit of a melee there. Lockie Hunter with a big push on McInerney. Didn't like the way that the Swans wingman was getting stuck into one of his teammates. Bit of a push and shove, but the ball will be thrown in on the outer side to break that up.
That was smart. The umpire wasted no time. Back in it comes. Liberatore pushed out of it by Parker. And now Rebottom goes to ground. Warner tries to win it away here as well. Dogs crowd around it as well. Miss Treloar. Parker's hand pass. Fired out for Florent. Now Goulden plays it off here for Fox. Just rebounding off the half-back line. Papley hand pass back to Chad Warner. From just forward of the bullseye. Goes inside forward 50. One-on-one down there in full forward. Clark in the contest with Dale. The Dogs mop up and bring it away for Lockie Hunter near the junction of 50 at left half-back. It's the Swans here by 37 points. 8-8 plays 3-1. 6.5 go on second term.
That's much better by the Dogs. Much better because they had numbers come and help their teammate and then were able to resurrect it and bring the ball outside of the front 50 because the danger was 22 inside and 15 scores is just an enormous reward, I suppose, for work.
Tim English getting into the game now. Hunter chiseled a ball onto his chest on the outer wing. He moved it forward about 20 metres to Norton. Another chip over the top to Waitman. Now they can go inside 50. Bontempelli's down there, leaps at it, but doing well at the front of the pack is Paddy Mccartney. A milestone game for him. 50 games isn't spoken about for too many, but for Paddy it is considering his story. Strong mark in defence. He's got it back here. Gives the handball to Florent. Got Ryan Clark a long way from goal. It's a bounce in front of him, controls it. Now he slips though. Just near defensive 50 for the Swans. Now they're under a bit of pressure. Well done by Dunkley to win the hard ball. Ryan Clark is wrapped up in a Dunkley tackle and will have a boundary throw in 60 out from the Swans goal. They lead by 37 points, early stages of the second quarter.
Might get to Sophie shortly. Might have some more news around the Swans and the Rattens who's off at the moment. Back in it comes. Reid does the right work against English. Swatted out in space. Wrapped up in the Dunkley tackle. Down there is Florent. Gets to his feet now. The umpire will board up. Sophie Clappin on the boundary.
Yeah, guys, just got a bit of an update on Jason Johannesson. He's just come running out of the rooms, giving the nod to everyone on the bench, and I think he's good to go.
Okay, thank you, Soph. Bontempelli held here by Robert, so it's a free kick for the Bulldogs skipper. Down by 37 points. He's 65 from goal on that preferred left boot. High to the teeth of goal now. Norton leaps up, as does Jamara. At the drop, Stevens in defence now. Riley West couldn't shuffle out the hand pass. The umpire lets them play. Now will ball up. Top of the square. Ranwick and the Bulldogs deep in attack, but trailing by 37. 8-8 plays 3-1. 9 go on second term here on Grandstand AFL.
Dogs would love another one here. Reid just works English off the ball and then gets the quick kick free. Bounces fortuitously for him. Just inside the boundary, but the umpire's paid deliberate.
Well, that was far more deliberate than the other one. Far more deliberate. He actually aimed that way.
So Anthony Scott will have a shot. Hemmed up on the boundary line. 35 out on his left. It's an ugly effort though. It's touched off the boot. Picked up in the pocket by Warner. Releases the Swans from defensive 50, but the Dogs have numbers back. It's marked on the chest by Ryan Gardner.
He concedes some ground going back to Alex Keith near the logo commentary side. Now straight up the line for McRae. On the point of the square. Sydney still by 37. McRae's kick inside forward 50, deep to the pocket. It's roved here by Riley West. He straightens up, but not straight enough. And goes check side on the run, misses right-hand side. Minor score Bulldogs, 3-2-20. The Swans are 8-8-56, margin 36, 10 go on second term.
Beautifully crumbed by West. Beautifully crumbed. Just couldn't quite get enough on the ball. He was a bit shallow with his kick.
Blakey brings it back in for Sydney. They lead by 36 points here at the SCG. To Florent, they go wider now to Clark, and now up to Warner, who's been brilliant so far. Long handball over the top to McInerney. Just grubbers one up the wing. Tries to get it back now from Hayward. McInerney gets hands on it. He's wrapped up though in the tackle. We'll have a ball up on the outer side. In fact, he's caught holding the ball. Didn't do enough to get rid of it, says the umpire. So the Dogs quick in transition. Up to Shaki they go. Open 50. Shaki looking for Waitman. Went through his hands. Can he get it at the second attempt and dribble it towards goal for another one for the Dogs? It bounces across the face for a behind, and maybe he was a bit lazy on that, Cody Waitman. That was a big opportunity.
Yeah, should have done far better than that. He's got to realise he's quick. Just take off, give yourself an extra yard. If a player does get a finger on you, you still got time to settle, but tried the little fancy little banana dribbler and paid the price.
Swans kick out. Rampy, Paddy Mccartney, now Callum Mills brings it beyond defensive 50. High towards the western wing here at the SCG, and Marty tangled up in the contest down there with Gardner. Off hands for a throw-in between the interchange gates. And the Swans keep a 35-point lead.
First time the Bulldogs have had repeat inside 50s and controlled field position for a period of time, but they really need to capitalise with goals now.
11 gone, quarter number 2 here. Back in it comes as tackle is laid down there from Lloyd on Riley Garcia. The umpire says, give it to me. 35 points, the home side's lead. Up it goes again. English versus Reid. Tunneled away by Liberatore. Hand pass can release Anthony Scott. Wobbly ball inside forward 50. Ugle Hagen gets set. A little too deep for him. At the back though, Norton. Hand pass still alive here for Shaggy. He can snap from 25 out. Kick was partly touched. It goes down to the pocket and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Deep in attack, Randwick end for the Bulldogs. They trail by 35. Who played 12 minutes in this second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
The difference 8-2 inside 50s, which is remarkable given the first. But again, it gets down to when it's 8-2, you've got to score, and they're just not scoring the goals.
Boundary throw an inside 50 for the Dogs. They need another one here. Here's Jamara Ugle-Hagan. Finds some space. Snaps on the left. Jeez, it wasn't far off, but it is through for a behind. Dogs just chipping away, but they need majors. Swans by 34.
Well, they do for the effort they're putting in and the amount of times they're inside the front 50. This is typical of Dogs. They just cannot find the goals enough in the last 5 or 6 weeks.
Lloyd to kick out beyond defensive 50 here for the Swans. A little too wide for McInerney. He slips the tackle though, baiting Hannon. Now comes up the line, a bit of space. He can move the kick to Heaney just forward of halfway. They're streaming forward in red and white jumpers. Heaney comes infield now for Mills. He's 65 from goal. Brings it across the centre half forward and Chad Warner takes a jumping mark. 52 out. This will test his distance. It's a confident chain here for the Sydney Swans, but Warner may even go back and take the set shot.
Kick one, he's already had 16 possessions for the game. He's been probably the best midfielder out there so far.
8 inside 50s for Chad Warner. Here's number 9. It's on its way right to the goal line. Not quite there. Too deep for Reid. Off hands over for a behind. So the Swans 8-9-57. The Bulldogs 3-4-22. Margin 35. 14 gone. Second term here on Grandstand AFL.
Ed Richards brings it back into play for the Dogs, into the pocket for Hannon on his left, goes up the wing. It's wide of Norton though and out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Sydney. Norton's opponent, Tom McCartney, will take it. A short to Dane Rampy, who's playing game 200 with his fellow co-captain in Luke Parker tonight. As the Swans just chip it around. Lloyd through the middle of the SCG finds Robbie Fox. Spins the ball in his hand, assesses his options. He's happy with this 35-point lead. They're just continuing to chipping around Sydney. Now it's with Lloyd again. Another one over the top to Florent. They move forward about 10 metres.
Dogs are just going to tighten up, take this ball back off them. They're just allowing kick to kick. Swans are cutting right through them.
Find another option in Hayward. Now he looks for Franklin. Now the contact comes from the Dogs and they win it back. At half back through Richards, and now Norton needs support. Gets it from Lockie Hunter. He's at left half-back. Doesn't have too many options, so goes all the way back to Bailey Williams in defence of 50.
All of the Western Bulldogs players had pushed deep in their defence when they won the footy. They had no one to go to.
Williams to the outer side. Pack forms. Out the drop, Ugle Hagan. Norton bursts through as well. Goes the fend on Goulden. Takes him on, holding the ball. Took on the tackler and lost. Great persistence from Goulden. From the Eastern logo.
Well, that's just a bad structure by the Dogs. It just had nothing to go to.
Swans can go forward again. Through that dynamic small forward. Up inside 50. 2-on-2, but English was up in front and takes the mark.
Too slow. He turned his back and there was plays on the switch, but by the time he looked across, they'd been taken, and all he's got is to kick the ball long down the line, which is a 50-50 ball.
Couple of 15 minutes to the second term. Swans by 35 points.
Strong mark by Shackey on the outer side. Now the Dogs can get going. Looks in the corridor and finds Dunkley. He'll want to move it quickly. Dogs need another one. 8th place Swans versus the 10th place Dogs. Western Bulldogs season hanging by a thread. Trail by 35 points here. They move it on the outer side. Richards, handball over the top to Hannon. 60 out from goal. Gets around a tackler. Into the pocket he goes and he finds Waitman.
Brilliant.
Well worked, Western Bulldogs. Waitman's in the pocket and he's marked it.
Just absolutely brilliant play. Good hands. Beautiful kick at the end. Waitman, good hands to take the mark. That's as good as they've played tonight, the Dogs, and they've kept the ball away from Sydney. Sydney had to chase the football all the time.
Makes a difference when Shackey takes the mark on the wing. Just gives them that big, strong player to play off.
Waitman will snap it in the long sleeves, looking for his second of the night.
Got it.
He was off and celebrating from the moment it left the boot. He's got 2. And the Bulldogs bring the margin back within 30 points. Swans by 29. They are 8-9-57. Western Bulldogs 4-4-28.
Different game. Different game compared to the pressure's been dropped a little bit by Sydney. It's been the intensity's picked up by the Dogs. Shackey, you're spot on. Berkey, he needs to take marks or in the ground. That was a great mark. That set him up. And then they once you take a mark like that, then you can start to run the football.
It was Ed Richards who's a couple of good plays coming off that half-back line. Just made something happen. The rest of the team was fairly stagnant, but it was Ed who ran past twice and really used his pace to break the game open. So that's what they need. They need to take risks. If they play safe, they're not going to get back into this game because the Swans forward line is just too potent tonight. So they need to take risks, keep the ball up their end of the ground.
Restart back in the middle. And Marty and the ruck. Dogs win away though. Liberatore evades the tackle of Parker. Has room to move. Comes down the pipe now. Shackey gets back in the hole and takes the mark. 35 out directly in front.
Well, fantastic play by Liberatore, who didn't waste the ball. Broke from the centre and worked the ball into Shackey, who went forward. Outstanding by Shackey. And Liberatore for that matter.
And Shackey on the approach. Connects from 45. Left boot, missing to the left-hand side for a minor score. Now, there might be some news from the Sydney Swans bench downstairs as their sub has been activated. Harry Cunningham is into the game. Sophie Clappin, down to you.
Yeah, guys, I'm just trying to find out the injury to Peter Laddams, but his night seems to be done. Harry Cunningham, the medical sub, has been injected into the game, warming up on the bench, and so disappointing night for the Swans and Peter Laddams.
That's a big story. Peter Laddams subbed out, Cunningham in, Joel Amati into the ruck, took a big mark though, a left half back, and they've moved it up now to Isaac Heaney, but that is disappointing for Sydney. Heaney goes looking for Franklin, excellent mark. Under pressure, cutting across him was Shackey, but Buddy kept his eyes on the footy. He's marked it on the points of the 50 and the boundary line, and that's where he'll kick from.
Not sure whether this is a favoured spot for Buddy with his left hook, so he's looking to probably just lob it on top of the goal square.
He's like a top quality golfer though. Sometimes he can fade it the other way, Berkey, if he wants to.
I think he's pretending to look at the top of the goal square, but you're 4 goals up. I've got to have a crack and make it 5.
This would get the SCG cranking. He just decides to centre it in an anti-climax, Buddy. Off hands. Papley's been energetic all night. Gets hands on it again. A snap on goal from Papley. Just across the face through for a behind. Sydney's lead out to 29 points. 8-10-58, Bulldogs 4-5-29. Any more news on Pete Laddams, Sophie Clappen?
Yes, I've got official word from downstairs. He's broken his thumb. So just to recap, his night is done and Swans have activated their medical sub, Harry Cunningham.
Okay, thank you, Sophie. On defensive 50, there you go. Strong intercept grab taken by Paddy Mccartney. At half forward here for the Swans. Puts them back inside 50. This time Franklin leads up. Doesn't finish off the mark though. Heaney hand pass wide now. Parker. Loopy ball across here by hand of Blakey. 52 out. Closed down that time by Bedendo. Pushed off the kick. Treloar wins it away here for the Bulldogs. They'll rebound now. Riley West has slipped over. Pressure that time from Goulden. Footy comes loose. Clark there for the Swans. Hand pass on the bounce. Goulden was taken high by Bailey Dale. The umpire was all over it and knew he sort of dropped the knees. Was playing for it. No free kick forthcoming, and I think rightly so. Ball up.
Should be against him, Brett. Should be against him. You duck like that, that's holding the ball.
Swans by 29.
Amati out of the ruck contest. Gets boot to ball. Works it forward. Marked by Cunningham the sub, but that didn't go 15. He's wrapped up. We'll have a ball up just inside 50 for the Swans, who just cannot get this ruck situation right. Hickey and Laddams have played 2 games together all season. Hickey's out tonight. Now Laddams has been subbed out. Goulden snaps it inside 50. Heaney's down there, up against a couple. Ryan Clark tries to get hands on it. Treloar wraps him up. We'll have a ball up about 35 out from the Dogs' goal.
The Swans got a repeat entry because, again, the Bulldogs came running out, looked up the field, and they had nobody forward.
Amati doing the ruck work, palms are down. Papley was on his bike. Couldn't get hands on it, though. McRae and Cunningham fighting for it. Papley still busy in there. Picked up by Richards. High tackle going the Dogs' way. It goes the way of Tom Liberatore. Buddy Franklin doesn't like it. Gives him a shove for good measure.
Swans by 29. Free kick with Richards from fullback. Plays on now. Brings it beyond defensive 50. A little too deep. Treloar though. Great work to get back there and control it with the second bite. Draws the player. Hand pass up the line here for Anthony Scott. He can go on turn to Norton on the half volley. It was advantage paid here to the Bulldogs. One away though by the Swans. Hand pass out in space as Williams is wrapped up here. Tries to evade Heaney. Footy comes loose again. McRae in support. Handball away to Norton of the Dogs. Hand pass picked off by Clark. They can wheel and go now. Here's Papley. Plenty of space to move. One bounce. Close to 25. And he misses to the right-hand side. He had all the time in the world, Tom Papley. Absolutely no finish from him. Swans by 30. 22 go on second term. Sophie Clappen on the boundary.
Yeah, guys, Anthony Scott right in front of me. He has just been wrapped up in a contest. He looked pretty dazed, suffered a pretty heavy knock, and he's just come off.
Yeah, it was a big tackle after you kick the ball. It's one leg's in the air and you get pushed onto your back, and sometimes you get that whiplash with the head. So there'll be definitely concussion test for Scott.
Dogs feeling better about life, though, overall in the second quarter after they were behind by plenty at quarter time. Margin back to 30 points, but a let-off there. Easy miss from Papley. Ed Richards got stuck into his ear afterwards. Let him know all about it. Boundary throwing out aside. Swans by 5 goals clean. English in the ruck up against Sam Reid. Laddams subbed out of the game. How big of a bonus will that be for the Dogs? McRae on the outer side now. Works it inside 50. The McCartney brothers out mark Ugle-Hagan together. Paddy palmed it down. Tom got hands on it. Dogs win it back though. Here's Johannesson looking for a man free in the pocket in Ugle-Hagan, but it went over his head. That was an opportunity missed for the Western Bulldogs, and it's out of bounds on the full.
Yeah. They're working that hard, the Dogs. They just can't get something to sit and get an easy goal to bring him back in the match. You know, it's still 30 points. That's a long way from home, 30 points.
Longs it around beyond defensive 50. Now comes to Florent. Back inboard now for Heaney. Leaps up and takes the mark. Back edge of the square. They start surging forward, the Swans, with a 30-point lead. It goes toward the outer wing. Parker in the contest with Waitman. Wins at the ground here for his teammate Riley West. Hand pass back inboard Liberatore. Now it goes by foot to Ugle-Hagan, who leads up and controls the ball to his chest. 65 out at left half forward. Another opportunity here for the Bulldogs. Can they make the most of it this time? Goes deep to the pocket, through the fingertips of Bontempelli. He was outnumbered as well, and now Lloyd finds the salvation of the boundary line. Top level by Jason Johannesson. We'll throw it back in 10 around from the Dogs goal at the Randwick end of the SCG. Swans by 30. and travelled 24 minutes in the second term here at the SCG.
That was just a young fella seeing the captain and just kicking the ball to him, even though he had 3 plays on him.
Sam Reid wins front position, gets the handball. Well done by Garcia, though, to put a strong tackle on a Swan inside, attacking 50 for the Bulldogs. So we get a repeat stoppage there. I'd love to kick the next one as we get close to half time. Just working away at this margin, slowly but surely. It's still 30 points, though. Reid does well to break free from the ruck contest. Back to Parker. Handball to Paddy Mccartney. Back to Parker. Now Tom McCutcheon. They're overusing it, the Swans. Inside defensive 50. Socked by Bontempelli. Brilliant goal from the pocket. Bounced free to the Bonds. Socked it first time. Through it went. Margin back to 24 points. Captain's goal for the Western Bulldogs.
Well, I don't know how he did it. Oh, I know it was a kick off the ground, but how did he get the angle and how did he get the bounce? That's one that they needed. They've worked that hard, the Dogs, and a little bit of luck. Well, I know that you make your own luck, and a player like him, he'll say it wasn't luck, but it was an extraordinary goal. Didn't bother trying to pick it up, just put the boot into it. And that's now, Berkey, that little bit we spoke about early on, how close they can be at half-time with a bit of effort. It's just extraordinary.
Yeah, it was a kick off the ground from about 2 metres in from the boundary line, about a metre outside the point post. So it had a fair bit of way to travel. He managed to get a little bit of right to left on it as well. So Cristiano Ronaldo would have been happy with that one.
24 points the margin. Inside 50s, 13-10 this second term the way of the Bulldogs. From the restart, Reid contests the ruck. And down as far as the Vittori slips the tackle. Hand pass to McRae, and now English. Out in space here for the Dogs. Just forward of halfway. Sends him back up the corridor. Norton with a friendly fight down there with his teammate Shaki. Footy comes loose. Lloyd dumped, dispossessed. And now Stevens is wrapped up down there by Lockie Hunter. The umpire brought up 25 out from the Dogs' goal. Sophie Clappin on the boundary.
Yeah, guys, Anthony Scott heading down to the room to the doctors. Robbie McComb has just ripped off the training jumper. Guernsey on. Looks like he's about to be injected into the game.
And Norton's in big trouble inside attacking 50. Yeah, he's coming off in the hands of the trainers, Aaron Norton. He's limping heavily. It was a massive pack. 4 big bodies smashed into each other, and Aaron Norton has come off worse for wear. So trouble for the Dogs.
Yeah, he's got that right leg heavily taped above the knee and all the way down almost to the ankle, and that's the one that he's limping on.
English palms it to Riley West. Handball back to Ugle-Hagan. Goes back further looking for Richards. Dogs under pressure now, but they still keep hold of the football. They've gone back about 20 metres though. Bailey Williams, Treloar. Now he can have a flying shot at goal. It'll just go across the face though and through for a behind. 23 points the margin. Dogs though back into this ball game.
Well, that passage of play there where they kept going backwards, that's the Western Bulldogs way of playing. They stack up behind the play. They didn't have plays in those positions in that first quarter to do that.
Sir Nathan Burke on Grandstand AFL. They come wide beyond defensive 50 here. Tom McCartney for the Sydney Swans. They still lead by 23. It was 43. Early stages in this second quarter. On the outer side now, wrapped up down there. Cunningham, who's the sub. So just as Anthony Scott was being subbed out for the Bulldogs and Robbie McComb coming in, Aaron Norton has come from the field with another injury. So a bit of carnage here at the SCG. Goes forward of halfway again for the Dogs. Ugle-Hagan shares it with Johannesson. Now they can get it going through Garcia. Loopy hand pass picked off by Blakey off half-back. He can show some run. Slips the tackle down there of Hannon. In open space. One bounce. Pulls the kick though. Awkward for Papley. 55 from Swans goal. Kick was smothered. Papley tries again. Blakey in concert with him. They pile in from all ankles and the umpire will ball it up. On the 50 here for the Swans at the Paddington end. The home side leads by 23. 8-11 plays 5-6. Late stages, second quarter.
English is now starting to dominate the ruck too, which is giving first hands to the midfield.
Good tackle on Dunkley by Rowbottom, who's done plenty of that tonight. And he's caught him holding the ball. He pinned the one arm, so Dunkley couldn't get the handball free. And he's won it just inside 50 for the Swans, directly in front. Wants to dish it off though, doesn't trust himself with the distance. Now he hands it off to Blakey, who can kick from 52, just guides it to the top of the square, over the head of a couple of Dogs defenders. Heaney's there in the pocket, handball back, picked up now by Papley, centres are looking for Mills, and he's got him. Clever kick, unselfish play, and Mills will kick from directly in front, 25 metres out.
Well done by Papley. I fully expected him to have the banana from the boundary there. I reckon at one time or another he would have. I reckon it definitely went through his head. But he hooked the ball back to, there's a siren, 25 metres out, virtually dead in front. Really badly needed goal for the Sydney Swans.
The skipper would love this, Callum Mills. And he's got it. And all his teammates will get around him now. Callum Mills points to Tom Papley and says, that's your goal. Brilliant pass. Half-time siren's gone. Sydney lead by 29 in a high-stakes game of football. Another Friday night lights at the SCG.
Momentum back with the home side. Goal kickers so far in this game. Joel Amati has 2. So too does Isaac Heaney. Singles for Franklin, Rowbottom, Mills, Stevens and Warner. While for the Bulldogs, a couple to Cody Waitman. He's 2 goals, 2 in fact. Singles to Bontempelli, that freakish soccer a short time ago. Jason Johannesson and Aaron Norton also on the board for them. 9-11-65, Sydney plays 5-6-36, the Western Bulldogs. Both subs having been made. Peter Laddams subbed out with a broken thumb. So Harry Cunningham into the game for the Sydney Swans, and Robbie McComb for the Bulldogs in for Anthony Scott, who was subbed in that second term, and Aaron Norton having suffered some sort of injury as well. So I'll update you on that when we get more. But it's half-time here at the SCG, and our experts are Nathan Burke and Nick Moldhouse.
Well, the Western Bulldogs got themselves back into the game by playing Western Bulldog style football, winning that contested ball, and for the first time in the game actually had players to handball the ball to in attacking positions. In that first quarter, whenever they won the football, there was nobody running in support. They just had to throw it on their foot, and it played completely into the Sydney Swans' hands, who dominated that quarter. But you look at the clearances that quarter, 14-6 in favour of the Swans in the first quarter, 14-4 in favour of the Western Bulldogs that quarter. So to me, that was the big difference in the game. They managed to get their clearance game going, getting field position, and got some repeat entries inside 50. I think inside 50s was around about 11-14 in favour of the Western Bulldogs that quarter. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit sloppy in front of goal, a little bit lazy in goal in some occasions, but at least what they've shown themselves is, hey, we've got a way that we can score against this team. We've got a way that we get ourselves back into the game. We didn't capitalise on it fully, but there's a way now. So the mindset from quarter time to half time will be completely different with the Western Bulldogs, because they've got a way that they can actually get themselves back into this game. They may not be in front at three-quarter time, but if they can pay back about another 3 goals, then it's anyone's game in that last quarter. But as we know with the Sydney Swans, they're a formidable team, but we do know this year they have had quarters where they've lapsed. Was that their lapsed quarter and they're back into it next quarter? We'll wait and see.
Well, I reckon the change happened quarter time when they started to work the middle better, but also Laddams going off has now added to the opportunity for the Dogs to dominate the area of the ground that they have to if they're going to win the game. So, and he has taken over English. There's no question. Reid can't go with him in the air. And also, I give Shaki a chance also now not to come up against a ruckman. So between them, this is an opportunity for the Dogs to start to work way back. This is not siding with one side or the other. The shame of it is that all the hard work coming done without the last kick from Mills, because that would have made it probably what the quarter looked like was a 3-1. It's turned out to be 3-2. But the Dogs have eaten into it. Still a long way to go. Still finding it very hard to score. They dominated the inside 50s, but they still can't find the easier ones. It's always the hard work to score a goal, and that's the difference between the two sides. Even that goal by Mills at the end was done in a manner where he was able to take the mark and have a set shot from 35 metres out, as opposed to the Dogs have to crawl. The goal from Bontempelli, for instance, was a freak goal, unbelievable goal, but had to be hard work to get it.
So Aaron Norton's leg injury was the reason we're discussing it a short time ago. But as far as specifics go, we're not entirely certain. But both subs having been made, and Anthony Scott came off after a heavy tackle on the wing in front of us. It was again no real details as far as his injury is concerned. get to some numbers after news. A few of your texts, 0437 774 774. Great call again, guys. Mick on the money. Are the Dogs defenders up to it? Asks Terry in Thailand. Well, they've improved, at least in that second term, Terry. Where's plan B? Sydney deserve it. Well coached. And watching on TV, looks like a training game, says one correspondent. Bulldogs just occupying space, but not much more. Well, that was, a bit earlier on. You're at the SCG when you can hear the clackers in the background of the commentary team. Yes, LOL, says Marcus in South Melbourne. 36 for the Swans. Who is he? Never seen him do anything. He's kicked 2 goals, Joel Amati. So I think you'd be marking him pretty harshly there. And Papley doesn't handball to players in better positions. His points tally has been awful the last 2 weeks, says Luca from Port Adelaide. So appreciate your observations and your greetings on the SMS, 0437 774 774.
Well, we just look forward to the second half now. It's freaky. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a relatively... If you looked at the scoreline now, you'd say, yeah, Sydney well and truly in control. But no, they dominated the first quarter, and I thought, as we said before, the Dogs fought back brilliantly, but just... And their problem has been all year has been able to score for the number of... get reward for the number of times they go inside the front 50. And unfortunately, it's the same thing that's been taking place. No one is dominating that area for them. And everyone goes, it all falls back on Norton if he doesn't mark it. Well, the goal he's kicked was ran to the goal square, and we all thought the free kick was a bit soft. Waitman's small forwards, they win games, and they help win games, but they don't necessarily win. You need someone to stand up and take a couple of big marks. Ugle-Hagan, I know you can... I guess Josh Bruce is out, but you're starting now to think he's got to put a lot more pressure on his opposition, but also get involved in the game. Get where the ball is going to be. At the moment, he seems to be leaving a lot for Norton to run onto the football. He backs off. He's a very good mark if he's able to have a run at it, and he's got to start doing that.
Josh Bruce came back a couple of weeks ago, kicked 3 in the VFL. Slight tweak in his hamstring, so they rested him for 2 weeks, and he's due to play again this weekend against Sandringham in the VFL. So that would be a good in for them, certainly. But I saw the Western Bulldogs that quarter get their structure around the contest a little bit better. They had people to handball the ball to who were free, who were moving in the right direction, whereas in the first quarter they just completely lost that structure. And when they were looking for those players, they weren't there, and that's when Sydney just nailed them with their tackles. So better structure from the Western Bulldogs, far better around the clearances, 14-4 in terms of clearances that quarter. But they're going to need another 14-4 to be back in the game at three-quarter time.
More from Nathan Burke and Mick Moldhouse after ABC News. Just quickly a few moments ago, Steve Smith bringing up his 28th Test century in the second Test in Gaul. Australia batting first there, having won the toss, 5 for 280. Minus Labuschagne also scored an earlier 100. He was dismissed for 104. Smith 100 and counting, with Carey not out on 9, having also lost Head and Green for 12 and 4 respectively. Australia 5 for 281, the second Test midway through day 1 in Gaul. Here, the Sydney Swans lead by 29 points against the Western Bulldogs. Second half not too far away, but right now it's time for us to head to the ABC newsroom.
Good evening, Rachel Hayter with ABC News. Japan's former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has died in hospital in the city of Nara in western Japan. Doctors who were treating Mr Abe say they couldn't revive him after he suffered fatal gunshot wounds near the heart while giving a speech. North Asia correspondent James Oaten.
This will rattle Japan. It is a peaceful country. It's regarded as a safe country. There's really not much gun violence here at all. It's usually something just isolated to the criminal underworld. And gun laws here are very, very restrictive. Just for the police, the military, and hunters can get them, but it's very, very strict supervision and very hard to get a license. So this has really rattled a country, not just because this is such a senior figure of Japan, but because it is usually regarded as such a peaceful and safe country.
Australia's Prime Minister has extended condolences to Shinzo Abe's family and the people of Japan. Political reporter Nicole Hegarty.
Referring to Mr Abe as one of Australia's closest friends on the world stage, Anthony Albanese described the news of Mr Abe's death as devastating. Mr Albanese has credited the former Japanese Prime Minister for developing the bilateral relationship between the two countries, culminating in the Special Strategic Partnership in 2014. He says Mr Abe was a leader in the Indo-Pacific and the Quad meeting was a result of his diplomatic activism. Former Prime Ministers Scott Morrison, Tony Abbott and Malcolm Turnbull have also shared their sympathies.
Shinzo Abe is being remembered as a sturdy leader, crowned as the longest-serving Prime Minister in Japan's history and a formidable friend to many. Harry Sekulic takes a look back at his career.
The 67-year-old led his ruling coalition to victory at 6 national elections, a remarkable feat for a leader who once quit in humiliation. He had a brief stint between 2006 and 2007 and made a successful comeback in 2012. As a Conservative, Mr Abe wanted to make Japan a greater player on the world stage and beef up its military. Observers have noted that he navigated relations with former US President Donald Trump better than any other world leader, averting some worst-case scenarios in trade feuds. He stepped down from the top job in 2020, citing health concerns. He's survived by his wife of more than 30 years, Akie Abe.
In other news, the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, says Australia will be making no concessions when she meets her Chinese counterpart Wang Yi in Bali tonight. Indonesia correspondent Anne Barker.
Minister Wong is in Bali for the annual G20 foreign ministers meeting today and has also held bilateral talks with ministers from key nations, including the UK and Canada. After a long diplomatic freeze with Beijing, Minister Wong will meet China's foreign minister tonight for about half an hour. It's the first such face-to-face meeting for almost 3 years. She's flagged numerous issues that could be raised and says Australia will speak directly but diplomatically.
We're clear we won't be making any concessions when it comes to Australia's national interests.
The G20 meeting wraps up this evening. Anne Barker, ABC News, Bali.
The contest to replace Boris Johnson as Conservative Party leader and UK Prime Minister has started, with candidates putting their names forward. Europe correspondent Steve Kinane.
There is no obvious candidate to replace Boris Johnson, who announced he was quitting as leader after over 50 Tory MPs resigned from the ministry and party roles. Already Attorney General Suella Braverman, prominent Brexiteer Steve Baker and Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee Tom Tugendhat have announced their candidacy. It's expected that former Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak, Defence Secretary Ben Wallace and Foreign Secretary Liz Truss will also run. Boris Johnson plans to stay on as Prime Minister until the leadership ballot is resolved, a process that could take months. Steve Kinane, ABC News, London.
Back home, New South Wales police are investigating whether a shooting outside a home in Sydney's south tonight is gang-related. A 9-year-old girl is understood to have been shot in the hip at a property on Queen's Road in Connells Point at around 6 o'clock. Paramedics treated the girl at the scene and she was taken to Randwick Children's Hospital in a stable condition. Sources have told the ABC the house has been previously targeted. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Nominations for your Australian of the Year
are now open.
It's time to reflect on your community
and who you admire.
It's time to show your respect
by nominating
and acknowledging them. And it's time to celebrate
their story,
their contribution
and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald and I'd love you to nominate an inspirational Australian who you think is worthy at australianoftheyear.org.au.
If you love sport, we've got the podcast for you. ABC Sport Daily, it's your daily sports conversation.
You look at the scoreline and it looks pretty easy.
Someone with a desire to play adventurous, if not flamboyant cricket.
And although they're probably patting themselves on the back in the office today, it could have been a very different story had the Fever not performed.
Lewis Hamilton said it was one of the most ugliest innovations that Formula One has ever had.
ABC Sport Daily. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Now Buddy wheels around on his left, falls over as he kicks, Papley controls it to himself. Handball to Stephen. From right in front, the Swans have another. Richards, handball over the top to Hannon. 60 out from goal, gets around a tackler. Into the pocket he goes and he finds Waitman. Brilliant. Well worked, Western Bulldogs. Waitman's in the pocket and he's marked it. Waitman will snap it in the long sleeves, looking for his second of the night. He was off and celebrating from the moment it left the boot. Reid does well to break free from the ruck contest. Back to Parker. Handball to Paddy Mccartney. Back to Parker. Now Tom McCutner. They're overusing it, the Swans. Inside defence of 50. Socketed by Bontempelli. Brilliant goal from the pocket.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time here at the Sydney Cricket Ground with the Sydney Swans that lead the Western Bulldogs 9-11, 65 to 5, 6-36. 29 points is that margin. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Nathan Burke, Mick Moldhouse and Sophie Clapton. Your text welcome 0437 774 774. Couple of things happening around the place in the cricket. Australia 5 for 286, winning the toss and batting first against Sri Lanka, the second test in Gaul. Steve Smith has just passed 100, his 28th test century, 104 not out. And Alex Carey is with him on 10. Ramanus Labuschagne earlier also got to 104 before he was stumped. In the National Rugby League, we've just gone early second half there. South Sydney 28. Newcastle Knights 16, that game in Newcastle. Some team news across the place in the AFL for the games on Sunday. These squads confirmed. Highlights here. Adelaide have welcomed back in Matt Crouch after being back in the twos for a little while Essendon has dropped Jake Kelly. Jacob Wiedering is back in for Carlton. I mentioned out of tomorrow's games, in fact just on Sunday, Harris Andrews makes it now 8 changes for the Brisbane Lions in their clash against Essendon. We know that Darcy Parish is missing for the Bombers. He'll miss a month due to a calf injury. There was some news out of the Melbourne camp with Clayton Oliver to have surgery. He's fractured his finger, and as a result, his thumb, and as a result, he will miss one game. They're hoping just the one game. But that news came to hand a little earlier on out of that game last night, the Cats win against the D's. And as far as tomorrow goes, Josh Carmichael, remarkable story, playing country footy this time last year, had half a year in the SANFL, came into the Pies via the mid-season draft, and he will be in the side tomorrow as Jordan De Goey will miss with a quad injury. So that's as far as what's happened with that game tomorrow, Saturday afternoon at the MCG. And the North Melbourne side of things, they've dropped Jason Horne-Francis, the number 1 draft pick. So that is what is to know out of that game. Nathan Burke, the AFLW fixtures came out during the week, so you'll open your account, the Dogs, on a Sunday at Princes Park against the Giants.
Against the Giants, yes. Yes, we'll get a good look at the Giants because the AFL have scheduled us to play them in a practice match 2 weeks prior.
Okay.
Which is interesting. But yeah, no, great to play the Giants down there. It's our home ground is being redeveloped, so we'll play a couple of games at Princes Park. So that'll be a big one.
We had Alicia Eva on the coverage last week, the Giants skipper. So here we are with the Bulldogs coach alongside us tonight here at the SCG. The second half not too far away here. The Swans by 29 points. Daniel Garb, a few numbers to half-time.
Just before I get to the stats, milling about the media area, some word that it's the knee of Aaron Norton. We don't know how severe it is, but it was heavily strapped before the game, all the way from the thigh down to the ankle. So you worry if it's something more serious. He did limp off the ground, looking like he was in a lot of trouble. Just some stats, though. Tom Papley, what a game he's having. 17 disposals, 11 contested possessions, 4 inside 50, 4 behinds, and a big pass to Callum Mills for a goal in the halftime siren. Chad Warner, 17 disposals, 9 inside 50s. Lloyd and Parker with 15. Callum Mills, 11 and a goal and 8 tackles. Only the one extra tackle in that second quarter after 7 in the first. Jack McRae has 19 disposals for the Dogs. Treloar, 14. Richards 13. Bontempelli only 6, but a big goal in that second quarter. And Tim English, after a slow start to the game, up to 7 disposals. In the absence of Peter Laddams, who's been subbed out, we'll watch him closely in the second half to see if he can influence the game.
Sophie Clapham, just to recap the news from downstairs, read the subs. But Aaron Norton is back out there, which is promising. But just recap the sub situation for us.
Yeah, guys, so Peter Laddam's already on the way to get scans on that broken thumb. Harry Cunningham has been injected into the game for the Swans. Anthony Scott has been ruled out with concussion, so Robbie McComb has come in for the Bulldogs. And you're right, Garby, Aaron Norton is out there. Bulldogs using most of their strapping budget on that right knee, but he is expected to take part in the second half.
You're on your Soph. Mick, Berkey, are the Dogs good enough to pull this in?
Well, I think they can. Can I just go to Norton? Norton's had this injury now for a number of weeks, and it must jar up. That's why I guess the pain. But yes, they can. If they can fight back, they've got to kick goals, and that's the difference. Win the stoppages, but you've got to kick goals from
out there at full forward. Daniel Garb, second half underway, Grandstand AFL.
Norton with a proppy knee in the goal square. Swans by 29 points, and they win the clearance. They're inside 50. Tracked back by Hannon, though, and now snapped clear of that area by Treloar. Callum Mills, though, watches it closely into his hands on the outer wing for the Swans. Goes into attack, but he's there. Works it down to the front for Rowbottom. Stood his ground well. Finds Amati. Now Papley, who centres it on his left. Stays in play. Picked up by Heaney. Dances around a couple of tackles. And kicks an absolute beauty. Isaac Heaney, the classy performer, has 3 goals for the night, and he just cruised around the Dogs' defence to make it a 35-point margin at the start of the third.
Well, it's absolutely extraordinary. No one could lay a glove on him for a start off. He just took his time, never panicked. He was able to beat a couple of players that should have been better at tackling him, but he was able to break through. He's a very strong lad, well balanced, and finished off, when you consider the kick, the last 2 goals, just that scoreline all of a sudden doesn't look great.
No, you've got Adam Treloar standing next to him. Adam got a lot of the ball in that second quarter. He's up to 15 possessions, but as a defender, your number one job is to stop your opponent kicking goals. And so far, Heaney's got 3.
Well, you can't have him on Heaney. I mean, a bloke like Treloar's got to pick up the weaker of the forwards.
Yep. Restart back in the middle. English out the back there for Dunkley. He was met high by Patley, and as a result, he wins the free kick. There's a demonstration from Tom Liberatore. Be careful there, Tom. As a hand pass comes from Dunkley to Liberatore, goes inside forward 50, and English leads up the corridor and marks 40 out, slightly right of centre.
Well, they're just looking at the replay there with Dunkley's head over the ball and Papley coming through. No issues with that as well, because Papley was also reaching down for the football, so I think that one's going to be okay. It was a little bit sloppy, but he was reaching for the football.
So English committed to a new deal. He's yet to sign, but will be retained by the Dogs, so it seems. He kicks from 40, the Paddington end, on its way. That's a pure, straight, set shot. The Dogs at the response early in this third term. 6-6-42. The Swans 10-11-71. Margin 29. We've gone 3 minutes in this third term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, we are getting a little bit of a shootout. I didn't think we would at the start. I said at the start that the Sydney Swans have only averaged 65 points against the Western Bulldogs the last 5 occasions they've played. They had 65 at half-time and now up to 71. And the Bulldogs up to 42. So let's hope the game opens up a little bit more and we do get a bit more free-throwing scoring like we've seen.
Well, it can only happen if the Dogs, if it opens up, Bergie, the only side that can win the game from there would be the Dogs, because they've got the capabilities, I suppose, of opening it up themselves as opposed to the way they play, but it's still a significant lead by the Swans.
Peter Adams, sorry, Berkey.
I was just going to say they want to be within 20 in the last quarter.
Peter Adams subbed out of the game. Tim English needs to have a big influence. He's up against Sam Reid. Now he's being asked to do a lot of ruck work. Unfamiliar role for him, being the number one ruck, but that's his remit for the rest of the night. English palms it down to the bont. Swans win it back though. Here's Papley. Treloar just knocks it forward for Robbie McComb. Wrapped up by Mills. Tackle number 9 for him. Another ball up in the middle of the SCG. Handball from Goulden to Parker. Quick kick inside 50. Amati's there. There's 2 goals to his name. He allows Warner though to swoop on the footy. He is knocked off his kick by Bailey Williams, and it's out of bounds on the full. In fact, he's knocked off his kick in the back, according to the umpire, and he's paid a push in the back, and Warner will have a free kick from the pocket.
Well, that was the latest call you'd ever see. I don't know. You'd really like to see this again. He probably has pushed him, but the call was so late.
The good news for the Swans is they only had 5 free kicks in the whole first half, so they're probably going to get a couple of cheapies. It tends to work.
Chad Warner for disposal number 18. Is this working its way back? It is, but not enough. Drew for a behind. So Sydney have started well in the third term. 10-12-72. Western Bulldogs 6-6-42. Margin is 30 points.
Some people say that the umpires don't find out what the statistics are at half-time. I'd question that.
Dale goes up the middle here. It's Mrs. Bontempelli, and now Blakey hand pass off to his teammate Rampy. Dumping the Johannesson tackle. It bounces towards half forward here. Missed a couple. And now the hand pass comes to Lloyd. Fox evades Garcia. Sends the hand pass back to Lloyd. He can just rebound the football here for the Sydney Swans. Coming up to the wing. Patley, second right, pulls in the chest mark.
That should be out of bounds.
Yeah.
It's a double grab there. A really bad.
Yeah, holding his right shoulder as well, Tom Patley, in some discomfort. But yes, the rule, Mick, is you have to control the ball.
And he didn't.
And the fielded play, and his second bite was beyond the boundary line. He kicks now up to half forward, a little too deep for Chad Warner. As Williams is wrapped up here by Heaney, and the umpire will, in fact, he was wrapped up by Reid, first of all. And the umpire will ball it up. 65 here from the Swans' goal.
It's an AC joint, by the way, Brett.
Okay, the home side leads by 30 points, and we're waiting for a clearance. We'll ball it up again. Yeah, he's off the ground looking all kinds of uncomfortable, Tom Patley.
Shaking his head. Hopefully it's just a stinger. Another big injury story potentially to come out of this game as Tim English is wrapped up in a tackle. Right half forward for the Swans, who lead by 30 points. Luke Parker sockers it off the ground into attack, and Marty attacks it as well. Now Clark palms it down to Hayward. Clark gets it back. Ryan Clark snaps on goal. A wonderful finish from the pocket for Ryan Clark. The late inclusion tonight, and that's a very big contribution. Swans lead back out to 6 goals.
And again, it was just that pushing the ball forward at the stoppage. It was just the Swans' intent. Wasn't clean, but we're just going to bang the ball forward, get it going our way. Already this quarter, stoppages are 3-1 in favour of the Swans, and getting field position on this ground is so important because it's so short. It's fairly easy to defend when it gets up your end. So they're winning the clearances, getting it forward, but it's a small Swans forwards that are doing all the damage tonight.
Sophie Clappin on the boundary.
Yeah, guys, Tom Patley looks to be moving his right shoulder pretty freely, just kind of warming it up a little bit. He keeps pushing the physios away, so hopefully it's not too serious, but I'll keep you updated.
On your Soph, already a night of injury carnage for both sides. Early stages, third quarter, Swans by 36. From the restart, Reid opposed to English. Rowbottom wins it down here, evades McRae. Shows good pace. Kick up inside forward 50. Franklin in the contest 2-on-2. Coming late to make the contest, Bailey Dale. And now Franklin is nudged out of bounds by Ed Richards, of all people. And the umpire will throw it back in. The right forward pocket for the Sydney Swans at the round weekend. Big bump from Richards on Buddy.
That's what I like to see. Your team's behind, so you might as well throw your weight around a little bit.
Swans by 6 goals. Boundary throw in inside 50 for them. Luke Parker's at the base of it. His kick smothered though. Picked up by Dunkley. But Paddy Mccartney intervenes once more. Another intercept mark and game number 50 for him. So the Swans win it back. Will look to reload into attack. It's with Dane Rampy in the centre of the SCG. Goes to the left forward pocket. Amati's down there, so is Hayward off hands. Favours Treloar. Kicks it clear. Rampy works his way to the front but couldn't mark. And now Norton has won it back in the middle of the ground. Looks for support. On his right foot he finds Jason Johannesson breaking free. Would it sit up for him? It won't. It'll evade him and go over for a boundary throw in when the Dogs were away. But they've worked it 55 out from their own goal.
Yeah, it's just stiff there. Norton's kick was ideal, really. It found the target. There was nothing forward. Would have come back straight back from the Sydney player, but just overcooked it marginally.
Back in it comes. Free kick here for a block going the Sydney Swans way against Tim English. Now 50 as well. Is that the quick of a descent from Tim English?
No, you're getting him back.
Tim English thought it was his free kick, so his teammate threw the ball to him.
Yeah, okay, the delay. So Reid goes inside forward 50. Franklin controls the chest mark. Second bite. Pulls it in left forward pocket. This could prove costly for the Bulldogs, as the Swans lead by 6 goals here. But he's already had one tonight. He come off the right boot. In fact, he gets around the man on the mark. Goes, checks on the run from 5 metres out and he misses. Oh, wow. What an anticlimax that was. 11-13. 79 the Sydney Swans. The Bulldogs are 6-6-42. Margin 37. Sophie Clapham, back to you on the boundary.
Yeah, guys, Tom Papley pushing the physios away as he warmed up that shoulder and he's just been injected back into the game.
That's relieving news, and a bad night on the injury front. Shaping up as a bad night for the Dogs at the moment. They trail by 37 points. They need to win this one. Finals hopes hanging by a thread. They work it up to the wing, and this man's having a big game in his 50th. Paddy Mccartney, another intercept mark on the outer side. Looks for Franklin in a one-on-one, and Buddy wins it. Strong mark opposed to Jack McRae. Much taller, much bigger. Took advantage of it. He'll go back and have a set shot from just outside 50, left half forward.
Just 2 contested marks in a row. Firstly, it was Paddy McCartney just reached over Ugle-Hagan, and I'm not sure why Jack McRae is the lone player standing against Buddy Franklin where the defenders were. There's plenty of time to get back.
1 goal 3 tonight for Buddy. Gets on his left from 52 metres. 1 goal 4. I said before, he's kicked more behinds against the Dogs than any other club in the AFL, and he's upholding that statistic. That's for sure tonight, Buddy. 1-4 for him.
And that record will stay intact for sure.
Alec Keith has just come off the ground prior to that Berkey, so I'm not 100% sure really why and what that's all about.
Hannon's kick out, tight to the pocket here for Richardson. Inside defensive 50. Kick a little untidy. Mills tackles Dale, brings it away here. Warner now sends it deep to the pocket. Heaney floats up and takes the grab. And his set shot will come 30 out in a 45-degree angle.
Well, Heaney jumped in front of Papley there, which is probably a good thing, because between Papley and Franklin, they've got 1 goal 8. So thank goodness Western Bulldogs supporters that those two have been inaccurate, but this bloke certainly hasn't.
No, 3 goals tonight, Isaac Heaney. 3 goals straight at that. Here he is. The Swans live wire. On the approach round weekend. Connects from 30 out. Doesn't let them down. Isaac Heaney has 4. Margin back out to 38. Make it 44 points. We'll travel 12 minutes in the third term here on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
Well, Buddy won't be happy with that goal for a number of reasons. That is Heaney's 34th goal for the season. And Buddy, with his 1 goal 4, is now on 33.
Yeah.
So he's no longer the Sydney leading goal kicker. So I reckon he probably knows that. They might fire up for this last quarter and a half, but Heaney with 34 goals, that's an outstanding season.
It's a game-high lead too, 44 points the Swans way. Off the SMS, Corey from Brisbane, thank you for your text. As if Papley can kick a goal and get his confidence up, he can kick another 3 for sure. Well, that's a shoulder concern, but he's back out there for now, Tom Papley. Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774.
And Heaney now has 13 goals in his last 4 games. So after a little bit of a plateau, perhaps through the middle part of the season, pardon that pun, he is well and truly on fire now for the Swans. And he's such an important player for them. A game breaker, and the Swans have broken this one open. 44 points the margin.
That's why you asked the question, is Keith getting retaped on his foot?
Secondary ball up in the middle. Tim English tries to palm it down to himself. Liberatore's there, but the big man Sam Reid wraps him up. We'll have another ball up.
Well, English dominated for about 10 minutes. He's got to now take over again, see if he can give those midfielders something to be able to get the ball away from.
Sam Reid's battling away against him, and he puts a strong tackle on English, so we'll have a 4th ball up off that centre bounce. Swans by 44 points. 13 and a half gone in the third quarter. Dogs need to get going now in a big way. But the Swans do inside 50. Socket off the ground by Goulden, off the chest of Hayward, who does some excellent work in terms of a second effort. To wrap up Liberatore. or Bailey Williams, in fact, and we'll have a ball up on the paint of the 50 for the Swans. Reid palms it down, looking for Parker. There's McRae, Liberatore now back to Treloar. Now they can kick it clear, the Dogs. It's in the middle of the ground. Good punch away from Rampy. It's giving away a free kick, though, in doing so. Advantage paid to the Western Bulldogs. Handball to Bontempelli. Well done, though, by Fox to intervene and just stagnate play for the Bulldogs. Puts another second effort on Hunter. But bounding away with it is the youngster in Bedendo. Into the pocket the ball goes. A chance for Lloyd's. Florence to kick clear. Looks for Papley across the face of his own goal. It just bounces a couple of times away from him, though. And we'll have a boundary throw in next to the behind sticks for the Swans.
15 going third term. Swans by 44 points here. They set up for a stoppage inside 50. The Bulldogs an attack at the Paddington end. Back in it comes. Reid tussles with Shaki. Down to Waitman. Dummies the hand pass. Takes them on. Hand pass comes to Shaki now. Kick didn't have enough on it. Goes straight up in the air. It'll land out 20 out. Norton up against Tom McCartan. And now it just rolls out here from Bontempelli. Comes McAnee for the Swans. Hand pass to Lloyd. Now back to Paddy McCartan. Hand pass almost picked off by Bontempelli. In fact, it was. Gets away from one, not the second. Hand pass, Eagle Hagan receives, snaps, and it goes right across the face, out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. Bulldogs trail by 44 points here. We've travelled 15 and a half minutes in the third term at the SCG on Grandstand AFL.
They just go into a laborious way of trying to score. It's hand pass after hand pass, under pressure, and then Hugo Hagan puts it out over the fence.
It's 3 snaps he's had tonight, and all of them he's just thrown on his foot. He really needs to work on that skill.
That's out in full.
McCartney made Cunningham work, but boundary umpire said he marked it just inside the line. Nick Malthouse isn't too sure.
Well, yes, I am.
Or sure that it went over.
Absolutely went over.
The kick from Fox up the wing, missed by Hannon. Cunningham now at right half forward. His kick is an ugly one, though. It will fall in the hands of Gardner, who just marks at the second attempt. Plays on quickly. Finds Ed Richards in the right back pocket, looking for the lead of Shaki. Shaki lets it bounce. That brings Florent into play. And he just works Shaki over the boundary line out of sight. Sydney 12-14, 86. Western Bulldogs 6-6, 42. 16 and nearly a half minutes gone in the third quarter. Here's Brett Sprigg on Grandstand AFL.
Back in it comes. A Marty opposed to English. Marty tries to lay it down, takes on the tackle of Bontempelli, slips away and finds the boundary line. The umpire will board him again.
McRae 20 disposals for the Dogs, Treloar 19, Jake Lloyd 19 for Sydney, along with Papley and Warner, who have both been as energetic as ever.
Thrown back in. Vision with the football there, McComb. And it's been picked off, though, by Blakey. So Blakey marks it left half back here for the Sydney Swans. A 44-point lead in their keeping. Plays on around the man on the mark. Comes back up the line now. Bontempelli in the contest with a Marty again. It's off hand and over for a throw-in. Same part of the ground in front of the O'Reilly stand. Eastern side of the SCG. And we've played 17 and a half minutes in this third term on Grandstand AFL.
Interesting, Paddy McCartney has gone to what looks like a bag that helps treat his diabetes and was on the boundary line in the Swans dugout. So some of the stuff that Paddy McCartney has to go through. Game number 50 for him tonight. He's had a big influence. Dogs win it at half back, though. We're looking forward. Big leap by Rampy to affect the contest. Falls away of Bedendo. Good smother by Lloyd. Bedendo wins it back. The second gamer does well to find some space at half forward. Another excellent smother from the Swans, this time by Warner. Mills goes in hard, but he catches Liberatore high. Umpire says no. It's wrapped up, and they might pay holding the ball against Mills. They will. You could see it coming. No, it went Mills' way. Sorry, it was Macomb who had hands of the footy. So another tackle by Mills, and he's won the free kick. Up to 11 tackles now for the night. The Swans go Gapton. Works it up to half forward. Dunkley got in front of Warner. Wins it back, Dunkley. Treloar, handball inside to Macomb. Macomb guides it up to the 50. Well done by Tom McCartan to get in front of Waitman and punch it away. From the middle of the ground, he's punched it all the way over the boundary line on the outer side. We'll have a throw in from there.
You can almost picture it now. Every time the Dogs get the football, they just channel it through the same area all the time. The Swans get there and punch it clear. There's no lateral kicking. There's no short kicking. Just give Sydney something else to look at as opposed to that ball just coming straight at them in the air.
Tap comes down to Parker. He turns his kick back to the outer wing. Franklin outnumbered down there by Richards and Gardner and runs out of room. Richards bends down to pick it up, but he's got some contact from Ryan Clark. The umpire says it's throw it back in. So played between the arcs on the outer side of the ground the last few minutes, and the Sting in some ways has gone out of the game. It's the biggest lead of the night so far. The Swans by 44. Back in it comes. Slapped away, speaking of 44, by Tim English. Dunkley's kick just squeezed out to the flank. Now Bedendo wrapped up there by Lloyd. The umpire will ball it up between wing and half forward at the Dogs' attacking end. And again, they trail by 44 points, approaching time on third term.
Swans happy with this. Stagnating the Bulldogs' flow. Well done by McComb to win the ball in the contest. Gets ball onto boot. Goes out, though, for another boundary throw-in on the outer side, and having it tough in the clinches, Nathan. The way you loved it.
What the Swans have done is they've realised they're losing every tap. So Luke Parker has gone to liberatory every single bounce. So they realise we're not going to win the tap, so let's just make it really, really hard for them.
English palms are down to Bont. Balls to McRae. Right foot snap inside attack. Waitman couldn't get hands on it, and here goes his opponent in Blakey. A couple of bounces from the middle of the SCG. Tries to take on another tackler, is caught, but got the handball free to Stevens. Stevens looks for Buddy in the pocket, and he's found him. Quick ball movement, the Swans. They all get around Nick Blakey, who came rushing out of defence. They play on quickly, though. The handball from Buddy to Papley, and Papley snapped another one for Sydney. He's got his first of the night. Unselfish from the Swans champion in Franklin. And the margin is out to 50 points.
Well, Ryan Gardner is a real trier. Is really a bloke that you just know is going to keep having a try. But when the ball's in the air, he takes his eye off the ball to find out where his man is. He tries to relocate the ball. It's all too late. The ball's travelled another 10 to 15 metres. He then can't find it. He's then looking at his opponent, and his opponent inevitably marks the football. Any time that you want to catch Ryan Gardner out, kick the ball in high with no pressure, and he'll give you the same result. So as try as he may, and he is a good trier, he gets found out like that, especially against a player like Franklin, who's played for 16 years.
Look at the restart. Reid wins it down. Bontempelli slips the Warner tackle, and the umpire said it was around the neck. So a free kick going away, the Dogs skipper. Plays on now on that left boot. On the angle going inside 50. Scroll from behind, Rampy down there on Bedendo. Footy comes loose at the pocket, comes back infield now, and it's marked by Shaki. So it was nice use of the football. Shaki has taken the mark. A neat entry came from Garcia. And Shaki here is 35 out on an angle slightly left of centre.
And he's a goal. He was born a goal kicker. He's missed one sitter. There'll be no excuse for this if he misses this.
Goalless last week against his former side up in Brisbane. Josh Shaki on the approach from 40, just nurses it straight over the goal umpire's hat. It's 44 points the margin. The Dogs with their 7th. 7-6-48, trailing Sydney 13-14-92. We've played 24 minutes in this third term on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
Again, proves the importance of getting that centre bounce, especially here in Sydney, getting the ball going your way where you've just got 6-6-6. The wingers don't get time to push back in there, and you can go one-on-one with your forwards. It was a good kick by Garcia. He probably didn't think he was going to hook it back that far on his left foot. Most people probably thought he was going for the goal square, but managed to get it a really acute angle back over his shoulder, and Shaki read it really well. But if the Dogs are going to get back into this game, this last 7 minutes or so, they need to dominate this centre bounce.
Swans by 44 points. Shaki, fresh off kicking that goal, now into the middle of the ground through the ruck work up against Sam Reid. Repeating, Pete Laddams subbed out of the game, so Reid's in the middle for most of it. Bontempelli wins it back, and the Dogs get going again. Here's Lockie Hunter on his left, inside 50. He's turned it over, though. Paddy Mccartney takes another defensive mark. He's having a fantastic game in his 50th. Goes out wide to McInerney. Now Rowbottom gives it back to McInerney, who was running to get it back. Handball inside to Mills. Swans on the wing. Mills in the pocket, looking for Hayward. At the second attempt, he's marked it. Controlled it beautifully, Will Hayward. Just pushed it up volleyball style and let it drop into his arms. And he'll kick from 45 metres out in a 45-degree angle.
All too easy. The run into the back line by Sydney's been fantastic. It just hasn't been stopped by the Dogs. Let's have a look at the personnel up there. It's not that difficult, but when you've got speed and you've got intent, this is what's been really breaking open the forward line for the Bulldogs.
And Will Hayward pushed the Swans back out to a 50-point lead. He needs this to fade back. It's not. It's across the face. For 45 points the margin. Another behind for the inaccurate Swans. 13-15 they are, 93. All over the Dogs, who are 7-6-48.
28 scoring shots to 13, I think you'll find. Bailey Dale kicks out beyond defensive 50. Heaney cuts across and just knocks it out of bounds for a throw-in. 65 around from the Swans' goal. So intercepted again, locked in just near the paint of 50 at the Swans attacking end, the Randwick end.
The Bulldogs need to take some risks now. This season's on the line here. They either lose by a lot or they get themselves back into the game. Kicking the ball out to the pockets is not really going to get them what they need.
Mills slips the tackle, hand pass to Parker, tunnels it inside forward 50. Hayward had time to mark, but spoiled instead in attack, and it goes out for a throw-in. 35 around from the left behind post. 13-15 plays 7-6. So as Daniel Garb said, 45 points the margin, 26 gone third term here.
Sam Reid stands away from Tim English. Now they converge. English gets it down to West. Socket off the ground by Bontempelli. Up to the wing. Shaki's there, but Paddy Mccartney leads into the ball, gets it back, and kicks the Swans into 50 again. Off hands, here's Heaney. 4 goals to his name already. Couldn't collect it cleanly. English is wrapped up in a Cunningham tackle. We'll have a ball up. Inside attack for the Swans. English leaps high, palms it down to the Bont. Handball backwards, they missed its target. So Amadi gives it to Hayward. He slams through another one. Sydney doing as they please. Will Hayward's on the board. Margins out to 51.
Well, it's just far too easy there by the Sydney Swans. Just a stoppage, 20 metres out from goal. You knock the ball towards your goal. The guy in the goal square comes out, meets the ball first. You've got the players trailing behind. That's when, as a defender, you can afford to be in front, because if it goes over your head, it's probably going through the goals anyway. But if you trail your player out, all they need to do is be clean, handball off to a runner coming past, and that was Hayward running into open goal for an easy goal. So really poorly set up there by the Western Bulldogs, and at times tonight they're set up around the contest, which is something that they pride themselves on being really good, has been terrible tonight.
Berkey, just quickly, Mick, I'm just seeing here that Tom Papley is actually on report for that bump on Josh Dunkley earlier in that third term, which we all seem to think there was nothing wrong with it.
No, you three did. I thought he would go.
You reckon? Okay. But you don't think he should, but you thought that he would based on...
I thought that he should wear a week for that.
Okay. Well, he's on report, and
because Dunkley was already down. And I know he came in down, but he came in down late. So that's the...
Swans by 51. In comes Rowbottom, goes inside 50 now down the corridor. Picked up out the back by Williams in defence. Shares it with Gardner. Up against the goalpost here. It goes up in the air. It's marked by Papley. Speak of the devil in the left forward pocket. He attempted to clear the kick, Gardner. It went right up in the air, and Papley has taken the mark here. He'll open up the angle because he'll have to cross the boundary line to kick to add to the Sydney Swans' 51-point lead. Curls it around the posts and makes no mistake for his second. Party time in the Harbour City. What a response this is from John Longmire's men. 57 points their lead. 15-15, 105 to 7-6-48. Late stages third term here on Grandstand AFL. So, yeah,
I'm not surprised that he got reported, because Dunkley was already over the ball. Papley came in late over the ball.
But both players had eyes for the football.
No, I disagree. I think he'd come in late. I think he'd come in far too... Well, in terms of AFL football, split second late, knowing that it was going to be a bump. Once you know it's going to be a bump, you pull out of that. If you're going to go for the football and you know you're going to get the football, well, you go for the football. But I don't think the intent first was football. I think it was bump, then football.
You're our resident former MRP, Berkey. Anything to worry about for Tom Papley?
There's clauses about did he have other options or was he actually going for the football? So they'll go through the clauses. I think he could be okay.
Tom Papley's having a night out amid all of that. 21 disposals, 2 goals, 4 now. And he's getting this crowd going as he so often does. Florent is wrapped up by 3 dogs and caught holding the ball.
Who gets
at half-back?
3 of them tackled him. Who gets the free kick?
Well, the captain's claiming it.
Does. Yeah.
Senior status takes over. The Bond says, give it to me, please. And you'd want the ball in his hands more than anyone else. But the Dogs have a lot of work to do. Down by 57. He goes to the pocket. Norton falls down. Picked up by Rampy. That's a shank, though, out of bounds on the full. So the Dogs will have a shot at goal.
Oh, where's it? Depends where the umpire says it went over the line. This is a goal-scoring opportunity. And Lockie Hunter as a left footer, I'd probably be running out of the way there, not sticking my hand up and trying to get a kick.
This is not ideal for Lockie Hunter. Not sure he has this in his locker. Deep in the pocket.
It's where you've got to be smart. You go, I'm a left footer, I don't really want this one, and run away from it. Let a right footer get it.
Shaping up for a drop punt, though. It's got half a chance. Goes across the face, Sam Reid, who is working really hard for his team in the absence of Laddams in the ruck. Gets across and palms it over for a rush behind. Margin back to 56 points.
It's hard to see a Dog that's actually winning on the night. English has probably got better as the game's gone on because Laddams is not playing, but outside of that, and even he is not dominating like you'd suspect. So it's been one-way traffic.
Sydney work the footy up the line here from Rampy to a contest on the outer side. Gardner comes across in front of Cunningham, and it's off hands for a throw-in. Both subs were made in the second term. Peter Laddams with a thumb injury, and Anthony Scott due to concussion. I was concerned for Aaron Norton's knee, but he's now to rejoin the game. Back out there for the Western Bulldogs. We trail by 56 points. Worked for by Liberatore. Out to Joe Hannison, just forward of halfway, and he just parries it towards the boundary line. The umpire will throw it back in on the outer side of the ground.
Liberatore is one player who's working really hard. He's had the 17 possessions out of the 7 clearances, even though Luke Parker has gone to him at every stoppage, because John Longmire knows that if they're going to get back into the game, Libby's going to dominate the stoppages, and so he's just wearing him like a glove.
Concerned looking Luke Beveridge has now moved to the bench for the Dogs as English handballs it up the line. Coming out to meet it though first is Warner for the Swans. Gets the kick clear, marked by Heaney. Quick handball looking for McInerney. He's wrapped up in a tackle though. And he's won a free kick for in the back. McInerney just behind the wing for the Swans. Goes short and finds Jake Lloyd. Leading by 56 points, Sydney. Dogs behind the ball, so he's happy to go short and hit up Nick Blakey. To the pocket he goes, drives it low over the head of Warner. Franklin's there. His opponent Gardner now has it from the pocket, just works it up to right half back. McInerney tracks it, but he's happy to let this bounce off his hands and over the boundary line for a throw-in on the outer side of the ground. Swans leading by 56 points here on a Friday night, a cold one at that in Sydney.
Cold but dry at least. 32 gone in this third term. It's a long third quarter. Back in it comes. Cleared away by Rowbottom. High inside forward 50 for the Swans, but they're outnumbered up in attack, and taking their set mark is Gardner. So from fullback, works it up the corridor. Treloar, recent 200 gamer. Fires the hand pass here for Williams. Bradley Williams comes to find Norton, who gets in front of Tom McCartney and takes the mark on the eastern wing. Has options upfield, but just holds it for a moment, Aaron Norton. Aaron Norton's fourth in the Coleman. He's still 5 shy of Jeremy Cameron, who's 46 goals atop that leaderboard. At half forward now, the hand pass comes from McComb, back to Treloar. Now Aaron Norton again, off a step, back inside forward 50. Ugle-Hagan up second bite, pulls it in. And he's paid the mark in the right forward pocket, 35 out.
Well, I'm glad he stood his ground. I'm glad he's able to take that. I know he tries. He just looks like a young player that's got potential, but a long, long way from the intensity required.
Number 1 pick in the draft a couple of years ago. Mara Ugle-Hagan on the approach from the pocket. It's absolutely beautiful off his boot. Nice set shot for goal. The Bulldogs have their 8th. It's his first of the night. They're 8-7-55. The Swans 15-105. The margin is back to 50 in the last few moments of this third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
34 minutes we're ticking over now in this last quarter.
Yeah.
I've got a plane to catch in the morning, so...
Third quarter, there's still one more to go.
Oh, goodness me. But yeah, it's really been all the Sydney Swans. They've realised they haven't got a ruck, so they've clamped down in the middle of the ground. Their defenders have been outstanding, just streaming off that half-back line. It looks like they're just really playing as a united group that's really, really confident. And when we start to think about the best defences in the league, we're going to have to start sort of adding the Sydney Swans into that question as well.
Paddy Mccartney's been superb tonight. Margin 50 points. Dogs win it in the middle. Liberatore gets a handball free. Riley West tries to work it forward. Gives it back to Liberatore. 52 out. Handball over the top to Bontempelli. He's got space. Loves the situation, but misses one that he should have kicked. Another behind. The Bont trying to get his side back into it, but that's one he'd love again. 49 points the lead for the Swans.
I was just thinking to myself, I'd love to see Riley West come up into the middle of the ground. He's been pretty much starved down there in that forward line with not a lot of forward entry. So get him back up in the middle. He's played all his juniors as a midfielder. That's where he's going to be a good player. So get him in the thick of it.
Three-quarter time siren. Sydney by 49 points here. 15-105 to 8-8-56. The home side well and truly in control. Goal kickers for the Swans. Isaac Heaney has 4 goals straight to go with 13 touches and 4 marks. Amati and Papley each have 2. Singles to Ryan Clark, Buddy Franklin, Will Hayward, Callum Mills, James Rowbottom, Dylan Stevens and Chad Warner. What a game he's having as well, Chad Warner. While for the Bulldogs, 2 to Cody Waitman and all singles, Bontempelli, English, Johannesson, Aaron Norton, Josh Shackey and Tamara Ugle-Hagan, the most recent of those. Swans by 49 points here at the final change on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. You're listening to Grandstand AFL.
Winter on ABC iView is chilling. I mean thrilling.
I may have found something.
You're still playing the same old game of chess. So what game are you playing?
With entire seasons to keep you guessing.
What about loyalty? What about friendship? What you did. Dishonours all cops.
Mystery drama and Troppo, chilling cat and mouse in Killing Eve, plus Total Control, You Can't Ask That, and so many more.
So, when does the show start?
Snuggle in and chill with the best this winter. Stream for free on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Buddy's there, works it down to the front for Rowbottom. Stood his ground well, finds Amati, now Papley, who centres it on his left. Stays in play, picks up by Heaney, dances around a couple of tackles, and sticks an absolute beauty.
The hand pass comes from Dunkley to Liberatore, goes inside forward 50 and English leads up the corridor and marks from 40 to the Paddington end on its way. That's a pure, straight set shot. The Dogs.
Luke Parker sockets it off the ground into attack. Amati attacks it as well. Now Clark palms it down to Hayward. Clark gets it back. Ryan Clark snaps on goal. A wonderful finish from the pocket for Ryan Clark. Another ball up. Inside attack for the Swans. English leads high. Palms it down to the bot. Handball backwards. They missed its target. To Amati. Gives it to Hayward. He slams through another one. Sydney doing as they please.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The margin was at one stage 57 points the Sydney Swans way against the Western Bulldogs. All important game on Friday night, 8th versus 10th. The Swans lead by 49 points at the final change. 15-15 plays 8-8. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Mick Moldhouse, Nathan Burke and Sophie Clappin on the boundary. Couple of things just to tidy up on by way of housekeeping. Around the grounds NRL, South Sydney 38, Newcastle 28. That's the final score at Hunter Stadium. In the cricket, the second test at Gawler ball. Australia 5 for 298. Steve Smith still there on 109. His 28th Test century a short time ago. Alex Carey also unbeaten on 16. Australia 5 for 298. And that is in fact stumps on day one in Gaul. Your texts remain welcome. 0437 774 774 with you until another hour or so tonight. And of course the final quarter still to be played out here at the SCG. We get the thoughts of our experts, Nathan Burke and Mick Malthouse on Grandstand AFL.
Well, I've just seen something reasonably extraordinary. It's round 16. Your side's going to be 8 and 8. It's not a
17.
Round 17. Yep. Okay, 6 to go. And I've just seen Luke Beveridge take his players, walk out on the ground, take the other coaches moved away, and he had them for 3 minutes. Now, I've been in a position myself late in the season where you're out of it, you can't make the finals, and you're just pleading for respect, pride, an understanding that how people perceive you now is when you're down. I'm just wondering whether this is a year too far. They still mathematically can easily make it, but on performances, you'd suspect that why would he go there for 3 minutes, talk to them before the coaches? And I've got a feeling that it might be about that respect because it's a Friday night, a lot of people watching, probably a lot of Footscray or Western Bulldogs people have turned it off, but those are remaining, give them something, don't throw the game in. And it was quite extraordinary.
It's, to be honest, if Western Bulldogs made it anywhere near where they did last year, I'd be astounded because I just look at their bottom group of McComb and Scott and Badenko, and I'll put Shaki in there as well. Riley West is just a young fella. Ugal Hagen. They're just not having any impact on the game, and you cannot compete with the Melbournes and Geelongs and these teams when your bottom 6 or 7 or 8 don't have any impact on the game, and some of your key players that you need to have an impact, like Shaki, too inconsistent. And then you get English being out. So really, if they do make the finals, it's probably a bit of a miracle considering the list that they've got at the moment.
So they'll be 8 and 8 tonight, with St Kilda next Friday night to open round 18 at Docklands, and then a really tricky. That begins a really tricky month for them. Melbourne, Geelong, Fremantle. Those next 3 games beyond that. They'll have to win realistically 5 of those remaining 7 games. This one's done. So 5 of the remaining 6 games, and that is the task facing Luke Beveridge's men. A couple of numbers, Daniel Garb, to three-quarter time.
Lloyd, 21 disposals. Papley, 21, 2 goals, 4. Parker has 21 as well. Warner, 20, 10 inside 50s. Mills has 12 tackles and a goal, 16 disposals. Sam Reid doing the ruck work after Laddams was subbed out. He has 11 tackles himself. So talking about doing the tough stuff. Treloar, 24 for the Dogs. McRae, 21. Here's Brett Sprigg on Grandstand AFL to start the last quarter from the SCG.
Sam Reid and Tim English going at it. Reid, the veteran, wins it down. English, though, follows up, tries to pat it out to advantage. He's beaten, though, by Chad Warner. Warner can win the clearance here for the Swans. On the bounce, Heaney gets there first. Good pace. Fires the hand pass back to Goulden. All the way back here, McInerney. Now comes inboard for Fox. That's Lloyd now, Fox. Back to McInerney, comes up the line now for the Swans. Heaney in the contest against Treloar. Didn't take the mark, umpire says play on. Williams was beaten this time by the Bulldogs. Hand pass comes up the outer wing again. Robbie Fox, his hand pass was picked off though this time by Garcia. Back inboard it comes down for Riley West. The Dogs go forward of halfway, but it's not exactly a neat entry, and Aaron Norton spills it out over the boundary line, 70 around from goal at left half forward. No change to our three-quarter time score. The Swans here by 49 points.
Well, the intensity was there, so I'm just wondering whether that speech was give your supporters something.
Still looks proppy. Aaron Norton was grimacing as he ran away from that contest. That knee is not 100%. He'll leap at this one, though. McCartan's with him, and the ball goes over for a boundary throw-in. McCartan tries to just work Norton over a little bit while he was bent over, knowing that he's struggling. Norton didn't like it. Giving it back, holding the jumper of his opponent. 49 points, the Swans lead. Boundary throw in inside 50 for the Dogs. Here is Norton. Can he snap on goal on his left? He does. It's a high ball through foray behind. Dogs move to 8-9-57. The Swans 15-15-105.
Blakey kicks out, draws the player. Goes the hand pass now to Lloyd. Now Mills, the co-captain, beyond defensive 50 to Ryan Clark, who was the late inclusion, as Garby mentioned earlier, for Braden Campbell. Up the line he comes, commentary side. Heaney in from behind him was Keith. Ball in dispute on the wing, picked up by Treloar. Keith on the bounce here, back to Bontempelli, slips the tackle of Amati, brings it across the half-back line now. Lockie Hunter back with a flight, great work away from McInerney. Now he's in open space on the outer logo. Again draws the man. Hand pass to Johannesson, who was put down by Rampy. Umpire says, let's play on. English slides out after it. Rampy goes with him. Again, they pile in. The umpire will ball it up between wing and half forward at the Dogs attacking end the Randwick end of the SCG, and it is a 48-point break the way of the Swans early stages final term.
Justin McInerney's Guernsey is completely split. He'll have to change that one. Dogs on the outer side, work it inside 50. Ugle Hagen should mark and does at the second attempt. Juggled it. It was a reasonable pack, so he's done well, the youngster, to stand his ground on that one.
Well, well done by the young fella. He actually used his body well there to get rid of the Swans' opponent. Banged into him first and then leapt at the football. He's been a little bit guilty of just going straight at the football, not considering his opponent. So that was good. Hopefully he can finish with a goal from outside 50.
From 55, he won't get the distance. Top of the square, Paddy McCartney's there. Norton, big leap. Excellent mark. With a sore knee, he's done ever so well in that situation to get on top of that pack. Take the grab and you'll kick from close to directly in front.
Yeah, good reward for effort. Had stood back far enough to have that big leap that's so common with his game. Good hands.
As Brett Spriggs said, he's only 5 off the leader in the Coleman. Make that 4, guides through his second of the night, Aaron Norton, and he's in this Coleman medal race. That's something for him to focus on in the run home in this season if the Dogs do miss the finals. Sydney lead by 42 points now.
It was interesting, the two McCartney boys were the two in that contest, and both turned around and had a look at each other and went, mate, you get him out of there, don't let him jump on me. And the other one said, well, why aren't you spoiling? Why are you going for the mark? So a little bit of brotherly love there. I'm sure that
it's happened a few times this year between those two, to be honest. Just by the way, Sam Reid has 11 tackles in the game so far. He had 8 of them in that third quarter. The Dogs had 8 for the entire quarter as a team.
Yeah, it's just
gives you some idea of the story tonight.
And I'm sure it would have been, hey, you midfielders, Laddams isn't here. We need you to step up against this really good clearance outfit. And big fella, you got to lead the way. And he did.
Swans by 42. Here is Reid opposed to English. Warner right out of it this time. English follows up. Run down by Reid. Got the kick away though. Bounce inside forward 50. In defence, McCartan goes to it with Liberatore. McComb in as well, wrapped up by Rowbottom, and the umpire will ball it up on the point of the square. Closer to right half forward here for the Bulldogs.
Reid gets in front of English. English gets the hand over the top though. Here's Jake Lloyd with his head over the footy. Now Reid again, his handball, and he goes as far as Dunkley though. Palm down by Lloyd. Strong tackle on McComb by Errol Goulden. He's wrapped him up, holding the ball. Left half back for the Swans. Good chase by the youngster. He just kicks it to his co-captain in Rampy, and Swans are happy to switch it to the outer side through McCartan, Paddy, and now McCartan Tom.
So they do switch to the outer flank. Fox up the line now to find Isaac Heaney. And he can just go in turn to find Franklin. Bontempelli up in front though. Slapped it back to Hannon. One of their inclusions tonight. Up towards Norton in the contest with Tom McCartan. Tom McCartan kept his feet, although there's going to be a whistle on play here. It's going to be off hands for a throw-in. It was just not kept alive in the field of play, so it'll be a throw-in right on the junction of 50 at half forward for the Bulldogs.
If you're Luke Beveridge, you'd be thinking about putting Norton on ice. They're not going to win this game. He's only going to get sorer for that really tough, tricky run in the next 4 weeks. So I'd be putting him on the pine.
Swans by 42 here. It's knocked back out of play for a throw-in again.
Like the Karate Kid trying to keep going on that knee at the moment, Aaron Norton. Daniel's son, when he kept getting hit.
He's got the headband on.
Like the Cobra Kai. And he has got the headband on as well. He's soldiering on, though. A couple of goals to his name. Reid in front of English. Wins it cleanly. Can't get the kick clear, though. Swans win it back, though, through Parker. Now Heaney at half-back. Lloyd. Wakeman closed on him. Got the handball away, though. Well done by Robbie Fox to break the tackle. Bounds away from half-back. Kick over the top. Needs to sit up for Gould, and it won't. Out of bounds, though, out of sides. 65 out from the Swans goal. They lead comfortably by 42 points, and they'll just stabilise their position in the 8 when this one is all said and done.
Well, we're up to 5th, the Swans at the moment on the live ladder, so percentage as well. They could touch Freo, although Freo are a game ahead. In terms of pure percentage, that's going to be significant come the end of the season. Kick inside 50 from Warner. It's dropped by Gardner. Treloar goes to rebound here for the Dogs, only as far as McInerney here for the Sydney Swans. He's 70 out from goal. Umpire Hayden Gaveen comes to clear the area. And here is the Sydney Swans wingman. McInerney plays on. Goes to the hot spot now. Franklin leads up from full forward and takes an easy chest mark, 30 out directly in front.
I have no idea how a player with the ball goes to play on. The umpire says, no, you've got to go back. You've got to take your kick. And it's a slow play. Yet Franklin can still find open space inside his forward 50 on a slow play.
Franklin lining up for his second tonight. This time he makes no mistake. He had 1 goal 4. Now he's 2 goals 4. But the Swans are back out to a 48-point lead. 16-15, 111 to 9-9-63. We played 8.5 minutes in this final term on Grandstand AFL.
If you're a defender for the Western Bulldogs, you're going, right, where's my player? I've got my player covered. Where are they likely to go now? They're probably likely to go to Lance Franklin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hedge my bets a little bit that way and get him in his way, because that's 80% of the time that's where the ball's going to go. But none of them thought that. Ryan Gardner just went to sleep standing behind Buddy Franklin. Then starts yelling at his teammates for not filling the hole. But you know what? He's your man. Don't let him lead forward at the footy. So terrible defensive play there by the Western Bulldogs.
Should mention, of course, Freo have a game in hand as well, because they play the Saints tomorrow. But the Swans closing the gap, currently in 5th.
They lead by 48 points. Liberatore, handball over the shoulder. Rowbottom, another strong tackle on English. Not caught holding the ball. We'll have another ball up. Mick, how much of a focus is percentage now for the Swans? We know how tight it is in the 8. Is that something you speak about?
Oh, as a coach, probably not. It's more just about the execution.
Here's Papley, handball over the top to Heaney, looking for him in the pocket. Socket off the ground by Goulden. Bounces into the post, though. Almost went through. Not sure he meant it, Errol Goulden, but almost came off. Behind, though, margin 49 points to Sydney.
Kick out untidy. Picked up there by Richards. Now Dale wrapped up by Papley under real pressure. The umpire says, yep, he had prior. Holding the ball. Tackler rewarded. Papley in the right forward pocket.
Just a brain fade by Dale. It was a poor kick out and missed his target. Got the handball back and just thought he could break through the Sydney Swans tackle, and you just don't do that. You just don't break through the Swans tacklers. They're probably one of the better tackling teams in the league.
Papley's 2 goals 4. Goes to the left here, right around the corner, and misses to the far side. So 2 goals 5 for him tonight, Tom Papley. And the Swans lead by 50 points. 10 going final term. And another dicey kick out on the full. Well, that is just a summation of the Bulldogs' night. Swans ball with Franklin in the left forward pocket.
And it's so disappointing on such an important night to put such a poor performance together for your supporters.
Well, the attacking 50 is pretty flooded, so Buddy may as well have a shot from here. It's not the preferred side for a left footer. It's got 2 for the night already. This would get the SCG going, though, if he can swing it back. It's looking okay. It's just missed on the near side. A few fans went up thinking it might have gone through. Not the case, though. Sydney Swans lead by 51 points, and Buddy Franklin has 2-5 for the evening.
So he and Papley both have 2 goals 5. Total of 14 scoring shots for 4 goals. Anyway, you can't fault the Sydney Swans overall. Richards buys some space up the corridor here from the kick out. Comes at beyond defensive 50 at the middle of the SCG, or it's marked by Dane Rampy. By the way, he and Luke Parker playing their 200th game together tonight, so it's a shared milestone. It's sort of rare to have that longevity shared, and there are all kinds of markers. They're a long way shy of the most, but it is a significant milestone for teammates as Blakey slips away to Florent. Now he can come wide to Cunningham at left half back. Swans by 51. Cunningham was the sub in for Peter Adams, who's out with that thumb injury. Up to Reid. Big pack mark, not quite finished off. Garcia goes in hard for the Dogs, shares it out by hand to English, and now Dunkley fires it back to Treloar, run down from behind by Papley. Footy comes loose. Mills piles in there in concert with his opponent in Garcia. He goes to fend off Garcia. Neat kick up the line to find Shaki on the wing.
Shaki is a man in the middle of the ground, but the Swans read it well and affected the contest. There were 3-on-1 in the end for Riley West to deal with. Liberatore's there lending support. Swans get it back though through Blakey. His handball is affected, so Garcia just squeezes it up the boundary line, right half forward now. Cunningham's there. Handball looking for Florent, missed the target. Good work by Riley West, putting a strong tackle on inside, attacking 50 for the Dogs. So doing the hard work, Riley West, keeping his place in the team. How tough was his dad to play against, Nathan? Scotty West.
Oh, he was a superstar. He was just a ball magnet and worked all day long. If he's half as good as old man, he'll be a good player for the Dogs.
A slow start to his career, but he's certainly finding himself this year. Swans by 51 points. Back on the wing here, Franklin taps it back to Heaney. He was felled in the back by Richards. Umpire says play on. Treloar wins it away here for the Dogs. Out to McComb. And that's a neat looking pass up the line here for Shaki again. He marks just forward of the wing at right half forward. Puts the Dogs back inside forward 50. Tim English, strong overhead grab. Got some separation on Reid and wins it down here. 35 out in the 45-degree angle.
Yeah, great play by Shaki. Read that play really well. Could have gone longer and it would have been spoiled. Shorter and who knows. So he picked the right target. He's got great skill. Just pity can't get the whole game together, young Shaki.
As I mentioned, a new deal beckons for Tim English. He's had suitors from his native Western Australia. And he'll stay at the Dogs, and he kicks here from 40 out, sprays it across the left-hand side for the minor score. The Bulldogs 9-10-64, the Swans 16-18, 114. Margin 50 here, the home side's way at the SCG.
Nick Blakey goes short to Parker. He wants to get it back, Nick Blakey. Had a couple of good runs, which they love here at the SCG, the faithful, when he gets going and the mane of hair starts flocking. They go up the middle, though, to Mills, and now Florent. He goes straight down the corridor to a one-on-one. Papley's there. Well done, Ed Richards. Fantastic mark. One-handed, falling over almost to get in front of Papley and take it clean.
Not sure how he actually grabbed that one. It was like stuck under his armpit.
It almost got trapped in there.
Papley's shoulder was really sore. He couldn't get his arm up.
McComb goes up the wing looking for English, who keeps it in play, but that favours the Swans. Rampy's there, handball inside, bounces in front of Parker. Has time to gather, go back to Tom McCartney, chip it to Robbie Fox. They'll just switch now. Here's Dylan Stevens, who kicked a really good goal in the second quarter. At the middle of the ground he goes to Callum Mills. Out wide now looking for Cunningham. He's the sub for the Swans, on for Peter Adams. That's a big story to come out of this game. Adams in trouble. We'll find out how bad it is afterwards. Now Papley, who's been excellent for 4 quarters. 2 goals, 5 he's kicked. Up to 24 disposals, 15 contested. Centres are now inside 50. Well done by Shaki, though, to cut across and take a defensive mark. But a free kick is being paid and going the way of Chad Warner directly in front.
Yeah.
And that's a hammer blow for the Dogs.
Well, I think Liberatore took his eyes off the ball and just shepherded him out. It would have been no difference to the result because he couldn't have got there anyway, but you just see Liberatore just stop him getting to the ball. And once you manhandle someone, especially when an umpire's got every chance of seeing it.
We talk about the best youngsters at the Swans a lot. This kid, Chad Warner, may well be the number 1 seed at the moment. Another big game, 2 goals for him tonight. And the Swans are absolutely cruising. Margin is 56 points. They are 17-18, 120. The Dogs 9-10-64.
When you've got some superstars like Josh Kennedy and Luke Parker, they're just on that tail end of their careers, certainly Josh Kennedy is, you're looking for, okay, who are the next ones coming through that are going to control that midfield for the next 8 to 10 years, and I certainly think they've found one in that young fellow Chad Warner and Josh Kennedy. If he makes it back on the field, that's fantastic, but this guy will take his place.
Coaches don't say this publicly, but he is the player they rate most highly on their list. Young, old, he is a player with huge uptick.
And he's got a brother who's
Corey,
who's been drafted as well to the Swans, so interesting to see how he goes.
Both from East Fremantle, of course, Nick.
Oh, I expect to say that's your old.
Another great footy factory over there on the west coast as McRae is wrapped up here in the middle of the SCG.
Willerton too? Didn't you?
Willerton was where my brother went to school. I didn't go.
Yeah.
That's the basketball program.
I knew there was something there.
Yeah. So down here to Rowbottom. Slips away from Dunkley. He clears it back up the corridor here. Skids it out towards Hunter. Now by hand. Dummies the hand pass. He had Shackey running by, but McRae now into the back of him was Cunningham. Footy comes loose. Shackey here. Amati is collected by the much smaller Hunter, and the ball goes out over the boundary line for a throw-in.
I reckon it's about now, this is when the coaches go, can we have the mercy rule? Because you don't want more injuries. You know the game's done and dusted. People at home are probably going to bed, only listening to us. All the TV people have gone to bed.
56 points the Swans lead here.
You know why, Rick? Because they can listen to us in bed.
Exactly right.
I like seeing the stats tick over. A lot of people play fantasy football as well, Mick. That's always important late in the game.
Yeah, Aaron Norton, I would be saying, mate, do not get out of the goal square. If you're going to be on the field, stay down there.
Ball in dispute at halfback for the Swans. Fox breaks free from a Waitman tackle.
No, he doesn't. He gets it over the shoulder.
Free kick for a high one from Cody Waitman, who's been quiet tonight. A couple of goals, but only the 8 disposals. They move it up the wing. Cunningham. Parker, handball over the top for Mills. He'll want it back. In fact, it's Florent who'll get it back. He's wrapped up by West. Ball spills free. Bailey Williams gets it. Goes to Joe Hannison at centre half forward, or just behind it for the Dogs. Plays on quickly. Looking for Norton. He's broken free of his man, and he'll mark it on his chest. Some reward for Aaron Norton, who's a bit banged up. The knee's sore. He's got 2 goals to his name, and he's got that Coleman race in his sights. He's looking for his third now from a slight angle 20 metres out.
Yeah, well, McCartney did nothing wrong because he read the eyes of the player, but Johansson brought the ball across his body. Norton realised what he was doing and broke to behind him, so left him in his wake.
Looking for his 43rd goal of the season, Aaron Norton. He's pulled this one, though. Across the face, A behind. Swans lead by 55 points.
Crowd, by the way, 22,226. Very close to an all Richie Beno affair there. 2-2-2-2-2.
Sure, that could have let 4 people in for nothing and not counted them.
Out it comes beyond defensive 50. It's marked by Shackey. Just forward of halfway. The Dogs can thrust their way forward, but they trail by 55 points. A dominant display from the Sydney Swans tonight, led by 37 at quarter time as Norton leads up, and it's a nice spoil in from the side. Great work it was by Tom McCartney. So off and out of bounds for a throw in. 40 around from the Bulldogs goal. About to hit time on here in the final quarter.
Boundary umpire hurls it in. Amati's in the ruck now alongside Shackey. Good strong tackle by Luke Parker on Riley West. I've always been bullish that Errol Goulden will be the best of the Swans youngsters, but you can't go past Chad Warner at the moment, the season he's having.
No, he's big and strong, and he's going to get stronger too.
Cleared away by Parker for the Swans. 1-on-1 there. Franklin down there with Gardner. Knocked out the back here, and it's out of bounds for a throw-in in front of the O'Reilly stand, which is becoming increasingly empty as the night wears on. That was one point you made, Berkey, about, I guess, the later finish and the early start you got tomorrow. And it's one criticism, I think, by fans that some of these Friday night games could start a bit earlier.
7:50 too late.
Maybe 20 past 7 like the Thursday night games as Gardner floats across and takes the intercept mark at left half back for the Dogs.
He does so in front of the Bulldogs faithful in that pocket, who will not have enjoyed their outing to the SCG in a cold night. A lot of glum faces there as they work it up the wing now for young But Endo, just his second game, gets around Arampi at right half back, works it up the flank. Strong mark, Paddy Mccartney. That is fantastic. What a story this man is. Under pressure, he's taken it. But his debut in 2015, a former #1 draft pick, he plays his 50th game in 2022. Nathan Burke, you must have a lot of pride watching him go about it at the moment, having been involved in the recruiting of him to the Saints.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's looking fitter by the week too. His body shape from the start of the season has changed slightly. We know he has a lot of diet issues and things like that, and how much he can train, but everything's coming together for the young man, who's a wonderful young fellow too, so could not be happier.
Lawrence kick finds Hayward just forward of the wing here for the Swans in front of the old grandstands on the western side. Home side by 55 points here. Hayward's kick high inside forward 50. A little too deep down there for Reid. Knocked away by Shackey at the back. Heaney was impeded. Umpire says play on. And now Marty lays a tackle down there on Shackey. The ball can jar free here. Dogs with numbers in defence. Comes from Gardner to Richards, and his kick smothered by Dylan Stevens. Out of bounds for a throw-in. 20 around from the Swans goal. Paddington end. And the home side, as I say, leads by 55 points. Oh, here we go. They've amended the attendance. They were wrong the first time.
Down 4,000.
They're now saying it's up 4,000. 26,226.
There's 4,000 behind the pole over there.
You don't sell the crowd short. The marketing media department would have been onto that in a hurry as they work it up the flank. The Dogs, it'll bounce over for a boundary throw-in. For those who don't know the full Paddy Mccartney story, he's battled with concussions a lot, though. Many a time it seemed like his career was completely done for. Swans gave him a lifeline, and he's potentially on all-Australian pace the season he's having at the moment. He'll be in the squad, you would think, based on his season. Whether he makes the team, we'll wait and see, but what a revival.
There's not many better than him when you've said that. Tom Stewart would be a certainty.
Sam Taylor.
Stephen May would be around the mark.
It's a tough class, I reckon, with the defence.
No, it is.
Wiedering's been good, but he missed a lot of footy.
But he has stood up.
Yep.
Swans by 55. Ball up on the outer wing. Reid off to Warner. There's disposal number 25 for Chad Warner. Swans go back inside 50, and Franklin in the contest down there with Ed Richards. It's off hands and out of bounds for a throw-in.
It's interesting, that Australian side. So many great midfielders. You'd like to think that they play it accordingly and pick accordingly.
Back in it comes. Heaney tried to clear a path for himself here. Lost the footy. Picked up by Treloar. He can thump it clear for the Bulldogs. To the outer wing. Waitman in those long sleeves. Evades the tackle of Robbie Fox. Tom McCartan wraps up Norton. Takes the legs. And the umpire says trip. Play on. A free kick and advantage play for the Bulldogs. Bontempelli fires a hand pass out for Garcia. Going inside forward 50. And leading up and marking is Jason Johannesson, the Norm Smith medalist of 2016. So he marks 45 out on a 45-degree angle left-hand side.
Callum Mills tackle watch up to 15, by the way.
So 19 is the men's record. Ed Marinoff has 21. Adelaide midfielder. Jason Johannesson lets fly from 50, and it's just touched on the line for a minor score. 25 gone, final turn. Swans here by 54 points.
Mills needs 4 tackles in under 3 minutes. That's highly unlikely.
Is there a Lee Matthews rule around how many tackles per minute?
I would say you could have a few in succession, though, couldn't you? There's a couple of stoppages, so unlikely, but...
Sam Reid had 8 in one quarter.
Johannesson, just the 8 possessions today. Another one, just not doing enough. If you're going to be a really good team, you need those sort of players doing far more than 8 possessions for the game.
Cross won a Norm Smith medal against the Swans in 2016. Struggled to get in the team in recent times for the Bulldogs, Johannesson, but getting a run at it now. Ball moved up the wing, big pack. Tim English is there. As is Gardner. Hayward's with him. Rowbottom puts a tackle on. So does Heaney. Mills is not around this contest, so he can't add to his tally. 54 points, the Swans lead. A relieving victory it will be for them after that disappointing display against the Bombers. Lots of questions asked about them during the week and their consistency in a 4-quarter display tonight. Here's Mitch Hannon at halfback for the Dogs. That will be under the microscope. Don't worry about that this week. After a poor display on a Friday night. Bouncing around in the middle of the SCG. And a couple of Swans fall on young Riley Garcia. We'll have a ball up in the middle of the ground.
54 points, the Sydney Swans lead. Approaching a full-time siren here. Up it goes, English taps it straight down to Callum Mills. So the Swans win the clearance again. English tracks it back with the flight now. Collides with a couple of teammates. Cunningham works it on now. Hayward by hand to Clark. Stevens running by. He releases him. Draws the player. Hand pass over the top. And it's going to go wide of Isaac Heaney. He's going to come back here for a free kick. The Bulldogs
ran too far.
Ran too far. Dylan Stevens.
That's stiff.
Didn't take a bounce. Had the Joe the Goose over the top to Isaac Heaney, but he did.
A play can run 25 metres out from full-back.
Yeah.
Every single time. I reckon he probably ran 16 at the most.
Yeah, exactly. Next time you see these fullbacks play on, see how many times they bounce it before they get to the 50-metre line.
Swans lead by 54 points. Time ticking down here at the SCG. Alex Keith works it up to left half forward for the Dogs. Garcia's there, but Endo, the kid's getting a run. Late on in this one for the Bulldogs. Tom McCartney comes out to meet it. Cunningham's there. He's been good since coming on as a sub for Peter Laddams. That's the big story to watch out of this one. How bad is that injury to the Swans ruckman? Mills, handball as he falls to the ground looking for Stevens. Riley West tracks it back. Still on the wing. Keith. Garcia gets around a tackle. Falls over though. Hunter, like past the parcel. The Dogs move it around the outer side. Now they centre it into attack. For the way of Waitman. He looked for a high one from Fox and he's won it. So Cody Waitman will snap on goal from 30 metres out in the tight angle.
Yeah, I don't know if he looked. I think we get a bit caught up. You know, the young kid went for the ball.
I mean, he looked at the umpire to make sure the free kick would be given. It was there every day of the week.
Well, Ned Kelly, probably the only bloke would have got more around the neck than he has.
So Cody Waitman has 2 goals to his name. He's tried hard in the long sleeve, snaps on goal, but he's pulled this one. And the siren will sound. Big win for the Sydney Swans. It was a crunch clutch at the SCG, and the home side have prevailed to put the Dogs season in a world of pain. Swans by 53 points.
For the winners, 10 different goal kickers. Heaney kicked 4, Amati, Franklin, Papley and Warner each with 2. Singles for Clark, Hayward, Mills, Rowbottom and Stevens. While for the Bulldogs, 2 each for Aaron Norton and Cody Waitman. Singles for Bontempelli, English, Johannesson, Shaki and Jamara Ugle-Hagan. The Swans by 53 points here at the SCG on Friday night.
Cheer the red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win over all. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
Let's hear it for your Sydney Swans. In the end, 17-18, 120 the full-time score. They beat the Bulldogs 9-13-67. The home side led by 37 at the quarter-time break, by 29 at the half, by 49 at three-quarter time, and 53 points is the final margin. What a response from John Longmire's men, their 10th win of season 2022. As a result, they go for now up into 5th. They did miss an opportunity to boost their percentage though and catch Fremantle by way of percentage, but they are at least 1 game behind the Dockers, who play tomorrow, and the Swans for now in 5th place. While we take a breath and get the thoughts of our experts, Nathan Burke and Mick Moldhouse on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Sydney, it was a really complete effort by them right from the start. They came out of the blocks absolutely firing their first quarter, just really set the scene for the game, and from then on, it was the Western Bulldogs just chasing tail, trying to get back into the game. They lifted their work rate in the second, started to win the clearances, really dominated the clearances, and we thought, hang on, they could get close enough to make a game of this, but a goal to the Sydney Swans right on the halftime siren pretty much put paid to that comeback effort from the Western Bulldogs. And after halftime, it was just a team trying and potentially trying too hard, making mistake after mistake, and the Sydney Swans were really composed. They never took their foot off the pedal. Their tackling, their pressure was outstanding for that whole second half, and as much as the Western Bulldogs wanted to get back into the game, the Sydney Swans didn't allow them to. So the criticism that we saw from Sydney over the last couple of weeks, the way that they played against Essendon and Port Adelaide, certainly wasn't there tonight. That was a different team that was out there tonight, and their pressure around the contest especially was outstanding. Their backline were great. Not only did they stop the Western Bulldogs, but their run through the middle, their forward attacking skills off that half-back line were great. And whilst their forward line were inaccurate, they certainly did enough to have a pretty big win and get some handy percentage.
I guess what we look for now is, what's left of the year. I honestly can't see the Dogs making any impact whatsoever on the finals now. They might pinch a couple of games. On tonight's performance, not going to pinch many at all. They just seem a side that is it's pretty one-dimensional. If they can win a lot of the stoppage work, a lot of the contested possessions, they may have a chance, although that ball goes in the forward line. There's no guarantee what's going to happen because it appears no system. Certainly not, this is not a shot at Luke Beveridge, but there's little semblance of a forward line structure that's going to hurt a side, and the back line unfortunately has too many players that just can't win one-on-one. So we put them to bed. Where do the Swans end up? Well, at their best, they're very good. At the worst, we've probably seen that over the last 2 weeks. Best and worst, they're a side that can defend the ball pretty well. Are they one man short in the middle? Perhaps a ruckman, but then again, Hickey's a competitor. Laddams is a competitor, so they'll have one or two of them available by the end of the year. Their forward line, it appears one-dimensional, but there's a lot of, I think Reed's added to it with, if they can afford to get one of those ruckmen up, and Reed plays as a forward, he's a good high marking forward, which then allows players like Heaney not to attract a marking player. He has to attract a flanker. He's too big and strong for a flanker, so that puts pressure on the opposition backline. Can they match it against the best sides? The best sides going at the moment is probably Geelong. Melbourne were ordinary, but they're a good football side. So I don't know whether Berkey, whether they're good enough to win a premiership, but they're good enough to win they're probably going to have 4 finals. I can't see them finishing the top 4. No. And can they beat 4 good football sides? That's what happens when you're in the bottom 4 and you're not quite good enough. There's one side that's going to be your Achilles heel. And so that's probably where Sydney are at the moment.
They're another key forward short of contesting in those finals. Look, I think, I don't even know whether they're going to make it, to be totally honest, because there is a bit of a logjam there. But Buddy doesn't kick bags in finals, so they need somebody else there to take a bit of heat off him.
Well, I think Reed helps.
But I can't rely on him completely.
No, you can't. No.
The jostling for those positions is really interesting. Reed's doing the second ruck job really well at the moment, but they got McLean, McDonald, Amati all challenging. Joel Amati gets the chance tonight. Kicks a couple, was pretty lively, but McDonald's the one they've got high hopes for, of course. And McLean started the season in that role. They're constantly swapping, looking for that number 1 foil for Buddy Franklin.
Let's head downstairs. Sophie Clappen in the Swans rooms.
Yeah, guys, a very happy Swans camp coming down the race, led by Dane Rampy. A lot of high fives, smiling players, and understandably, a huge response following that loss to Essendon last weekend. They controlled the game pretty much from the first bounce tonight. So no doubt this song will be sung with plenty of gusto.
Great stuff, Soph. Back to you shortly for some reaction from the winners' rooms. 53 points, the final margin tonight. So just on the Dogs next month, and we'll come back to that shortly, but for the Swans, it is hard to gauge where they're going to finish up after round 23 because they've got next week, they're away against Fremantle in Perth, Saturday night. That'll be a tough one. And then Adelaide, GWS, North Melbourne, Collingwood, all very winnable games there. St Kilda around 23. So as to whether they're capable of beating a top 4 team and being a genuine contender, Mick, we won't really know because they're not really, aside from Fremantle and maybe the Saints at the end, it's going to be a strange final month as we try and figure out where the Swans actually fit.
I totally agree with you, Brett. The one in there you mentioned, GWS, it just, you guys would know better living in the state. There's always a bit more to those games. Who's the big brother? Who's pinching the goods against the neighbour and that sort of stuff. You don't want. I lived with that for a few years and found that Fremantle's grand final was playing against West Coast, and it detracted from the rest of the year. It wasn't a West Coast thing; it was a Fremantle thing. GWS are still a good football side, and if Sydney feel challenged, they'll go for it. And when they should beat Adelaide, they should beat North Melbourne. But from there on in, Fremantle over in Fremantle is a very, very tough ask. And Collingwood and the Saints, well, it's 50-50. I'm not sold. I think the Swans can make the 8, and I think 13 will probably have to get you there. So that's 3 from 6. So it's 50%. If you're any good, you're going to win 3 from 6. If you're going to make the 8, you've got to expect to win 3 from 6. So that gives them their 13. So that gets them into the 8. But as we know, 8th spot, 7th spot is really, it's almost a make-believe spot unless you've got some sort of, unless you've got a good side, you've lost momentum, then you gain momentum at the end of the year. And then it gets down to the injuries. You look at Geelong and Melbourne, hardly an injury, and they're on top of the ladder. They get hit with a few injuries, they become human. Who's next? The Saints are good, but they can be poor. Carlton, well, we've seen them destroy sides. 2 big forwards that you just love to have in your side, but then they can get beaten, which they did last week. I don't know where the Swans lie outside of the fact that I think they've been well coached. They've got some very exciting players. And I reckon they've gone past Franklin thinking that if he doesn't play well, we don't win. I reckon they've gone past that, and that's healthy. So I wouldn't discount them for going deep in the finals, but I'm not sure they can win it.
So the Bulldogs have the Saints Friday night to start round 18. That game's at Docklands. Then beyond that, Melbourne, Geelong, Fremantle, GWS, Hawthorn. That next month from right now is tough for the Dogs.
Well, they can't.
Are they done, Berkey? As far if you're a Bulldogs fan, are you expecting to see a possible finals appearance? Because you look at that and you'd think no.
Unfortunately not. And compounding that, you've got Aaron Norton running around on one leg at the moment. So they need everything going their way in order to make the finals, and it's just not looking that way. It's just not happening for them.
Off the SMS 0437 774 774. Thank you for your contributions tonight. Enjoying the call. Not a Swan supporter, but I did think they were the dark horse. However, they have lost some winnable games. Not really sure about them for this year. M from Melbourne. That's what we're discussing right now, Em. Appreciate your text. We're picking the Dogs against mediocrity, says one anonymous correspondent. Don't know what you mean there. Sam from the Sydney Swans need to work on their goal accuracy. Didn't affect the result tonight, but something to keep an eye on. Yeah, that is the thing. And they could have potentially caught Freo by way of percentage, but granted the Dockers have a game in hand and they are a game ahead anyway, the separation on 4th against 5th, and most of the round is still to come. So Carlton, for example, Collingwood, all hot on Sydney's heels despite the win here tonight, but they could have caught Freo and had the 4th best percentage in the competition, which would have been so handy come the back end of the year. They still may get there, the Sydney Swans, by way of some of those very winnable games, dare I say, easy games over rounds 19, 20, 21. But that is an opportunity missed, I think, with, 17 goals from 35 scoring shots. And some out in the full as well.
Yeah, and from 59 entries. So 35 shots from 59 entries. So they're very efficient going in there, but, just a little bit wasteful.
Some stats that stand out just quickly. Callum Mills, 16 tackles tonight. He finished with that number. Extraordinary number from the co-captains. He set the tone early. Sam Reid in the ruck, who had to chip in once, more than chip in. He had to play the role pretty much lone-handed once Pete Adams was subbed out. 13 tackles in the ruck, along with 15 disposals, 15 of those possessions contested. He did such a good job in there once Adams went out.
Just on the Dogs again, Mick, you touched on this pre-game, but is their biggest concern their defence and their lack of intercept? Is that...
It's not so much it's not lack of intercept, because when Caelan Daniels is down there, not that he's an intercept marker, but he's the player that sets them up. What they don't have good enough players to match the best sides one-on-one. May, last night, Berkey was there as well, I made a comment that May attacked the ball 3 times and it bounced over his head and went sideways, and he lost a lot of confidence in attacking the football. Hawkins still only had he had a couple of shots on goal, but he only kicked 1 goal. That's the sort of key back. The Dogs just lack someone who can stop the best players. And Gardner is a trier, Cordy's a trier, but they lack class. And then Keith is probably just a little bit not as big as what they need. And then you've got Dale, Callum Daniels, who else do they throw? Richards is okay. Richards is okay. He's got good size, good speed, and he'll just get better. But they don't have... When I look at some of these players tonight off the back line for Sydney, they run 30, 40, 50 metres delivering the ball like Blakey. And I just don't know whether the Dogs have got that sort of player.
Just quickly, before we get to Sophie in the room, she's got a player with us at the moment. Sam Reid, 15 disposals, all of them contested. That's a remarkable stat line for the role he played tonight. Let's head down in the victorious rooms. Back to you, Sophie Clappin.
Thanks, guys. I've got the man of the moment, Paddy Mccartney, with me. Paddy, congratulations. A huge win, bouncing back from that loss to Essendon. What aspects of tonight's game were you guys really pleased with?
I think just our pressure and contested possession. I think that's sort of the foundation of our game, and probably what let us down last week, when we sort of fell away a bit. So I think, that's really impressive, but also the fact that we sort of did it for 4 quarters. I think that's probably one of the most important parts of the night, and hopefully something we can build on for the rest of the year.
Yeah, dominated from the first bounce. For you, a win and 50 games after what you've been through over the past few seasons, concussions, delisted from the Saints and back into the Swan side. Did you ever think you'd be here and delivering such impressive football?
Oh, absolutely not. I definitely didn't think I'd be here, but it's good to be here, and it's good to be playing with the Swans and winning and playing with my brother. It's it's all ticking on nicely, so I'm enjoying it.
Can you give us a little bit of insight about what it's like and what it means to you to be playing alongside Tom?
Yeah, it's epic. I love it. It's one of the best things I've ever done, and I get to do it every week. So I'm very lucky, and I love doing it.
Well, we love watching you two down back. Let's head upstairs to the experts.
Thank you.
Paddy, Nathan Berkey, mate, congratulations on tonight. Congratulations on the 50. It's a wonderful, wonderful story. So I'm sure you and all the family are quite rightly chuffed, but we won't sort of linger on too much about that. What about the playing in the back line, mate? When was that sort of put to you, and how did you grasp that? Because you've certainly taken to it like a duck to water.
Thanks, Bergie. Appreciate that, mate. Horst just sort of said it to me at the start of the pre-season. He sort of said that it's probably an area of the ground that we sort of need a bit of work on, and a bit with our intercept game and things like that. It was probably something we weren't great at last year. So he sort of just said, have a go at it in the pre-season, see how you go, and we'll see what happens. So I just tried to learn a bit over the sort of summer months, and tried to put a bit of that into my game. I've still got a lot to learn. I play a little bit like a forward down back, which is good at times, but also at times can annoy the coaches a little bit. So I'm just working on that balance, and trying to get that as right as I can. I'm very lucky. There's a lot of wise heads down there, Ramps, Lloydie, Tommy, guys that have played a lot of footy down there, so they make it a lot easier for me.
And what about playing with your brother? If defenders are notorious for this, if your man gets the ball, you look around for someone to spray. So do you aim for Tommy? Does he cop more than anyone else?
No, absolutely not. I never spray Tom. I look after him, mate. He doesn't ever get beaten, really, so there's no real spraying from anyone. So he's as I said, mate, it's one of the great thrills of my life to be able to play footy with Tom, and to be able to do it every week is something that I still sort of pinch myself about, to be honest. So it's awesome, mate. I'm loving it.
Paddy Mccartney, just on some of the opponents you've played on, can you tell us a little bit about those that you've learnt most of? In other words, ones that have maybe beaten you that you've had to adjust to?
I think I'm learning off all of them, Mick. Like, you play on. I mean, I think one thing that's helped a little bit is that I've played as a forward like all of my career. So there's sort of bits and pieces of that you take into being a back. And I think, generally the hardest teams to play on are the ones that, sort of get on top through the middle of the ground and probably we become a bit more vulnerable when our pressure's not great and the ball's sort of coming through the middle and, the forwards are pretty tough to play on. So it's a combination of things, to be honest, mate.
Sure.
When I take a few intercept marks, generally it's all to do with the mids who are putting great pressure on, and that was definitely the case tonight. I think, they're a team, the Bulldogs, that know how to move the ball bloody well, and I think Boris was just saying then that their rebound from D50 to forward 50 was at like 15% or something like that, which is pretty low. So that's all to do with the mids and the forwards putting pressure on, and it makes our job a whole lot easier.
Sure. So some of the sides you've played that are in the 8, that if you continue, if you win a couple more games, you guys look like being set for the 8.
Yeah.
What's generally the instructions from you guys? Because I know, having played a lot on the back line myself, do you talk to the midfield about what's required in regard to the type of game that you want set up in front of you?
Yeah, well, every Thursday we do our Oppo sort of preview and we go through what teams do, and I think, this week, for example, with the Bulldogs, we know that they've got a lot of great mids in there, McRae, Libba, Bont, guys that are really good with the footy in hand. So if we can take, that time and space away from them and sort of force them to kick the ball a bit longer and a bit higher, it makes our job a heap easier and, sort of restricts them from being able to move the ball inside 50 pretty well. So that was sort of the instructions going in during the week. It's always easier said than done. We had to go out and do it, but I thought our mids did a bloody good job tonight, not only sort of from the defensive aspect, but I thought they moved forward really well and got involved offensively and sort of got the game going for us. So, it was good.
So how do you explain away, say, a game like against Essendon to the game tonight? Is it just mainly mental? Yeah. And I'm talking about the whole squad. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about...
Yeah. No, I know what you mean, mate. It's sort of what we've been trying to put our finger on. I think probably last week what we thought is that early on when we got our lead and sort of, we're playing good footy, it was on the back of our contested possession and our pressure. And then, as we sort of got a bit of a lead, we sort of turned away from that and sort of changed the way we were playing a little bit and got a bit cute and things like that. So I think it's just... knowing what our fundamentals are, knowing what the basics are, and knowing that they work really well for us, and that we're a bloody good footy team when we do them, and sort of not trying to stray away from that. We've got some young guys in the team who are still, learning the ropes and learning on the go. But I think tonight to put a 4-quarter performance together and play really well, really strong contested footy, strong pressure footy. I think our pressure was 2.1 for the game, which is really nice. So we'll build on that, and doesn't stop next week. We've got 3 over in Perth, so we'll have to be on our game.
Paddy, Dan Garbier, congrats on your game, your milestone, your season so far. You lead the league in intercept marks. If you cast your mind back to the start of the campaign when you were adjusting to being a defender, how much has your confidence grown in that sense and your judgment of when to go for it? Because you're leading the comp at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's well, as I said, mate, I think a lot of that, especially the intercept marking, is a reflection of what's happening up the ground. And if mids are streaming through the middle of the ground and hitting blokes lace out, well, then it's tough to intercept. So the pressure on the footy makes a massive difference. We got some great mids in there: Millsy, Parksy, Chad, guys that are really good at putting pressure on. So I think my confidence sort of builds as I go through and. Play there more. I've played sort of 15 games down there, so I'm still learning the ropes a bit. But it's good, mate. As I said, it also helps those wise heads who got around me. Rams has played 200, Lloydie's almost played 200. Tommy's been down there for a while, so to have those guys sort of help me out, they talk to me a lot and tell me what to do. So I just sort of try and listen and be a bit of a sponge, and it seems to be going okay at the minute. So
And after all you've been through in recent times, how much perspective and appreciation do you have, I guess, for every game you do get to play now?
Yeah, I do, mate. I've definitely got a different perspective on the game. I mean, I was saying to someone last week that I don't really get nervous before a game. I've sort of, there's that anticipation, but I don't get nervous like I used to. I don't really ride the highs and the lows as much as what I used to. If I play well, if I play poorly, or the team goes well or poorly, it's sort of just, it is what it is. So I think it's given me that perspective, and as I said, I'm just really enjoying it, mate. I spend a bit of time out of the system, and when you come back in, you sort of get that new perspective on it. So I'm really enjoying it, mate. I'm very lucky. The Swans is a great footy club.
Paddy, we appreciate your time. Well done tonight.
Thanks heaps, guys. Appreciate that.
Paddy Mccartney down there in the Sydney Swans rooms. 53-point winners tonight. We're off air in a few moments' time. Don't forget tomorrow, the lead from midday Eastern with Matt Clinch and the team. If you are listening in SA, you've got SA Grandstand from 11 o'clock and, of course, Sports Talk in WA with Clint Wilden, Mark Duffield and Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, look forward to that.
So from 10 o'clock WA time tomorrow, and of course a massive day's footy with most of round 17 still to come, with the Pies to face North Melbourne in the afternoon slot, and then the twilight game is the Gold Coast Suns and Richmond. That'll be a beauty as well. And the two night games, the Saints and the Dockers, Port Adelaide against GWS, depending on where you are, you'll hear either of those games. 3-2-1 Footballer of the Year votes. I think they're yours tonight, Nathan Burke.
They are mine. I handballed it to Mick last night. He was very quick to flick past it straight back to me tonight. But apologies to Warner, Lloyd and Mills, all very good. And apologies to the guy who kicked 4 goals. Normally they get themselves in the votes, but I'm not going to go there tonight. So Heaney misses out. So I'm going to give one to Paddy Mccartney.
Yep.
Thought he was excellent down back. Sort of inconspicuous, but Luke Parker had 28 possessions. He had 7 tackles, 8 clearances against the Western Bulldogs midfield. That was when they needed to actually win it, and I've given Papley 3 votes for a 4-quarter effort.
So 3 Papley, 2 again was
Parker.
Luke Parker, and 1
Paddy McCartney.
Paddy McCartney, the man we just spoke to. Thank you, Berkey. Thank you for being a late inclusion for us. And
Thanks for having me.
Pre-season tomorrow for the Bulldogs.
Yes, so get that plane out of there at 6 o'clock in the morning because we start training at 8:15. So
and the season's 6-7 weeks away, which is exciting times. Mick Malthouse, thank you as always.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been wonderful to come up again.
We'll see you next time. Thank you, Daniel Garb.
Thank you. Great night of the footy. Really enjoyed it. Much needed win for the Swans.
Thanks to Sophie Clappin. Thanks to Mick Radojkovic, our tech, to Craig Davis and Lauren Borden back in the studio. And to you, most importantly, for your company as well. Massive weekend coming up on Grandstand AFL. But tonight at the SCG, the Swans have beaten the Bulldogs by 53 points. Highlights the finish. Enjoy the rest of your evening wherever you are right across the country and beyond. Good night from us. Hayward leaps up here. They're coming from Papley. Kick was a little untidy. Keith underground hand pass. Now it's been picked off. McRae, it was untidy. Now Reed gets it back for the Swans. Quick snap from Rowan, who scored the first goal of the game.
The Dogs under pressure again inside. Defensive 50 because Buddy marked it. Quick kick into attack. Buddy read it best. Juggled it a couple of times. 1,027 goals to his name. Can he add to the tally in the first quarter here at the SCG? You bet he can.
Reed in the ruck follows up now and wins the clearance. Goes inside forward 50. Swatted away down there by Gardner. At the drop here, dumped the tackle of Mills. Was Badley Williams. Footy comes loose here for Heaney, who snaps from 35 out. And the Swans have 5. Paddy McCartney sends it deep into attack here for the Sydney Swans. Up they go. Amadi in the hole as he claimed the mark. He's paid it. Joel Amadi has 1 goal tonight. It was his first goal for the season. Here is goal number 2.
Luke Parker sockets it off the ground inside 50 for the Swans. Looking forward is Papley, gets clean hands on it. Handball to Warner from directly in front. Snaps towards goal. Swans have another one. Buddy's there, works it down to the front for Rowbottom. Stood his ground well, finds Amasi. Now Papley, who centres it on his left. Stays in play, picked up by Heaney, dances around a couple of tackles, and kicks an absolute beauty. Kamani attacks it as well. Now Clark palms it down to Hayward. Clark gets it back. Ryan Clark snaps on goal. A wonderful finish from the pocket for Ryan Clark.
Warner now sends it deep to the pocket. Heaney floats up and takes the grab. Here he is, the Swans live wire on the approach round weekend. Connects from 30 out, doesn't let them down. Picked up out the back by Williams in defence, shares it with Gardner, up against the goalpost here. He goes up in the air, it's marked by Papley to add to the Sydney Swans 51-point lead. Curls it around the posts and makes no mistake for his second. McInerney plays on, goes to the hot spot now. Franklin leads up from full forward and takes an easy chest mark, 30 out directly in front. Franklin lining up for his second tonight. This time he makes no mistake.
Papley, who's been excellent for 4 quarters. Centres are now inside 50. Well done by Shaki, though, to cut across and take a defensive mark. But a free kick is being paid and going the way of Chad Warner directly in front. We talk about the best youngsters at the Swans a lot. This kid, Chad Warner, may well be the number 1 seed at the moment. Another big game. 2 goals for him tonight. So Cody Waitman has 2 goals to his name. He's tried hard in the long sleeve, snaps on goal, but he's pulled this one. And the siren will sound. Big win for the Sydney Swans. It was a crunch clash at the SCG, and the home side have prevailed to put the Dogs season in a world of pain. Swans by 53 points.
When I'm 90.
When I'm 90.
We'll celebrate our 90th birthday definitely together.
Oh, the dance moves.
I've got a real life party trick. He's right here.
Scott's favourite party trick, he pulls out the sprinkler on the dance floor.
That's my signature move.
Oh, I think the party for turning 90 is going to be huge.
It'll be a birthday month. Maybe 90 though, we should go big. Do a birthday year. Yeah. Happy birthday, ABC. Yours for 90 years.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball. Can you be more Pacific? On ABC Radio Australia.
Whakalofa here too, and welcome to Can You Be More Pacific? I am Dean Halatau, and as always, I'm joined by my wonderful co-host, Sarah Ngama.
Bulla Dean and Bulla to all of our listeners. It's great to be back in the studio for another week of our stellar show. Coming up in the next hour, we take a look back at the weekend in sport. It's a little different this week for Talanoa time, and we have a new question for our favourite segment. You can ask that, but we always like to preface this show with the happenings of our week. So, Hala, what's been happening?
What's been happening on Sunday? Our esteemed colleague in the ABC sport world, Andrew Moore, who's the greatest voice of calling games on radio.
100.
He unfortunately came down sick with COVID after the match on Saturday night, Rabbitohs versus Eels. And then his sidekick, or one of his sidekicks, John Gibbs, also got COVID. So overnight, Ralph Tucker was into scramble mode, the producer of the show, and he rang me up first thing Sunday morning and said, can you get down to Wollongong to cover the game between the Dragons and the Raiders? The weather was terrible. I said yes, just saying they need help, so I'll stick my hand up and help.
Hala to the rescue.
My family wasn't happy because I'd quarantined Sunday for a day with them, and I said I'd help the guys on the radio. Anyway, I got in the car and then I realised quickly that the weather's poor and Luke Lewis doesn't leave the commentary box, so that meant I would be on the sideline for the match.
Stitch up?
Yeah, a bit of a stitch up, but it was fun. I've been on the sideline for a few years, to be honest, so it was good fun to be down there. And umbrellas were gone in the first half. The rain was coming in sideways. It was about 40k winds.
Was there much of a crowd?
There was about 8,000, 9,000 there, so they turned
Brave.
up. There's a couple of people on the hill in ponchos near the windsock. There's a big windsock on the hill at Wollongong, and they were just out there braving the cold, and the wind was blowing them sideways, but they didn't move. I think maybe they were anchored to the spot they were in.
Well, I'm glad you dried out before you got into the studio.
Yeah, so I'm dry now. How's your week been, Sarah?
Yeah, it's been a bit chaotic, but the best kind of chaos. I actually went to Bali, which was very fun, very random. Went for a friend's 30th. Kind of didn't really tell anyone that I was going. I just kind of appeared in Bali, and it was great. Bit of change of scenery, hit the day clubs over there. It was a funky little time, and it was chaos. Got in on Monday morning. My flight got delayed by 2 hours on Sunday evening, pushed everything out by 2 hours. I was a little bit late to come on set for that Pacific Sports Show, but where there's a will, there's a way, and we still got out of the studio on time.
You sound pretty good for a couple of days in Bali.
Oh, because she's responsible, Hala.
Okay.
She is responsible.
Talanoa time on Can You Be More Pacific?
As Sarah mentioned, this week for Talanoa time, it's going to sound a little bit different because we wanted to get in touch with Awego Awag from the Gold Coast Suns, who's from Papua New Guinea, made his debut over the weekend. Unfortunately, he's in such high demand that he would only be able to do the All-In press conferences, which we were able to be at, to hear some of the feedback he gave about his journey to playing AFL football and what it meant to him to be able to do that.
I'm happy from Sports Scene and MTV.
Yep.
I just want to say big congratulations to you from all of us here in MTV. How was it like? How was that feeling? I know everyone here is proud. And how did it feel? All that hard work paid off?
Yeah, first of all, just want to say, thank you so much. It means lots to me when I find out that playing on Saturday